Chapter 801 Blessing of Acronym welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The blue light faded slowly after 3 minutes. A light blue pattern was added to the elven eggs of Larulas. When Oki used the chip to scan Larula's elven egg again, he found that there was something more in the column carrying the props, or a halo. Blessing of Arnhem. As a superpowered beast, Arcanum has the ability to bless other elves of superpowers, but after casting this ability, he will fall into a short period of weakness. Oki could clearly see that Arnhem seemed a bit sloppy, and his eyes couldn't open completely, dangling in the air. He yawned, waved his hands at Oki, and then returned to the light pink cloud in the middle of the lake again, stretched aside and continued to sleep. At this point Hooty came over and made a gesture for Oki to leave. When I saw the elven egg in Oki's hand inadvertently, there was a look of envy. As the of will, Arcanum's blessings, although unable to intuitively allow the elves to grow, can make the willpower of the elves even more amazing. Something like willpower is elusive, but sometimes it can be the key to success. Oki didn't stay anymore. Now Arnhem has gone back to sleep. It doesn't help to stay here, but he has some doubts about the communication between the unknown totem and Arnhem. The spoon in Hooty's hand waved, and Oki wrapped them with superpower energy, and then teleported them back to where they were before. At this time the hogs that had fallen to the ground had disappeared. Holding the elven egg and walking back, no more elves were encountered along the way. Oki extended his superpowers to his wrist, and wanted to ask the unknown totems questions. According to Arcanum, what the unknown totems need is on the island of time and space. Does that mean the island where Tejanuka and Palasai are located? Also let Oki be careful. Obviously the danger level above is higher than here. But the most important thing is that Oki doesn't know where the island is, let alone how to get up. And I don't know how to go up. 4 unknown totems lined up in Oki's mind, looking for the missing things and asking for directions in Arcanum. Oki couldn't help but want to vomit when he saw the unknown totem. Just ask for directions. Do you need to spend so much time? And you can ask yourself, why are you looking for me? Now with 4 more tattoo-like letters on my wrist, I'm not quite used to it. You said you have a way to solve the problem that I'm not used to the 4 of you? When I saw this sentence, Oki was stunned. How to deal with it? Then when Oki was about to leave the island, an unknown totem appeared in another space. This time he didn't even hesitate, and shot it directly on Oki's wrist. At the same time, a line of unknown totems appeared in Oki's mind. 4 are not used to, then 5 are good. I couldn't help but patted my forehead. I feel that my head may have a lot of pain recently, and now it often hurts. Divine logic. But let alone, the appearance of the 5 unknown totems, at least, seems to have increased the speed of superpowers. Although it is a little bit faster, it is much faster than Oki himself. When I walked to the extreme edge of the island, I stepped directly into a different space, as if there was a bridge under my foot. At about the same time, Oki pulled his right hand from top to bottom, a space crack appeared, and went straight out. There are now 5 unknown totems on Oki, and it is not known whether all unknown totems should be attached to his body. Doesn't it turn into a humanoid elf? In the different space left by Oki, an unknown totem appeared again, a half-opened exclamation mark unknown totem. Looking at the place where Oki left, his eyes flickered with thought. After a little pause, it disappeared again. Oki didn't notice this. At this time he was communicating with several unknown totems. They told Oki that they were looking for something but couldn't find it, and Arnhem might know, so they came with Oki. As for why they didn't come by themselves, they must follow Oki. The reason they gave was that they couldn't do it themselves. Why they can't do this? They talked a lot, but they couldn't explain it clearly. Oki sometimes also couldn't understand the interpretation and communication methods of unknown totems. In short, if you want to find that thing, you must have human help. The reason why they chose Oki is because of their brother, commander, captain, almost the same meaning, is the leader of the unknown totem. chose Oki and Anu owed a favor to the unknown totems, so he gave the blessing to Lilas the elven egg, and the unknown totems and him were cleared from then on. It was determined that things were on the continents created by Tajaluka and Palasa. However, the unknown totems told Oki that with his current ability, he could not pass, whether it is their own strength, or the ability of the unknown totems. Only when Oku's body can withstand at least 20 unknown totems, can he reach the continent through a different space. Now the unknown totems appear one by one to help Oki become familiar with them and their energy and ability. Usually letting Oki use their ability is a reward, and I hope that Oki will help them get back that thing. In this regard, Oki did not mean to refuse. First of all, now the unknown totems are attached to themselves, and they have gained a lot of benefits, but have not seen much harm. Secondly, when Oki's strength is strong enough, he is still very interested in the mysterious ancient relics and unknown space continents. These places are often few or no one has explored, and there may be a lot of good things in them. Even if not, they can help the elves to improve their strength. This trip to the island of Will of Arcanum will not only quickly improve the power of the elves, but also let the Dull King learn some special ways to use superpowers. It's just that Tajaluka and Palasai are not as good as Arcanum. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki must ensure that he has sufficient strength. At least he must have the ability to escape, otherwise he will not rush to the island of time and space. These two terms are named by Oki himself, and they are easy to remember. Coming out of a different space, I feel that the surrounding air is a lot fresher. The Dull King, let's go, Oki said to the Dull King beside him. Later, Oki and the Foolish King disappeared here in a moment of movement. It feels like another door in this world is opening towards itself. This was Oki's last thought before leaving. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Then 10 outbreaks tomorrow. Please everyone's guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 802 Make Money Welcome You. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. 3 days later, Feniyuan area, Kansas City Airport. Oki walked out of the airport alone, without too much stay in Kansas City. At this time Doru should still be digesting the gains of the Olympic Games. Oki got out of Kansas by car, then summoned the desert dragonfly directly. Target Fuai Town. Silently entered Fuai's own residence, and no one knew that Oki was back. Liu Shengen has always held a meeting in Feniyuan Alliance headquarters after returning from the Sinnoh area because of information about the fairy system announced by Oki. This incident is too important, and the timing is very awkward. It is basically impossible to handle it completely and without pressure. There is not much time to prepare for the alliance. Elves of the Goblin Department have appeared at the God Olympics competition. Before a large number of trainers are aware of this event, the Goblin Department must be announced. At the same time, the original elves must be attributed. Detection. A large number of alliance testing instruments also need to be changed, adding a fairy and attribute judgment, trying to list the various skills of the fairy, and what are the effects and power of these skills. Even if Oki told the League's top executives that the fairies are restraining the dragon, fighting and evil spirits, they still have to test this professionally. The most important point is to try if the fairy is really immune to the skills of the dragon elves, and whether there is a skill similar to the Eye of Miracle that can still cause the dragon elves to cause damage to the fairy elves. Otherwise the dragon elves will encounter the elves on the goblin can directly surrender. As one of Feniyuan's current 4 heavenly kings, the Dragon King Yuji and Oki are also familiar. At the conference where Oki announced the fairy department that day, he also watched the entire process through a video call. At this time, he was the main person responsible for testing and managing the time of the fairy department in Feniyuan. As for whether he is the Dragon King, will he feel uncomfortable because of the prototype of the fairy department? That's for sure. After so many dragon spirits were cultivated, the result told him that now a new attribute actually appeared to complete the dragons. Isn't that farting? Fortunately, Genji originally didn't have much desire for rights. Since the task was arranged above him, he could complete it on time and on schedule. After all, the Dragon Department now knows what the Dragon Department is best. Genji knew that the fairies were discovered by Oki, so when performing tasks, he called Oki directly many times, hoping that he could describe some things about the fairies in detail. Oki is still very fond of Genji, and Genji has no reservations about telling Oki about the results of his research on dragon spirits. So Oki did not hide too much, except for some secrets that he should not know in his current identity. The rest told Genji. It helped him save a lot of time. At the same time, Oki suddenly thought that after the appearance of the fairy genre, he seemed to have a chance to make huge profits. After simply scheduling the elves to rest, Oki summoned Sky for a meeting as soon as possible. Now the size of the Sky team has expanded a lot again. According to Oki, the people who entered the Sky team will only know that they are part of the Rockets team after passing the test. Another key point is that Oki asks Sky to inculcate an idea for the newcomers. The first compliance target was the head of the Sky team, then the Rockets order, and finally the orders of their several temporary cadres. In general, Oki does not interfere too much with the management of the Sky team. For this underground force that was originally created by hand, Oki used the Sky team to earn some resources. Now the Sky team has begun to take shape and has started to profit to some extent. Oki is more satisfied. Sky's ability is good. The Rockets are now shrinking, and they will not interfere with the Sky team in Fenny-Yuan, so most of the time, Sky and others are the main managers of the Sky team. After leaving for such a long time, when Oki convened them again for a meeting, the spirit of several people improved a lot. And at a glance, they could see that there was a lot of improvement in strength, so the whole person was confident a lot. However, they were very respectful when they faced Oki, and they did not have any idea of resistance. The main reason why Oki subdued them was that they were frustrated by the fact that these people would not move too much, and then they saw their strength and potential. Otherwise, there are so many people on the Trial Island, why only conquer so few characters that others despise? Yes, it seems that the three of you have almost all entered the elite level. Oki sat on the main seat of the conference room, watching the four people sitting below and nodding in satisfaction. Although they may not be able to cope with the second echelon giant marsh monster for Oki now, according to their original strength, growth is not bad. Elite, in the Rockets, can also apply to become a captain. Although it depends on their background, as long as they become the captain, they can be considered to have a certain right to speak, at least. Be considered middle. Thanks to the elf provided by us, and allowing us to make great use of the Sky team's resources. Sky is the person closest to Oki. His strength is not the strongest, but now Sky not only manages the Sky team's finance, can also be regarded as a dog-headed military presence among the four. The brigade also participated in this meeting. Now she is no longer the little girl who only knew hunting when she and Oki just met. After joining the Sky team, I was mainly responsible for the Sky hunting team and training of members. Now there are many combatants in the Sky team, all of whom are from the Sky hunting team. The brigade is regarded as their half-teacher. The strength of the brigade is the strongest among the four, although it is also an elite level, but unlike those who are new to the elite level, she has started to accumulate strength. Oki waved Sky's flattery. Earlier, the Sky team's profitability was ignored, but from now on, the Sky team will start to make a lot of resources. Oki also has a lot of elves to train, and relying on that small mine is ultimately limited. The investment in the Sky team is almost the same. www.mtlnovel.com. After raising for so long, it finally started to be profitable. Next, there will be a major event in the league. This event will have a huge impact on the entire league and all major forces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Sky team can make a lot of money. Oki propped up his hands on the conference table, looking at the four people below. His eyes were sharp. Now he has reached the level of Zun Taiwang, stronger than the previous life, and also reached the level of intermediate superpowers. Although superpowers are not used, The severe sharpness still makes Sky and others dare not look at him. This is a bit scary. After a person is crawling among a group of big brothers, even if the person is weak and incompetent, the influence and growth that they are inadvertently cannot be understood by ordinary people. What's more, Oki is a better person among those big guys. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 803 Leprechaun Buying Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Oki, in a chat with Genji, thought of a money-making plan. If it can proceed normally, the Sky team will make a lot of money. Oki can also earn a lot of resources. From now on, sell all the available resources of the Sky team, and then collect all the hunter points, give them to trusted people, send them to cities, and let them go to the black market in each city. Whether it is Kanto, city capital, Fenyun or Shinao, we must ensure that our people exist in every big city black market. Oki paused for a moment, and continued, give me all the points, resources, and all kinds of things that can be exchanged for money. Pippi, Peacoxy, Baby Ding, Fat Ding, the Magic Puppet Doll, Marilu, Mariluli, Bruce, King Brew, Lulilai, Big Mouth Baby, Moninai. The four Sky below were even more surprised when they heard the name of a creation wizard named Oki, because these elves are relatively rare, and some are really not very cost-effective, but the price is ridiculously expensive. Often when these elves appeared, the prices were high, because these elves are the favorite of the noble ladies. Most people can't afford it. What is the boss doing? Several people had this doubt in their heads. However, they didn't ask any questions. They must have the awareness of doing what they do and talk less and listen more. I know that you are very confused now, but my request is to sweep these elves wantonly, regardless of qualifications, regardless of price. As long as they appear, they can be eaten for less than 3 times the price. They can't be bought. Then grab it. Allow you to grab it yourself, or hire someone to grab it. Anyway, I just want to see these elves in the fastest time. Oka's tone was unquestionable, and there wasn't much explanation for them. This is the first real, full mobility order issued by Oki after the Sky Team was established. The success of the Sky Team he created now depends on the completion of this mission. The requirements are not high. As long as they can eat 10% of these elves on the market, they are all profitable. How many resources can be earned depends on how many of these elves can be acquired this time. The fairy department was made available in advance by Oki. Now people who know the fairy department are the top people in the league. There weren't too many family forces, and there weren't too many underground forces. At this time, Oki was able to collect these before the fairy department appeared. Once the goblin system is released, the Alliance will release information about the goblin system. The elves reported by Oki this time were originally determined by the Alliance, but the attributes will be changed to a fairy or added a fairy attribute later. At that time, the price of this kind of elves will definitely be 10 times more than that, and may even be unavailable. If you think about it, you know that the dragon spirit called the strongest attribute actually has an attribute that is immune to dragon skills, and the attack can also double the dragon spirit. How terrible it is. After finally training for so long, they hoped that the dragon spirit could show their might, but suddenly there was a fairy, a crazy restraint of the dragon. It is estimated that many Dragonlove trainers are about to collapse. Some ancient families and forces, such as the Royal Dragon Family and Dragon Valley, will also be greatly affected. At this time, people will find that those elves who don't think much of them, those elves belonging to the noble ladies, have such high value! Isn't this a big business opportunity? Compared to cultivating a dragon elf, although the value of these elves is also high, compared to the two, the cost of purchasing a fairy elf is definitely much smaller. Fools will count. It is needless to say how much the Sky Team that has acquired so many elves in advance can earn. Oki eats meat, and the people below can also drink a lot of soup, and it is still thick soup, as long as the Sky Team is digested for a period of time. the future development speed will become faster. Maybe it can really keep up with Aoki's pace and provide him with continuous resources. I just hope that these guys in the Sky team can make him happy. Aoki let the four of them leave immediately and started to act. Although the four of Sky did not know why Aoki did this, they have not missed following Aoki so far. Just do what the leader intended. In order to take the lead, the four first exchanged all their resources and hunter points for these elves that Aoki said, then directly emptied the fairies of the Hunters Guild in the relatively small black market in Luoyin town. In the next period of time, among the black markets in various regions, there will be a group of people wearing black clothes who can see the routes. Wherever these people go, they wantonly buy some unpopular elves, and the main goal is the elves that the noble ladies like. Even if the unscrupulous merchants knew their purpose and raised the price of the elves by 1.5 to 2 times, these people still swept away without blinking their eyes. There was a rumor in the elf trading world for a while. If one day you come into your store, a mysterious person wrapped in black with no sign on your body, and directly asks you for some unpopular elves, then congratulations. You are going to make a lot of money. Try to make the prices of those elves as high as possible. Those people don't care, they will buy enough. Of course, these are the last words. After Aoki sent the four away, he sat down in the main room of the meeting room, closed his eyes, and thought about the next plan. Today, his strength has successfully reached the level of Quasar King. And it is not an ordinary Quasar King. Relying on the strength of Dengwon Zanshin King's peak, Aoki has the power to fight as long as it is not those who have been at the level of Zanshin King for a long time and have reached the peak of Zanshin King. Even if they meet those people, Aoki is confident that he can escape the scene with the momentary movement of the Dull King. Unlike before, if someone knows the Dull King of Aoki, using a superpower genie to limit the Dull King, he can't move instantly. But now, Aoki has the assistance of 5 unknown totems. As long as the strength is not too much, then the Dull King, Aoki can ensure that the Dull King will use it instantly. Although these 5 little guys are not very good at fighting ability, www.mtlnovel.com, but the talent in space. But the dumb king all side. This elf is born for space. The first echelon has already entered the Quasar King, and the strength will enter a relatively gentle growth period, so the cultivation of the second elves will be on the agenda. Before, resources were a lot worse. As long as the Sky team can complete the task of Aoki normally, then these earned resources will be enough for Aoki to use temporarily. Slap, slap, fingers tapped on the conference table, making a rhythmic sound. There was no light in the conference room, and Aoki sat alone in the darkness, which made it easier for him to think about problems. Gradually fell into meditation. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 804 Chip upgrade completed. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. When Aoki sat in position for half an hour and was lost in thought, a voice suddenly appeared in my brain. Drip. The chip upgrade is complete and the system is recovering. Please be patient. Mechanical voice. Aoki sat up straight. Finally upgraded. After waiting so long, the chip is finally upgraded. Sit silently in position, waiting for the chip system to recover. Just do not know this upgrade, mainly to upgrade those features. After waiting for 10 minutes, the sound of the chip sounded again. The system recovery is complete and all the functions of the chip are restored. Thanks to the host for their patience. The chip's voice is still very mechanical, but when prompted, it is not so stiff. I don't know if I have gained something from the multilateral chip. Tell me what improvements have been made in this upgrade. Aoki is most concerned about this. The chip displayed a virtual screen directly in front of Aoki, showing the changes about the upgraded chip. When Aoki first saw this virtual screen, she felt that the chip had been upgraded a lot. Although I originally had a sense of technology, I always felt a little worse. It was like the original screen felt a bit like a computer screen in the 1980s and 1990s, but now a qualitative leap has taken place, and it suddenly came to the 21st century. Of course, this is a metaphor. It wasn't so bad at first. I didn't pay too much attention to these details, and looked at the main upgrade content of the chip. The first and most critical point is that the chip has successfully established a subsystem and is able to communicate out of thin air. In other words, only in the normal environment, non-relics, different spaces, the chip can communicate with this subsystem anytime, anywhere. And now this subsystem is installed in the body of the multilateral beast. Originally a polygon of a piece of data, now this piece of data belongs to that subsystem, and the subsystem is completely controlled by the chip and can be destroyed at any time. If the subsystem is destroyed, the multilateral beast will no longer exist. The current multilateral beast is what Aoki expects, and the most wanted state, so that the elves can be safely placed out. The growth speed of the elves will be strengthened. If only I could get a transmission device. Aoki couldn't help thinking, putting this idea down for the time being. Then Aoki looked at the chip listed in the other upgrade content. In fact, this chip upgrade is mainly because of the intervention of multilateral animals, so that the chip can find an external system storage. I believe that once a computer was originally dual core, it has now become a quad core. The processing power must be faster. So the second point after the chip upgrade is to improve the processing data. As long as it is not a very large amount of data, the chip's ability to download and process data has been improved, and it will no longer cause the entire chip to stall or even go down because it contains too much data. This phenomenon generally does not recur. There is also a great improvement in data classification and processing capabilities and analysis speed. This is also very used. For Aoki, there will be a lot of data that can be accessed in the future. Can't the chip always be down? And then Aoki may have the opportunity to get in touch with the rocket's Dream Gene research plan. How much data can be obtained by the time depends on the processing and downloading capabilities of the chip. Now it seems that this improvement is very good. Third, when the chip scans the data of the wizard, the chip will be more hidden. This phenomenon will not appear again when scanning Arc Norm as before, unless the elf's strength is much stronger. This upgrade looks rather tasteless and can be considered an accessory. Fourth point, before I wanted to get the detailed data of the elves, I needed to scan them after touching the body of the elves. But after the upgrade, I don't have to worry so much. As long as the elf is close to Aoki, the chip can scan the detailed data of that elf. If you want to understand thoroughly, you still need physical contact. Fifth, the scanning range and sensing range of the chip have been greatly improved. Just like the download and processing capabilities mentioned earlier, the scanning range has also been upgraded. Originally, Aoki needed to ensure that the level, characteristics, qualifications and skills of the elves can be obtained within a certain distance from the elves. From now on, as long as the elves within 100 meters can be scanned. The sixth and final point, the chip has a function called simulated battle. After getting the data of the opponent's elf, it can calculate the elf's combat mode according to the skills and characteristics of the elf. The more data you get, the more accurate your estimates will be. For example, get the hobbies and interests of the opponent's trainer, the past battle videos, and so on. Although this function seems to be very useful, if this function is used too much, it will make Aoki dependent on the chip, and it will gradually lose its original fighting methods and skills, and eventually lose itself. If this function was previously used, Aoki may readily accept it. But after the chip has been sleeping for a while, it also understands that it cannot be completely relied on. Therefore, this function will not be used much if there is no unexpected situation. What you really learn is your own. However, it is able to save the opponent's fighting methods and skills, collect some special and useful fighting methods. Aoki can learn a little bit, and then digest it into his own things. This is still good. The above are all the improvements after this chip upgrade. Aoki is quite satisfied with this. Although there is no particularly strong ability, in general, it is much better than it was. Since the chip upgrade is complete, then the multilateral beast should be awake, right? Aoki suddenly arrived at the multilateral beast still in the elf ball. The elf, a multilateral beast, is a piece of data. It does not depend heavily on food. Of course, if you can, eating some energy cubes for multilateral beasts can also speed up their strength. Any elf can find the energy block that suits him, even the ghost can eat, and that piece of data can eat. It seems that it is not particularly unacceptable. He took out the luxury ball that had been in his pocket for a long time, and it contained the multilateral beast that had been awakened. Both eyes looked at Aoki through the glass above the elven ball. As long as Aoki is willing, the chip can show what is seen from the perspective of a multilateral beast. Chip, switch the perspective of the polygon. Aoki suddenly woke up and wanted to see what it looked like from the elven ball. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 805 Multilateral Beast to welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The perspective of the polygon appears on Aoki's screen. In fact, after zooming out, I saw myself outside the glass through a strange twisted glass. Aoki is like looking in the mirror and looking at herself. It's strange. Without looking too much at this perspective, Aoki let the chip turn off the virtual screen, and then summoned the multilateral beast. But just after summoning the multilateral beast, a white light suddenly appeared on its body. Wrap it all up. Evolved. The multilateral beast actually evolved after the chip upgrade. According to Aoki's understanding of multilateral beasts, the first evolution of such elves required communication exchange. But now evolution can understand. Now that the chip has downloaded all the information of the multilateral beast into its own database, it can be understood that the chip has absorbed all of the multilateral beast into the chip and then embodied again. The nature of this communication exchange is actually similar. Just because the chip was asleep before, as a branch of the chip, the multilateral beast also entered a sleep state. Now that the chip upgrade is complete, the multilateral beast has begun to evolve directly. It seems that the elf of the multilateral beast does not have a qualified potion at all. Aoki did not find the rest of the information about the multilateral beast. It is obviously impossible to make a qualified potion. Well, it depends on how far it can go. Soon, the white light dissipated, and the evolution of the multilateral beast was completed without any help, and there was no wave during the evolution. Originally boxy, with a lot of edges and corners, it looks like some stiff polygons. After evolution, it has been softened a lot. Multilateral Beast 2. Polygonal 2 looks very similar to before evolution, except that each side is rounded, and the pattern on the chest is rounded, and it looks like a drinking bird. However, it is still the red, blue, and yellow color, and it is still very intuitive to recognize that this is a multilateral beast. This multilateral beast too should be the first multilateral beast in the world to evolve to the second form. Aoki thought of this evolved multilateral beast. At the same time, the latest scanning function of the chip is started. I didn't know much about the elves of the multilateral animal before, so the qualifications could not be distinguished when scanned. Now that the multilateral beast is integrated with the chip, he should be able to give a more accurate level for his qualifications. Pokemon, Polygon 2 Dark Green. Gender, no gender. Level, level 30. Attribute, General Department. Characteristics, Analysis. Carrying props. Subsystem. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, Electromagnetic Cannon, Magic Reflection, Texture, Texture 2, Impact, Angularization, Rounding, Phantom Light, High-Speed Movement, Self-Regeneration, Electromagnetic Suspension, Signal Light, Teaching Skills, Exchange Venues, Share Pain, Wonderful Spaces. Skill Learner, none. Sure enough, the qualifications of Multilateral 2 can now be measured. Although it is only dark green, for Aoki, its function is equivalent to a pure assistant type sprite, and it does not need to participate in combat. Even at this 30 level, Aoki may not actively help him improve. If it helps the chip to collect some data, it will be able to help a lot of its own strength, because after the calculation and analysis of the chip, the fastest way to increase the level of Multilateral 2 is not to fight, but to continuously collect data, collect a large amount of data, and collect data that he has not collected, so that multilateral 2 level up. The combination of the chip and the multilateral beast 2 is actually a win-win situation for them. Polygon 2 can help the chip collect a large amount of data, and multilateral 2 has completed the evolution with the help of the chip, and the data download speed is also faster. I don't know how many times. Although the current multilateral 2 and the chip are actually one, Aoki is still used to treating them separately. Chip. Test the effect presentation and sound playback of the multilateral beast. Aoki ordered the chip in his brain. Upon hearing Aoki's order, the 2 rounded eyes of the multilateral beast suddenly lighted up, emitting 2 beams. Condensed in the air, it turned into Aoki, which is what Aoki is now. After seeing this image, Aoki moved it manually, and the image followed, except that he couldn't really touch things, just like Aoki really came. Then Aoki spoke a few words, and the multilateral beast 2 could repeat exactly what Aoki said, without much space in the middle. The chip and Polygon 2 can transmit airspace information. This function is quite good. Chip. How far can you and the subsystems on the multilateral beast? Aoki asked. No matter how far the normal connection is, as long as it is on the same space and time level, but if the distance is farther away, the transmission of video and sound will be slower, but the delay will not exceed 3 seconds at most. It can be clearly felt that the chip's answer is much more humane, and a lot of mechanical answers are missing. It's like a multilateral beast, and it's clearly rounded from the original edges and corners. Aoki nodded with satisfaction. In this case, as long as he did not enter the other space at will, there would be no problem. Then Aoki asked the chip a few more questions, and the answers he got were all satisfactory. After disconnecting from the chip, Polygon 2 will enter the standby state, will not have self-consciousness, and will not do anything extraordinary. There is also Aoki confirmed that when entering the electronic products or entering the network, the multilateral beast 2 is still controlled by the chip, and there will be no uncontrollable phenomenon. This is the most difficult thing for the rockets after creating the multilateral beast, but Aoki simply completed it with the help of the chip. The subsystem is actually a piece of data, just implanted into the data segment of the multilateral animal, and it is fully integrated into it. Even if the multilateral animal 2 turns into data into the network, it is also bound and controlled by the chip's subsystem. Finally, Aoki asked a question, which is whether the chip can create more subsystems. Although multilateral beasts are rare, now in this world, there are not only one multilateral beast. If Aoki can control more elves like multilateral beasts, then it means that he can have a large number of mobile phones to data, increase the storage capacity of the chip, and truly make the chip the most comprehensive database in the world. And www.untlenovel.com. After mastering many multilateral beasts, you can get great information and knowledge advantages. If you want to go to war with the power, send multilateral beasts to destroy their information system and communication system. You must know that the elf world is a technology-based world, and there are many electronic products here. Except that some large forces and organizations can discover and restrict multilateral beasts, some small powers simply cannot discover the existence of multilateral beasts. The other computer and database is Oka's own database. Come and go freely. Fifth more. 4, where to run, eat, chase a fat stick, 9 million rewards plus 49. Ask for a monthly pass. Then tomorrow, October 1st, it will be even more explosive. Thank you for your support. Finally push the book. National Day. All Day celebration, explosion. Tomorrow's National Day. Everyone will celebrate it all, so tomorrow will be even bigger, that is, after 12 o'clock this evening. Thank you for reading this book and supporting Hibiscus. Hibiscus asks for a monthly pass and a guaranteed monthly pass for next month. Sometimes I have to say that this month's update of Hibiscus has already reached 400,000 words, which is a hard-working author. It has occupied the top of the light novel update list for several months. This is the first book written by Hibiscus. A total of 178 days have passed since the book was written. The Hibiscus has been updated by 1.76 million characters, excluding the 370,000 characters that were updated 2 months before its release. It has been on the shelves until now. The number of Hibiscus updates is only 8,000 words in one day, and it is not less than 10,000 words in any other day. Sometimes when the code word is relatively smooth, 10 more chapters are burst, which is more than 20,000 words. Maybe sometimes there are many typos, because there are more updates, so I did not check carefully. Thanks to everyone for helping me catch bugs. Many people should know that Hibiscus works during the day, and the code is basically the code of the mobile phone during the day, and then it can be coded by the computer at night. It has been on the shelves for 4 months, and it has been like this for 4 months. It hasn't been broken for a day until it hits the shelves, and even on the day of the fever, it has broken 10 chapters. Sometimes when a hobby comes, nothing can be stopped. The first time I wrote a book, there were definitely a lot of unaccustomed ones at the beginning. Thank you for being able to survive the many poisonous points in the new book period, and praise the Hibiscus writing has improved significantly. This is my affirmation. I will continue to maintain my update volume, and burst from time to time. Plus, Hibiscus has always been serious. Then I would like to especially thank the book friends of the Full Order group, who crowdfunded a Silver League reward for Hibiscus, which is expected to be in place tomorrow at the latest. In fact, the first time I wrote a book, I really did not expect that there would be so many alliance leaders, and now there is still a Silver Alliance. Special thanks to the book friends who silently support Hibiscus. Thanks to the snail riding tortoise boss who contributed to this crowdfunding, and there are a lot of bosses who have given their support. Joker7Z, T_RO_crown_migrant bird, Laimian's cat, Moon Cold Summer Light Dust, Captain of Giant Kingdom, Wily Angiu, I love you so early. Dying without sleep, magical cuteness, sweet dolls, Leek Martin, Date Return, Northerly Wind, Meteora, etc. The specific amount will not be said, Oki kept in mind. Thanks to these big brothers. If there are missing big brothers, please tell me, because there are too many people. Hibiscus may be missing. I would also like to thank my 8 allies for their greatness, and the meows rewarded 4 of them, currently the largest creditor. I will repay the debt as soon as possible. The harvest of Hibiscus has been enough, and I am also satisfied. There is no return but explosion. I know that there are many students who read my book. Everyone will do what they can to reward them. A subscription to Hibiscus is the biggest support. Thank you all. But as a student, I also understand that if there is no free money to subscribe, give Hibiscus a solidarity. Also great support. Thank you. In short, it seems that Hibiscus has a lot of debts, and it can only be repaid. One last word, thank you for your support. I want your tickets, just tell me not to, right? Crying and laughing. Publicize it. Ordinary fan group 480,489,327, Full Order group 563,226,836, but need to verify, 3,000 fans worth. Thank you for your support. Chapter 806 Blot the Void welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The Rise of the Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 806 Planning the Void. Request a monthly ticket 14. At present, Oki does not intend to use Multilateral Beast 2 as a housekeeper, because Oki may stay in Fuai Town for a while to repair it. Chip, send Multilateral Beast 2 to the network and collect the data. The main target is the void of the city of Arceus. I want all their information. Oki ordered the chip in his heart. The mission is set up, and execution begins. After the sound of the chip dropped, the eyes of the Multilateral Beast flickered and turned into a red and blue data. which went directly to the computer in the conference room. The network and various electronic instruments will be the channel for Multilateral Beast 2. Nodded in satisfaction. Void has been thinking about Fuai Town, which is getting better and better, but because of its external oppression and internal contradictions, they have been slow to act. Originally, Aoki couldn't do it because of insufficient strength, but now Aoki can plan a little bit of Void. As one of the major forces in Zijing City, Nether possesses considerable resources. For the last time that Aoki snatched, there was no damage to the Nether. But if the entire Void can be digested, it will also be a lot of wealth. What's more important is that, as a controller of Zijing City's battle ring, the Nether can get a lot of resources from it every year. What Aoki expects is to maximize the benefits by eating up the Void and keeping his position in the battlefield. This situation is more difficult, but it is not that there is no room for operation. The dispatch of Polygon 2 is the beginning of the Aoki plan. Arranged the Sky Team's full-fledged money-making plan in the Fairy Department. At the same time, Multilateral Beast 2 was sent out to collect useful data and information. Aoki returned to the backyard, and now it has become a paradise for the elves. In addition to the elves of Aoki, there are many unconquered, considered wild elves, but the elves who are used to living here. The entire group of dumb beasts is the manager of this backyard, and it is also a guard against outsiders. The dumb beasts, and the dull beasts that have evolved successfully, will use superpowers to create a radar-like barrier, and anyone who approaches will be discovered by them the first time. In addition to the beasts and the large number of water spirits in the backyard pool, there are also many elves in the back mountain who are willing to live in the backyard. Because security is guaranteed here, and the owner does not restrict their freedom. Like Aoki, who cleaned up the back mountain before, hunting swallowtail butterflies and poisonous butterflies are now pretty good, and sometimes they go to the backyard for a few laps. Because the former Lady of Flowers and Leaves now has a section of flowers in the backyard, dedicated to planting her favorite flowers. There are also absolute mothers and sons who once met in the back mountain, now also living in the backyard, and occasionally go to the back mountain for a few laps. But more of them still live here. Now that little Absolute has fully recovered, and he is growing healthier and stronger than their brothers. Because the energy blocks made by Aoki are not only the materials that can treat their illnesses, but also the energy that makes them stronger and healthier. Maybe there will be a time when Absolute will be needed, so Aoki's care for them is not much different from the elves who take care of themselves. Like the Absolutes, there are two little green birds. Kixie Bluebird has left for such a long time. During this time, the two little green birds have gradually learned to be independent, and have completed the tasks assigned to them by Aoki on time and on a daily basis. It now seems that the two little green cotton birds are much stronger than before, and they can see their energy and sacrifice at a glance. These two little guys can also be regarded as Aoki's spare elves. Kixie Bluebird knows Aoki's thoughts, but doesn't say much. Aoki's strength has been recognized by her, and the powerful elves that Aoki knows have also brought a great impact on Kixie Jadebird. However, with the help of Aoki, Tanabata Jadebird returned this time to prepare to start to attack the King of Heaven. Aoki is also continuously watching the changes of the Star Festival Bluebird. Part of it is because Kixie Jadebird does have the strength and qualification to impact the Uranus level. And part of the reason is that Aoki wants to see what problems the elves will encounter when they attack the Uranus level. After the promotion is successful, how much will the strength variety? Kixie Bluebird lived in the backyard with two little green cotton birds during this time. Aoki gave them a special area. He needed to observe the changes of Kixie Bluebird in real time. And after returning, Aoki put all the mosquito coils and mosquito coils conquered in Lizzie Lake into the pond together. The already spacious pond once again seemed a bit congested. It is estimated that the elf needs to expand the size of the pond again. In fact, it is no longer possible to call it a pond, and it is also possible to call it a small lake. At present, there are two lakes in Fuai Town. One island, the lake in the backyard of Aoki, and the other is a huge artificial lake next to the Fuidokan. This is an industry belonging to the Fuidokan. With the elves in the artificial lake, more and more skilled reproduction, more and more types, more and more trainers want to enter to capture the elves. Now if you want to enter the lake to capture the elves, you must pay a certain amount to the Fuidokan, and there is a certain limit on the number of elves that each person can capture. But even then, the people who came to capture the elves were endless. Because this artificial lake is in the Fuidokan, with the strong support of Oki, it is not only the water spirits in the Fenyun area, but also the water spirits in the eastern area, Chengdu area, and even the Sinnoh area. So many people come here by name. This is an important source of income for Futaba Museum. Another major source of income is a large commercial street in front of Fuidokan. After cooperating with German companies, this commercial street is getting more and more prosperous. Every month's tax revenue makes Fuidokan make money. It has to be filled with money, and this income is the biggest source of income for Fuidokan. With the growing fame of Fui Town, the development is getting better and better, and more people come here. Whether it is a trainer who came to challenge the Doguan, or a person passing by during tourism, or simply relocated to the residents of Fui Town. Due to the skyrocketing number of people www.mentalnovel.com, the size of Fui Town has more than doubled in just a few months. With the help of the adjustment of Oki and various forces, it has been able to compare with the neighboring town of Green Shadow. Already, Oki has also begun to receive income from resources at the Futaba Museum. Today, under the management of Sky, Fuidokan is well organized, and all kinds of financial expenses and income are originally recorded on the ledger, as long as Oki needs to be able to withdraw it at any time. Finally, under the vigorous construction of Oki, Fui Town entered the formal and became a major source of resources for Oki. It's no wonder that the museum owners in every area are rich and terrible. With the current financial income of Fui Museum and the growing trend every day, I believe that it won't be long before Oki will be able to communicate with those museum owners. Compare them. National Day, celebrating the 70th anniversary. 10 more today. This is the first change. Please find a guaranteed monthly pass in the hands of everybody. Thank you Hibiscus. Burst even more to do. Chapter 807 Rare Day Off. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The Rise of the Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 807 A Rare Day of Rest. Ask for a monthly ticket 24. In fact, there is also a rumor in Fui Town about the lake in the backyard of Oki. I don't know who passed it on. It's said that in the lake of the Oki family, the elf inside was the real highly qualified elf, which attracted many people. However, no one can enter Oki's home. Looking at the doorway and the surrounding area, there are more than a dozen elite-level Harugas wandering there every day, and we know that ordinary people cannot approach. Not to mention that there are many powerful spirits inside. If more than an elite trainer approached, Liu Shengen, who stayed at the Breeders' Guild, would get the news immediately, so no one would dare to approach Oka's home at will. This rumor will only increase the reputation of Fui Town. There is one more thing that needs to be mentioned, that is, as the owner of the Doguan Pavilion in Fui Town, it is also Oki, which truly developed Fui Town, and is loved by all residents of Fui Town. In order to please Oki, the mayor of Doglegs sent by the Alliance built a statue in the center of Fui Town. It is not the statue of Oki, but the statue of Oka's ace elf, Dull King. As the ace elves of the Fui Dao Pavilion, the strength of the Dull King has been recognized by everyone, so now the Dull King has become the symbol of Fui Town. The entire group of dumb beasts is also protected in Fui Town, and no one can grab them at will. There is one more mascot in Fui Town. That is a foolish beast. There are also a lot of dumb beasts in the artificial lake of Fui. They are very lazy and sometimes climb out to stroll around Fui Town. Not only will no one conquer them, but also give them a lot of delicious food as they pass by. So sometimes I see such a scene, a foolish beast crawling slowly across the street, covered with various foods, and many people continue to deliver food. This is Love House and Black Bar. Oki once tried to plant seeds. If it has grown into a fruit tree with a lot of fruit on it, it can be picked at any time, although the fruit at this time is not the most. The mouth is sweet and the biggest, but the taste is quite good. Oki, who stayed in the backyard after coming back, didn't understand the changes in Fuai Town. Otherwise, he might be surprised. Today gave the elves time to relax. The Tanabata bluebird accompanied two little green cotton birds who had not seen each other for a long time in the backyard. Mrs. Hwaji danced in a field of flowers divided by herself, and there were many hunting swallowtail butterflies around her. This sea of flowers was her favorite place. The Doll King was telling his subjects by a small lake in the backyard, and not far from the Doll King, a green mosquito coil frog emperor wanted to learn from those mosquito coils and mosquito coils what is being told. This is the dumb king who is personally teaching the mosquito king frog emperor how to be the leader of a group and how to be their king. In the future, dumb beasts and mosquito coils will be the two largest groups in Oka's backyard and the largest source of labor. The Crowhead, Gengui, Madara, Dragon King Scorpion Giant Numa blame 5 elves on the side to discuss each other. They are all more militant elves, and because the current strength is still a lot worse than the Doll King, even if Oki said to let them rest, they could not press their hearts. However, as the smallest monster, most of the time you can only look around. He was originally the elf of the second echelon, but now the strength is improving faster. The elves of the second echelon can no longer satisfy him, so they carefully approached the Crowhead to their side. The Crowheads did not have much repulsion to the monster. After all, the Dragon King Scorpion and Gengui also fought together with monster. However, the strength of the giant marsh monster is a little worse than them. So many times they are the Crowheads and their 4 elves are doing Twuntwa discussions. Crow's Head and Matara fight against Gengui and Dragon King Scorpion. It was quite hot. On the other side, the real echelon of the second echelon, Coca-Cola, Kira, Strong Chicken, and the baby dragon that has restored its qualifications, are fighting tentatively together. But they saw how quickly the giant monster's strength is improving. They were still friends who were playing together. Now they can actually beat the Crowheads. This makes Coca-Cola and Kira them. How can they stand? There is no envy but envy. By the way, there is a little guy among them. That is the Mohai horse that was unintentionally discovered and subdued by Oki in Lizzie Lake. His courage is relatively small, but he has always been lonely. Now suddenly there are so many partners, which makes Mohama happy for a long time. The characters of Mohama and Baby Dragon are relatively lonely. Although they may be happy inside, they do not know how to show it. Fortunately, there are 3 more lively characters in Cocodora. I believe that the 2 of them will soon be able to truly integrate into them. Finally, there is the Dream Demon. Since she chose to participate in training last time and set an example for the baby dragon, she has been completing the tasks assigned by Oki on time and learning to control energy. Although her strength may be inconsistent with her level now, it is much better than when she first met Oki. Oki was holding an elf egg and lying on her stomach, lying on a piece of soft grass in the backyard that could be exposed to the sun. Today not only gave all the elves a fake, Oki also gave himself a fake. Since the rebirth, the whole person's nerves have been stretched. Now he has finally achieved the strength of the previous life, and he can breathe a little sigh of relief. Taking a vacation for himself is also for better growth and hard work in the future. Holding the elven egg in both hands, I felt the temperature passed to my hand. www.mentalnovel.com warmer than the sun on my body. Oki mobilized his superpowers to communicate with this egg carefully. Not verbal communication, just emotional communication. It can be obtained from the feedback of superpowers. This unborn baby Lalulus loves the feeling of basking in the sun and the warm feeling of being held in his arms by Oki. Sometimes when life is very tight, so rest assured, think nothing, just feel the happy emotions of the surrounding elves. It is a very enjoyable thing. Aoki likes this feeling, but he can't forget that this world is a cannibal world. Although he now has a little strength, he is still on thin ice. One that island not handled well, whether in the League or the Rockets, will have no place for him. 10 more second more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 808 Gambling and Training welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The Rise of the Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 808 Gambling and Training Begging Ticket 34. Rested all afternoon. In the evening, Aoki took the small broken diamond that was always following him into the residence of the small broken diamond group. During this time, although this mutant little broken diamond did not participate in any battle, it was always with him. Originally I wanted to monitor its abnormal situation in real time, but unfortunately, when the Olympic Games began, the chip went into a dormant state. Now that the chip is restored, it will be able to continue monitoring this little broken diamond. The pink in the original blue diamond on the head is a bit more. It was not clearly seen at first, but now you can see the red texture faintly. Small broken diamonds are still in the mutation, but this mutation is very slow. Now that the chip upgrade is successful, Aoki has formulated a long-term task for the chip, which is to analyze the cause of the abnormal change of the small broken diamond. Even if the cause cannot be analyzed, how to effectively speed up the abnormal change of the small broken diamond. Aoki didn't want to wait for the small broken diamond to complete its own mutation. Waiting for 5 or 6 years was too slow. This little broken diamond is now beside Aoki. He is still familiar with his own job. He emits a little fluorescence in the tunnel. Although it was built without too much involvement, they are still familiar with it, and their construction methods are just that. Aoki saw the Minister of Diamonds when he entered the territory of the small broken diamond. The little broken diamonds are not much different from before, and the Minister of Diamonds is still the same. But now there are a lot more diamonds and minerals on the walls in the entire cave. These are the pieces of the small broken diamonds. Mosaic on the wall as an ornament. Different from the energy they originally drew from the dirt and various rocks. Now they have the energy blocks provided by Aoki, and their lives are not so busy, and they are quite comfortable. Similarly, more diamonds and mineral deposits have fallen from the body. Aoki was not polite and took away all the diamonds and mineral deposits in their storage room. He and the small broken diamond were mutually beneficial, and these things were not very useful to the small broken diamonds. It's just a pity to lose the garbage. The number of small broken diamonds is still so much. After such a long time, there has been almost no change. No reduction or increase. It can be seen that if a small broken diamond group does not have Danxi, it is impossible to expand into a kingdom. With these diamonds and mineral deposits, Aoki sold it without any hesitation to the Dorufamnis Mineral Sale and Acquisition Store in Fuai Town, and got a lot of money. As a half-owner, the owner of this shop also knows Aoki, and there is no meaning to kill him. What is it should be? Aoki immediately connected the money to Fuai Road Museum during this period of time. A large part of it was given to Sky and let it be distributed. The fairies in various regions were purchased as much as possible. Aoki is about to make a big bet. It is foreseeable that with the Sky team's high price acquisition, the market price of these elves will increase. However, after the announcement of the Leprechaun department, there is no comparability at all in terms of the rising proportion. After finishing all these things, Aoki took the elves and began very regular training. Kokodora and the young guys from Kira and Aoki personally led, while the other more powerful elves, such as the Ravenhead and the Dazed King, led the training separately. These two elves are still prestigious among all the elves in Aoki, relatively high. The Dull King is Oka's most powerful elf now, and the Crow's Head is Oka's first elf, where his age and strength are. In addition, the elves already convinced the elder brother and the second elder brother, so Aoki did not need to train too much. One thing to say is that now the two elves, Kixie Bluebird and Dream Demon, have also joined the training together, hoping that their strength can be improved. At the same time, The strength of the elves has changed, so the energy blocks will also change. And the new elves also need to deploy new energy blocks. Aoki gradually realized the convenience of being a power leader. If you want to buy anything, you can let the people below do it. Even if it takes time and effort, they will try their best to do it. What Aoki needs to do is to improve his strength. Coca-Cola and Kira, two tunic type elves, are indispensable for each meal of diamonds and ores, of course. They also have the most training. It's mainly physical and energy control. Coca-Cola and Kira need to manipulate the rock system to create different shapes of sculptures every day. At the same time, Kira also needs to assist the ground system energy. Coca-Cola needs to extract the metal from the stone. This requires control of steel system energy. After the evolution of Lizuang Chicken, the body is no longer as weak as the fire juvenile. Running 500 laps around the backyard every day is his basic training, and the control of the flame energy is the focus of Lizuang Chicken training. The main direction is to control the flame temperature and the explosive force of the flame, compress the fire system energy, and accumulate the flame temperature. He needs to manipulate the flame to melt Coca-Cola and the sculptures built by Kira every day. This is also a very difficult task. If the remaining sculptures cannot be melted, then you need to use your own strength to destroy them. After all, as Okus only fire type elf and the only fighting type elf, Okus requirements are still very high. And Baby Dragon, after eating for a while to restore the qualified energy cube, the baby dragon's qualifications are finally completely restored. As a dragon elf with very pure blood of the dragon series, it is needless to say that his physical fitness is to run behind the strong chicken every day. Aoki did not ask the baby dragon to contact and control the energy. What he wants to do now is to exercise. He must fully develop his own physical talents. Baby dragon's previous experience was miserable, but when training, Aoki didn't mean to be soft. In the beginning, the baby dragon even fainted because of the training content too hard. Fortunately, Aoki as a breeder will not let the baby dragon leave the sequel. To this end, Aoki also thought about reducing the amount of training for the baby dragon, but this little guy is very strong, he just bears it, and there is great perseverance and great energy hidden in the small body. Finally, the newly added Mohai horse, as the first choice of Aoki leisurely spirits. www.mtlnovel.com. Mohai horses circled around a lake in the backyard all day long. After 500 laps around the lake is the training of energy. As a young guy who just joined the Aoki team, it was quite resistant at first. But every day I see my colleagues work so hard, and gradually they accept themselves, and the elves like Mohair have some dragon blood in them. So the body is also excellent among the water elves. The sky can adapt to the amount of training Aoki. As for the other elves, their training is almost fixed. The rest is watermill work. It may not improve a lot every day, but the long-term exercise persists, and the effect is still obvious. If it's not Aoki who thinks of any special exercise methods, or a combination of skills, then they will first do physical training, then energy training, and finally skill training. Firmly believe that training will always see gains. 10 more and third more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 809 made a big money this time. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The Rise of the Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 809. This time I made a big money ticket 44. Aoki will also join the training of the elves. After all, not only does his superpower reach the intermediate level, but because of long-term physical exercise, his physical quality also surpasses ordinary people. Not only that, Aoki found that since the unknown totems were attached to his body, it seemed that his physical fitness would also improve slightly. Although the magnitude of this improvement is much smaller than the increase in superpowers, the general situation is simply not felt at all. Now, Aoki's chip has now recovered, and it can detect the slight changes in Aoki's body. And during exercise, the speed of this improvement has not increased slightly. Now that I have money, what Aoki eats is not ordinary food, and I always absorb a lot of energy from it. which is more conducive to physical exercise. Every day, the strong chicken has to run 500 laps, and Aoki has to run 10 laps. Then there is superpower training. These are all his requirements from now on. Ascend with the elves, so as not to let yourself be attacked too easily when fighting in the wild. Such training continued for a whole week, and what interrupted Aoki training was what he expected. The big event in the league was finally announced. Fairy Department. All the regions of the Alliance, all the Alliance divisions, met at about the same time, and published all the information about the Goblin Department. Aoki, the person who discovered the Goblin Department and became the father of the Goblin, was not announced. In the announcement of the Leprechaun Department, the words nameless were used in the columns of the discoverers and the main participants. This is what Aoki asked the Alliance to do. Except for the high level of the Alliance, even most of the museum owners did not know. That day, everyone who heard Aoki's explanation of the Fairy Department signed a confidentiality agreement. It is because the impact of this thing is too great. Aoki cannot bear. You need to know that in this notice's list of discoveries and studies, the famous doctors, such as Dr. Oki and Dr. Odaki, can only be ranked in the second line. First row. This is such a great honor. It's even more clear that Aoki, who once appeared in the fairy system, cannot bear this honor at all with his current small body and strength. Even because of this thing, Aoki was exposed to the spotlight, so no matter what he did, someone would always stare at him. Aoki will have a lot of things to do, and abandoning these vanity names may frustrate vanity, but it is not worth mentioning compared to the benefits. Anyway, the senior management of the Alliance knows that Aoki discovered it. That's enough. As for ordinary people, knowing it will not bring much benefit to Aoki. For a while, this man named Unknown, who was awarded the title of Doctor by the Alliance. The Unknown Doctor spread throughout the elf world. There are many people who want to find this Unknown Doctor. Some admire, of course. There are those who want to hit him. The appearance of the fairy series has hit the dragon spirits too much, not to mention that it was directly discarded, at least a third of it. Immediately after the introduction of the Leprechaun Department, the Alliance announced a notice that said that the list of leprechaun elves that have now been discovered, except for the local fairies in Carlos, there are more or less one or two other fairies. The fairies were not found. Immediately inspired the enthusiasm of most trainers, went out to find these fairies. Fools can see the difference between the cost of training a dragon spirit and the cost of a fairy spirit. But these elves are relatively rare. How can they be found so easily in the wild? Then there are some people who know the existence of the black market. Those who are scattered in the grey area or simply mixed in underground forces, rushed into the black market the first time, and wanted to buy those elves. It turned out dumbfounded. These elves have been acquired one after another within a week. And the elf vendors were aggressive. I have no idea how things will develop in this way. Originally, they were selling at a high price to those who were regarded as stupid. They made a lot of money and were complacent. As a result, it is clear that they are clever. I am a fool. For a time, all the elf vendors were angry and felt like they were being tricked, making less money and not knowing how much money. You must know that in the elf world, anyone who can become an elf trader is simple, and all of them are some relatively powerful underground forces. If these forces are united, they are also quite scary. However, when people were about to unite here, a smart person stood up. Those who can buy these elves in such a coincident time must be those who know the Goblin Department in advance, and these people are all high-level alliances. However, the senior executives of the Alliance obviously will not go to the black market to acquire the elves, and they must also be made by the underground forces. Then the question arises, what kind of forces can not only know the information only known by the senior members of the Alliance, but also a seemingly huge force that can cover various regions and cities? Thinking about this, these little elf merchants were silent. They closed their mouths. As long as they broke their teeth and swallowed in their stomachs, they couldn't say anything. Can't afford it. Let's be honest and earn what you can make. Although Sky Team bought a lot of these elves because of Oka's strong investment, They also accounted for less than half of the entire market. Originally, Oki's goal was only a neat tenth, but this opportunity was rare, so Oki himself invested almost all of his net worth, and borrowed a lot of money from Ogo and Mikli. Mikli doesn't say that just the money that Ogo lent to Oki was more than the money he invested in. Oki is going to make a big bet. Lost the bet. Anyway, it's not their own money, they lose, and they are not bad money. Typical gambler psychology. Fortunately, Oki's bet is very smooth this time. www.mentalnovel.com. By virtue of the reputation of Zigzoo, he has bought a lot of fairies. Of course, the less than half of the share is still in the hands of the elf vendors. Well now, there weren't many people asking about the elves before, but now they are hot, and the elf merchants certainly want to raise prices crazy. The price increase is even more terrifying than Oki imagined, because they are almost half the amount, so they can only make profits at too high a price. At this time, Oki was standing in the Sky Team's secret base in the back mountain of Fuai Town, looking at the countless elven on the shelf, all kinds of elf spirits with different qualifications. Surprise, it's all money. Big money this time. Rao is Oki, who has lived so long and has not seen so much money. 10 more and 4th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 810. Monopoly. Selling elves. Can anyone who has touched these elves and elven trust them? Oki looked at the elves on the shelf and asked the 4 standing behind him. The 4, Sky, Alec, Miyamoto, and Pirates of the Brigade, were all involved in the incident and were the main personnel responsible for it. And those who go to various regions to buy elves are also sent by them. If those people's mouths are not tight, it will be more troublesome for the Oki and Sky teams. Master, rest assured, those people were orphans who were taken in after we settled in Fuai Town. The routes were very clean and brainwashed by specialized personnel. Now the group of people are members of the dead team of the Sky team and there will be no betrayal. Sky answered respectfully. The other 3 did not speak. For a strength to truly develop, the dying man who dares to die is definitely indispensable. Hearing Sky said, Oki was relieved. 4 of them are now responsible for the Sky team. The disadvantage of many managers is that it is more complicated, and there must be some contradictions between members, and they cannot really get along with each other. The advantage is that the leader only needs to make a balance. As the leader of a faction, what I am most afraid of is that the atmosphere of the people below is very good. So this leader will always worry about his position at all times. Sky and others are also smart people, knowing that as the Sky team grows bigger and bigger, their distance must be farther and farther. If they are as close and intimate as when the Sky team was just created, then there is no need to ask more. Wait until when the Sky team really took shape. It was when they died. Although the strength of the 4 is good, they also know that they are not the material of the leader. Obediently complete their own tasks, follow the footsteps of Oki, and their achievements will not be low in the future. Oki hadn't had much protection against them before, but now needs a little bit of help. Although Oki has always admired people like Sakaki and can use people to believe in people, but that is based on the premise of Sakige's powerful to almost invincible strength. Oki cannot achieve such a degree. So recently, after the chip was restored, Oki let the multilateral beasts to leave some small things in their communication devices and electronic devices on their bodies. This is just in case. Oki's trust in them is still very high now. However, this time involved so much money, people can't pack tickets because of their belly. In fact, the 4 of Sky at this time, apart from knowing how much money they could make, was a little shocked, and did not raise any small thoughts. They only thought of one thing, and that was, Oki actually can lead so many big guys to know that the fairy genre is on the market. What place has it taken in the league? A person who can also sit in a certain position in the Rockets and the league. Not a few of them who have just reached the elite level of trainers can compete. And in their opinion, many of Oki's thoughts could not be seen through, and the mind was not at a level. Be safe and do your own thing. Sir, do you want to sell these elves now? You really made an astronomical figure this time. Miyamoto seemed to be seeing money beckoning to him and couldn't help asking. Oki shook his head, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It is not the time yet, although nearly half of the entire market has been collected by us. There are still half in the market. Let those people digest the half first. These elves, it will only become more valuable and will not depreciate. What is the most effective way to make money? Monopoly. If it can monopolize the entire market, then the price of these elves is okay. Now the fairy genie in the market has been fired at sky-high prices, but it is not enough. There is still room for improvement. But you can't just put it all here. Find a few reliable people, bring some with low qualifications first, earn yourself some working capital, and pay attention to doing things in a local way. If you are found, then pull the rocket's name. Don't let people notice that it is our rich sky team. The sales place is. First choose a few small towns in the Kanto area. Oki said, putting all these elves here is also a large amount of food consumption. So selling those low-quality elves first can also make a lot of money and alleviate economic pressure. Yes, the four were uncontrollably excited. Even the robbers can see the excitement in her eyes. Originally, she followed Oki to create a hunting group. She thought it was making money, but now it seems that it is basically a trail. No wonder Oki did not catch elves later. In fact, she didn't expect that Oki didn't want to catch. But she didn't have time at all. As for the appearance of the fairy department, this means of making money was also Oka's sudden whimsy. Even if the elf can't sell it, don't expose yourself. Take this as the first criterion. Let those dead people go, and if they are caught, let them understand what they want to do. When talking about this, Oki eyes no trace of emotion. As the leader of an underground force, it is inevitable that some people will be sacrificed. Oki has already done this realization. Suddenly in the hearts of the four, they immediately respectfully replied, yes. The elves here have been specially classified for a long time. Among them, the less qualified ones are on a shelf www.untilnovel.com. This is the most, and the more qualified ones are on the middle shelf. These numbers are also good, and those with higher qualifications are at the bottom and the least. These highly qualified elves, Oki are not ready to sell or use them, but want to use their ability to cultivate home to create several breeding areas for these elves. After his professional challenge and survival of the fittest, the elves will become more and more outstanding. Then Oki and Sky have a steady stream of income. Maybe at that time, after the strength of the Sky team comes up, Oki will be able to participate in the elf sales in this industry. But this is violent. When the time will be able to focus on high quality fairy genie. And the first wave of money this time, Oki is going to use to buy some good quality elf for the Sky team. Mainly Meerkat Chop and Bucket Mushroom. These two elves work together very well. Maybe these two elves will become the logo of the Sky team in the future. With Oka's order, the entire Sky team began to act. In fact, many people don't know what the Sky team is busy at present, because Oki let Sky and others divide everyone into groups, and each group only needs to complete some of their own tasks, knowing that the fairies are purchased humans. There are only those dead men and a few high-level people who have direct contact with these elves. Those who are responsible for carrying are only carrying. Those who are responsible for collecting money are only responsible for collecting money. Those who are responsible for selling the elves are only responsible for negotiating the price. And those who are responsible for security are only responsible for alerting security and fighting. The division of labor among individuals is clear, which can not only increase confidentiality, but also increase efficiency. 10 more and 5th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. 4, where to run, eat, chase a fat stick. 9 million rewards plus 59. Chapter 811 End of Windfall. Spend 1 after solving this problem. Oki took the elves back to the planned training. At the same time, the Sky team also began to sell those fairies, but the speed of the sell-off is not fast enough to meet the market demand, and the prices of all the fairies are still rising, and because the Sky team has only sold a few in cities in each region, it has been very coveted and has not attracted the attention of the entire turbulent market, silently making his own fortune. At the same time, People in the market have found that more than one store has a phenomenon of hoarding. If you want to increase the price, the value of the fairy genie has been soaring and has not fallen. Soon after, each of the larger underground forces held a conference, unanimously determined that this is not the way to go, and the price of the fairy spirit must be controlled, otherwise it is not good for anyone. Because of this, the price of fairies is gradually stabilized. When Oki discovered this situation, he waved his hand. Except for those relatively high-quality elves, all others were sold out. Regardless of the price, all are sold to those elf vendors. You can't make more money without retailing, but at the same time avoid the prolonged selling time and troublesome things. Almost overnight, there were a lot of fairies in the hands of elf vendors in various regions. You should know that this is almost half of the original market. Of course, going out at once is to allow the entire market to enter a short period of saturation. The prices of the fairy spirits will definitely fall. The merchants who originally thought they had bought a group of rare elves were dumbfounded again. The fairy genie that has been scarce has so many overnight. Only then did they realize they were being played. But it didn't work. The Sky Team accomplished this very systematically and disciplinedly. Even after it was done, not many people inside the Sky Team knew what they were doing, so let alone the vendors. The investigation did not investigate much. Really made a lot of money. Oki took 70% of them directly after knowing it. After all, he had invested all his net worth this time, and owed a big debt to Ogo and Mikli, of course, to get the most return. Of course Sky and others would not say anything. They knew how big Oki was betting this time. Even if only 30% is left, it is enough for the Sky Team to develop for a long time, and there is no shortage of short-term funds. At the same time, the four of them were the main participants, and Oki allowed them to divide half of the remaining 30%. This is also a huge investment for them. It will make their way more smooth in the future. Express gratitude to Oki. Oki once again became a shopkeeper. Anyway, both the Sky Team and the Futaba Museum have been on track, and Oki can devote himself to his own affairs. The first time I returned the money to Ogo and Mikli, at the same time thanked them and asked them when to come to Fuai Town to play, and they can help them make new custom energy blocks and so on. At this time, Oki was much better than ordinary senior breeders in their eyes, but Oki did not announce it. The senior executives in the league also knew, but did not say. Otherwise the old guys who cultivated the guild would not be crazy. In order to repay their money, Oki took out 10% of the proceeds, leaving himself with 60% left. Unless all the spirits of Oki enter the Uranus level overnight, there will be no shortage of resources for the time being. Taking out 10% of them, through the relationship between the Rockets and the Alliance, Oki acquired a large number of scientific research equipment and various high-tech devices, including communication devices, transmission devices, detection devices, treatment devices, etc. There is also a complete set of small virtual shields. This is the most expensive one, which is collected from the Rocket's redemption list, and half of it is spent money. This is Oki's preparation for the mysterious and uninhabited island that was found on the sea. Multilateral Beast 2 is almost tested. You can rest assured that the elves are on that island. Although no one has discovered the island for the time being, it is not allowed to be encountered later. That's why Oki purchased a set of virtual shielding devices from within the Rockets. As long as they are installed in various locations on the island can be stealthed, so the safety factor is much higher. Anyway, no one found and cared about it, and doing so only reduced the probability of being found. The island has a mysterious source of energy, and the elves live on it, and their strength will increase a lot faster. The communication devices, transmission devices, etc. purchased at the same time will be installed on the island, so that Oki will be able to get the elf you want at any time through the transmission device, and will not lower other elves because of field experience. Growth rate. This is the plan that Oki made after discovering the island. Now, when the fairies have appeared, they have made a fortune to do so, otherwise there will be no extra resources to cook the island. However, there are still some problems on the island that need to be explored by Oki. Otherwise he would not rest assured that the elves are placed on it. www.mentalnovel.com. These are plans for a period of time, and now I still train in the backyard mainly, digest the soaring strength and what you have learned in the Battle of the God Olympics during the Olympic Games. At the same time, the strength of the elves of the second echelon is on the right track. They also need to improve their strength, otherwise the effect of training will become smaller and smaller. Now that Oki is rich, a lot of precious materials can be used. But after using it, I found out that the original amount of money was not much. It was just some exclusive qualification enhancement medicaments and some customized versions of wound repair medicaments, which cost a lot of money. Money is never enough. The more you earn, the more you spend, because the level of consumption and the quality of the purchases are no longer on a level. But there is also a good saying: the more people who spend money, the more money they will make. These are some episodes in the training, and will not affect Oki's training plan for the elves. Every time after a lot of battles, you have to calm down and train well, which is more conducive to the growth of the elves. Although the speed of the battle is fast, it is not stable, which will bring higher impact in the future. Great influence. However, the little ones haven't fought for a long time. Coupled with the baby dragon that has just joined the training and the new Mohai horse, the two elves have never fought with Oki. So after training, Oki will also take these little guys to the wild hills to find some wild elves to fight and return to the backyard before dark. At this time, the elves in the back mountains were just right for them to fight. 10 more and 6th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. 4, where to run. Eat, chase a fat stick. 9 million rewards plus 69. Chapter 812. Uncontrollable void. As usual, after finishing the morning training, Oki took them by Kira into the back mountain in the afternoon. In order not to affect the training of the remaining elves, Oki did not let the remaining elves follow, except for the Doll King. Just for the back mountain and some extended mountains behind it, there are no particularly powerful elves, and the Doll King is just to be able to return to the backyard by moving instantly. The main combat members are Coca-Cola, Eucla, Strong Chicken, Mohair, and the baby dragon entering the growth stage. Of course, because the baby dragon has just entered the growth stage, the level is the lowest. But after training and fighting during this time, the promotion of the baby dragon is also the largest. Each battle is a battle that spans a large level. Although he may mainly use it as a draw, the gain is still great. Today Coca-Cola's level has reached level 26, Kira has reached level 21, Strong Chicken level 24, Baby Dragon level 15, and Mohai Horse level 18. These are the fruits and gains of battle during this time. Now that the elves are up, Oki can take them to go deeper. The control of wild elves is in the range of level 20 to level 30. It is the best and most suitable for Kira to fight them. This regular life has been going on for a long time. Although there is no such a thrill of strength soaring, but the steady improvement of strength has brought great motivation to the elves. As we continued inside, we came to the strange lake where Absolu was once found. The elves here are more suitable for fighting by Kira. If there are fewer wild elves during the battle, Oki will send the elves to fight alone. If there are more elves, only the little ones will come together. But shortly after arriving here, Oki discovered some anomalies. Because the number of wild elves here is unusually small, it seems like someone has been swept away. Someone else has been here. This is Oki's first reaction. However, I didn't particularly care about it. Haoshan is not the exclusive territory of Oki, so it is normal for others to come. Some people, like Oki, like to practice in the wild. These trainers are really the trainers who are sharpened between life and death. Their strength is often much stronger than that of trainers of the same level. If it is a life and death battle, the opportunity for trainers of the same level is not their opponent. Now that it has been mobbed, Oki is going to change places. This place will no longer be a suitable place to fight in a short time. But just as Oki was about to leave, he found something else. From the very thick bushes, there were some fragments of clothes. and there were messy footprints on the ground, indicating that fierce fighting had taken place here, and it can be seen from the size of the footprints that it was not a person. A group of people entered the back mountain. Aoki gradually became interested. Follow the direction of the footprints, and slowly approached the past. The piece of clothing just on the bushes made Aoki feel like he had known him sincerely. Sure enough, without much walking, I saw a camp. Aoki is familiar with the signs in the tent group in the camp. Void? The Void organization in Zijing City is also the first organization that has conflicts with Aoki. Although Aoki has made a lot of money from this organization, now their camps here must be problematic. He was very fit and jumped, then grabbed the branch and climbed a few times, and Aoki came to the tree. Hiding in the dense foliage, Aoki looked down to observe the situation below. There are not many people in the camp. There are 5 tents in total, and there is probably one person in each tent. The tent in the middle was the largest, and Aoki felt that everyone was inside at this time with his superpowers. After reaching the intermediate superpowers, Aoki's perception and listening field greatly improved. Standing on the tree can also hear what people not far below say. No, there was a voice in the tent. The voice continued, "We can't rush into action. My lord arranged for us to stay here. This is for stability, not rash impulse and start. But I think it's a good thing now. The other party didn't notice us at all. If you slowly approach the past, you can definitely catch the other party by surprise." Another voice sounded. The voice was a little low. "Are you stupid? How many others? How many of us? Even if the strength of the other party is not very strong, just the 5 of us passed, not to deliver food?" Another voice appeared, a female voice. "Okay, don't say it. It's definitely impossible to fight in the past. The adults have arranged for us to be stationed here, just to launch a raid, or wait for the signal. I believe that people who are stationed in our body like us should less." It is estimated that at the beginning of the war, he was caught off guard and attacked the opponent's back. Cut. It's not just a small organization in a small town. Even if we are weak in the void now, they can't compare. This is the voice that has always advocated attacking people. Small town? You haven't seen how fast the current development of Fuai Town? It is said that the owner of the Fuai Dao Pavilion is still the focus of the Alliance's training. www.mtlnovel.com. The Alliance strongly supports, but now Fuai Town is rich, oil flowing. That's the way to say it. Otherwise a few adults won't discuss the need to retreat to Fushai Town. And the pressure of our void in Zijing City is growing. The female voice sounded. This small organization, called the Sky Team, doesn't seem to have heard of the leader, and can't inquire about the news. Regardless of who he is, it must be right without our void. This is definitely a fanatical member of the void organization. Okay. Be quiet. What you have to do now is to first explore the surroundings and wait for the orders of the adults. The last voice sounded. After his voice sounded, the others stopped talking, as if they were their captains. Aoki, standing on the tree, narrowed her eyes. Void organization? It seems that the speed of development of Fuai Town has also caused them to attach great importance. Repelled and suppressed in Zijing City. Ready to retreat to Fuai Town? Want to get started with Sky Team? Can't hold it? Think that a Sky Team that has just been set up not long ago has not much strength and can be used at will. Aoki's eyes shone coldly, seeing several people going out to explore the surrounding environment in different directions. Nodding to the dull king around him, he disappeared in place using instant movement. It does look at how much power these people have. Void organization. Aoki has also been following them for a long time, originally wanted to wait for a while, wanted to wait until he contacted the Uranus level, and then started. Now the opponent is focusing on himself. 10 more and 7th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. 4, where to run. Eat, chase fat sticks. 9 million rewards plus 79. Chapter 813. Growing little guys. Aoki caught up with one of the leaving Nether members during the momentary movement of the Doll King. The one who said at the beginning that they would launch raid on the Sky Team. After coming out of the instantaneous movement, I went straight up, with a spoonful of snake beside him, Keeping a sufficient safety distance, Aoki got the data of the other elf, a green spoon, 29 level rice spoon snake. Did not even reach 30. I don't know where the confidence can come to attack the Sky Team. Maybe they still treat the Sky Team as they saw the Black Snake Gang in the past. This is understandable. But is the Sky Team comparable to the previous Black Snake Gang? It's just that the leader is bad. For such a small role, there is no need for Dawang to do anything. Aoki did not launch an attack directly, attacking the other side, but appeared on the other side's way brightly. When the other side saw Aoki suddenly appearing, the response was quick. There was no nonsense. He launched an attack directly on Aoki and summoned several other elves. It can be seen from here that although this void person has average strength, the quality of survival in the wild is still good. However, Aoki was also prepared for this person's elf by Kira, their opponent. It happens that the level of the elves is not very high, and they can train their hands to Coca-Cola and Kira. When the opponent summoned all 4 of his elves, he saw Aoki summoned the lineup of elves. Suddenly stunned, what did he see? The quasi-god elf consists of Kira, the baby dragon, and very rare elves such as Coca-Cola and Mohama. At first sight, greed appeared in his eyes. He regarded Aoki as a fledgling alliance member, and also a member of that large family. There are 2 people who have 2 quasi-gods in one's hands. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. If you will be able to grab the opponent's elves, who cares what Sky Team or Void organization, go high flying, go to a remote place to cultivate the elves silently, wait until all evolution, then come out. Then they will be strong. Thinking of it, greed in the eyes is even worse. Aoki saw his expression in his eyes and knew what he was thinking. The survivability in the wild is good, but my brain seems a little difficult to use. Even if he is a member of an ordinary alliance that has only such strength, it is not his identity that can provoke him. Wouldn't you think about it? A person who came out with 2 quasi-gods was not protected by others? Shaking his head, watching the other 4 elves rush up, Aoki no longer thought about it. By Kira, invisible rock, and then use rockfall. Coco-Dora, rush up to use metal claws. Strengthen your chickens, and accumulate flames. Baby dragon, wait for dragon breath. Mohair, water gun attack. Aoki gave attack instructions to all 5 elves. At present, 4 of the 5 elves in Aoki can use dragon skills, indicating that they have dragon blood in their bodies, which is still very scary. Everyone else thinks that after the emergence of the fairy system, it will cause a fatal blow to the dragon spirit. But in fact they are all different. The reason why the dragon spirits are strong is not only because of their strong skills and strong attack power, but also their body is more important. As long as there is a bit of dragon spirit in the body of this elf will be much stronger than similar elves. This is an important reason why dragon spirits can stand out. Although the appearance of the fairy series will have a great impact on the dragon spirits, it will not actually cause a fatal blow. This is the main reason why the Yulong family and the Dragon Valley guys can still sit, because they see through the really powerful dragon spirits. Kira's control of energy is now the strongest among these little guys in Aoki's hands. And the energy fragments with Gulado are improving his energy control all the time. Although it is ground-based energy, in fact, energy control methods can be figured out, so the invisible rock skill is best released by Kira. Coca-Cola is the strongest defensive force and the highest level of these elves, of course, is on the front line. The venom of a spoonful of snakes could do no harm to him at all. Lizuang chicken runs 500 laps in the backyard every day. In addition to the huge improvement in physical fitness, more is the improvement and control of speed. The skill of accumulating flames was learned not long ago. Accumulating the energy of the fire system in the body can not only cause damage to the opponent, but also increase the speed of the strong chicken. It is an acceleration characteristic, and the energy storage flame strike can bring stronger effects to strong chickens. And after the baby dragon came to the level, he began to learn some new dragon skills. Dragon breath is the most used and most proficient. Although the baby dragon has a lot of powerful dragon skills in her genetic skills, he can't really use them now. Sometimes it is forced to use it, and it also causes a lot of damage to himself because of insufficient control. So Oki let him start with the Dragon Breath skill to understand dragon skills. As for the mohair, although he is an elf who is accustomed to water, he can't move on the shore without a watch. The speed of action is only slightly slower. Recently, Oki was arranging the Mohai horse to learn the control of the water energy ball with the giant marsh monster and the mosquito repellent frog emperor, and strive to learn the ability to swim in the air with the energy of the water system like Michaelis Lovefish. It takes a long time to contact and exercise www.untilnovel.com. There is no less control of ability, so it is estimated that it will take a long time. And now it is mainly straight up to release skills. The 5 little guys cooperated quite well after this period of fighting. After Kira's invisible rock falls, the speed of the opponent's rushing is reduced. Then Crocodile rushed to the front with the elves, and the metal claws fanned up against the snake's forehead. The size of the opponent's elves looked a bit bigger than them, but when they fought, they discovered that they were not opponents at all. By era they don't look as weak as they are. Although Quasi-God Elf still has late evolving elf like Coca-Cola, in the first form in the early stage, the combat ability is relatively weak. However, Oki laid the foundation for them for a long time, unlimited supply of a large number of customized high-level energy blocks, and Coca-Cola and Ukulele feed on diamonds and various rare ore, which are not ordinary elves at all. Compared to, that is, the baby dragon and Mohama horses that later joined the elf were slightly worse, but their pressure was not great, as long as the attack could serve as a drag. As a result, the opponent did not have a third high-level elves, and they were directly defeated by Kira. The first time I tried this kind of sweetness to fight with other trainers, Kira and they were all excited. They were eager to try and look like they would fight again. Oki solved the void organization, and then threw the body directly into a different space. There is also this usefulness in different spaces, and it must be said that the ruins are simply amazing. 10 more 8th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. 4, where to run, eat, chase a fat stick. 9 million rewards plus 89. Chapter 814 Hobbies. By Kira touched their heads one by one and fed several energy blocks as a reward. Oki felt their excitement and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there are still a lot of battles in the back, but you need to be prepared." Yuki was happiest, shouting with a fist, very excited. Then suddenly thought of something, turned around and flipped up in his small red school bag. Coca-Cola immediately ran over when she saw Kira's action. Sure enough, Kira pulled out 2 thumb-sized diamonds from the small school bag, one held in his hand and took a sip, and the other gave Coca-Cola directly. Under the teaching of Oki, Kira learned to share. Seeing that the 3 elf chickens looked at him sternly, it was only after Kira thought of it that he took out 3 diamonds from the backpack again and put them in front of them, indicating that he was welcome. Oki looked ashamed. Kira has a very strange habit, or hobby. That is, I like to hide food. I like to put some of the remaining diamonds in a small backpack, and I can take them out whenever I am hungry. Looking at Coco-Dora's familiar movements, obviously, this is not the first time they have done so. Li's Wang Chicken looked at the diamond in his hand, smirked, and returned it to Kira, and said that he was welcome. Joke. Are these things really for the elves? Only these 2 perverts can eat. But after eating these things, their bodies are really strong, and they all have a diamond touch. Strong Chicken is still a bit envious. What you eat makes sense. This is the first time that Baby Dragon has received this kind of thing. I have also seen it eaten by Kira and Coca-Cola before, but it was all food distributed by Oki. He also had his own food and didn't think much. Now that Kira and Coca-Cola are so happy to eat, I can't help but want to try it. Click. Don't think too much. It's not the sound of the diamond being bitten, but the baby dragon has been put to its teeth. I saw some moist in his eyes at this time, looking at the thumb-sized diamond without any change in his hands. His tears almost ran down. Fortunately, he has a strong personality, and stumbled back. But the teeth really hurt. But looking at the cheerful appearance eaten by Kira and Coca-Cola, the baby dragon thought it was because he was not strong enough. When you become stronger, you must eat diamonds. For the time being, just give it back to you, Kira. Li Zhuang Chicken covered his mouth and almost laughed. Still, the Mohai horse is relatively old and experienced, and at a glance, it is not that he can eat it. Thanks, and decided that Kira can let him eat it by himself. In this way, after eating 2 diamonds by Kira and Coca-Cola, their snack time ended happily. Aoki looked at this scene with a smile and said nothing. This is also a way for the elves to communicate with each other and increase their feelings. At least, Kira now knows how to share and collaborate. Is a good progress. After a little rest and adjustment, the elves took them out of here. There are 4 people in the Void organization waiting to be processed. Aoki also wanted to torture their captain. What exactly was Void plan? Under the momentary movement of the Dull King, they have no possibility of avoiding, and Aoki is more familiar with Haoshan than them, and the survivability in the wild is much stronger than them. As long as you find a little trace, you can find them. Reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance capabilities are also an indispensable ability for survival in the wild, but this requires you to learn a little bit by yourself. Obviously their anti-reconnaissance capabilities are not as good as those of Aoki. All the remaining 3 people who went out to explore the surrounding environment were directly resolved. The last captain was waiting for news in their camp, but he couldn't wait for someone, and finally waited for Aoki. Without saying a word, it was up to Kira and Coca-Cola to destroy their camp, and then defeat the captain. Although they are their captains, their strength is not very strong. It is estimated that they are from the captain to the captain. It caused some obstacles to them and caused a little hurt to them, but the ending was the same. After Aoki dealt with the injuries on Kira, they slowly questioned the members of this Void organization. At the beginning, the mouth was still hard, but after Aoki summoned the Dull King, he was honest. Either answer honestly, or just Dull Wang forcibly hypnotizes him and gets what he wants. After knowing the strength of the Dumb King, he obediently told the plan of the Void. In fact, their small team of 5 people was the first advanced team sent by the Nether, mainly to investigate the situation of Haoshan, and some information about the Sky Team. Although people in the Void organization look down on the Sky Team, some carders still like to be cautious. The Void is no longer than it was then, and with enemies everywhere, everything is done with care. This made the person just expressed dissatisfaction, because they were a temporary team, and each person was sent by a carder. The person just now was under the control of a more radical carder. The proposal to retreat from Fuai Town was made by the carder named Kanan. Fuai Town was originally the chassis of his secret subordinates. He knew the development of Fuai Town best. He had been jealous, but he never made a shot. Now that the Void is too difficult to move in Zijing, Kanan made this proposal. As long as the Void can smoothly retreat from Zijing City to Fuai Town, then Kanan is the leader, and he will have a lot of popularity when he is a candidate leader. Originally, the rest of the carders did not agree. www.mentalnovel.com. He is really very embarrassed in Zijing City now, and the other forces have almost penetrated the details of the Void. Knowing their leader, the only King Masters have disappeared for a long time. A big cake is right in front of them, and those strengths can't help it anymore. The Void is either eaten by them, or they can only withdraw from the 2 choices of Zijing City. The rapid development of Fuai Town was regarded as their first place of retreat. The next investigation teams will be sent out, and many will lurk in the mountains. When the Void organization launches an attack on Fuai Town, these lurking people will launch sneak attacks behind them. Lions and rabbits also need to use their full strength. Although the Void organization is now dilapidated, at least it has not lost the most basic things. It's true that Aoki took a second look at this organization. Maybe there are a few nice people inside. A smile appeared on Aoki's face, and he opened a gap in a different space with a wave, letting Kira throw all the things in this camp. This one hand deterred the captain again. Are you sure you are not an elf? Then Aoki grabbed the opponent's collar, put his other hand on the Dumb King's back, and disappeared directly into place. When it appeared again, it was already in the secret base of the Sky Team in Haoshan. This person was then lost and saw some stunned Sky Team members in Oki. Call me all four carders. Oki walked into the Sky Team's conference room without saying a word. This is the first time Oki has come to the meeting room. 10 more 9th more. Guaranteed monthly pass. 4, where to run. Eat, chase fat sticks. 9 million rewards plus 99. Finish to Big Brother. Chapter 815. Ready to enter the Uranus 7th Bluebird thanks to the magic under the stars. But when that Sky Team member reacted, Oki had disappeared into the conference room, raining out in a hurry. As for the members of the Void group, they were anyway and could not run away for the time being. And here is the headquarters of the Sky Team. Let an outsider run out. How can they mix? After receiving the news, Sky and Pirate Brigade immediately dropped the things in their hands and rushed back to the Sky Team base. At this point Oki had been sitting on the first seat of the conference room and waited for some time. The 4 Sky hurriedly walked in from outside and saw Oki trot immediately. Oki waved her hand to the 4 to sit down and speak. Seeing Oki's movement, a stone suddenly fell in the hearts of the 4. Thinking that something happened to Oki's dissatisfaction. I just caught a small team organized by the Void on the back of the mountain, and I solved it, and the captain was also arrested by me, Oki said slowly. Hearing Oki's words, the 4 sitting in the position slowly frowned. Void organization, they knew it a long time ago. Because Fuai Town was snatched from the Kada in the Void, the Sky Team has always regarded the Void as a powerful imaginary enemy. Now that Oki has found a squad in the mountains, it shows a lot. No need to guess anything else. Void is ready to start. Oki didn't ask them to think about it, and said the result directly. He didn't have much time to waste. That is to say, the Sky Team is now profitable, and it is a relatively large source of Oki resources. It cannot be discarded at any time. And the Void is also caught by Oki. The 2 sides have an inexplicable tacit understanding. Heard that the 4 sat upright. Void is not a small organization. It can be regarded as a medium or higher organization in Feniyuan area. It is a little famous in Feniyuan area, and it is a big force in Zijing City. It is troublesome for such an organization to operate against the Sky Team. Sir, what do we need to do? Sky asked. Recently you doubled the scope of your patrol, and then sent a special combat team to investigate around to see if there were other Void teams lurking in the mountains. There may be unbeatable opponents. You are always ready to shoot. But don't worry, people with the strength of the other Quasi Kings will not do it yet. Oki said to the 4 and scheduled the mission at the same time. In order to prevent the people in the Void from lurking and launching a sneak attack, those who entered the back of the mountain must be destroyed. However, in order to deal with the Void organization, Sky's 4 people at most are left behind, and they cannot fight in frontal battles. Yes, the 4 answered in unison. Oki sat in the position for a long time without any movement, and the 4 Sky did not dare to show anything. One more thing, Oki said suddenly. There are people from the Rockets faction in the Sky Team. Whether it's one or a group, find out for me. Hearing here, the brigade was okay. The recruitment of these people was not under her control, but the 3 Sky suddenly became agitated, and the sweat on their back came out immediately. Recruiting members was checked by the 3 of them. Now Oki says that there are spies from other factions of the Rockets, and that is their responsibility. Sky, Alec, and Miyamoto stood up. Master. Oki reached out to stop them, and continued, I didn't want to investigate your intentions. I also understand your loyalty. That person did not cause any damage. It is difficult to find out, but you all keep a snack. Rather than kill by mistake, let it go. Also, anyone who shows signs of betrayal and investigates the identity of the spies has solved it for me. No need to keep your hands. For these people, Oka's attitude must not be let go. Otherwise it will not be the case that such people will become more and more many. Killing a few can also kill chickens and tamarins. Yes, the 3 of Sky couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead and responded quickly. After the command, Oki left directly. Now the Sky Team also has thousands of people, and there must be some other forces in it. This is unavoidable for these people. Oki can tolerate, after all, it is not clean. Even top-level players like the Rockets and the League are deeply penetrated internally. However, someone inside Sky Team definitely revealed Tigahai about his whereabouts, so Oki couldn't bear it. I have been busy training the elves and earning money from the fairies. Oki has forgotten such a thing. After being reminded by those in the void today, it was considered a reaction. This person must scoop this person out. Otherwise, Oka's heart is hard. The original elf training program was suddenly forced to stop, and it still felt a bit uncomfortable. But now the void has not really started, and Oki has plenty of time. When the other party found that the team they had arranged to lose had all lost contact, they didn't know what to do. Oki welcomed the carders of the other party. It was during this time that the Dull King had been training and felt a little bored. Returning to the deep forest again and continuing the planned training mission, the Cocodola were summoned by Oki again. It was by Era that they suffered some minor injuries in the battle just now, but after a while in the Elven Ball, they recovered almost. Continue training. When the sun is already hanging from the branches, Oki returned to the backyard on time. It was dinner time, but another incident happened, interrupting Oki's plan. However, Oki was happy to see it, because, after waiting for this, under the continuous deployment of Oki, the Tanabata bluebird that has accumulated so long has finally started to break through to the Heavenly King level. Kixie Bluebird, who was originally living in the corner of the backyard, was in an ups and downs and was very unstable. When it was low, it only felt like being a junior king, but when it was strong, it had already exceeded her peak level. Oki set them aside by Era, and rushed over with the Dull King. There was a hint of joy on his face. Although Kixie Bluebird cannot be regarded as Oka's elves, Oki can command her. Even if a Uranus level elf fights by herself, her strength is very strong. And the Star Festival Bluebird is not an ordinary elf. This is a dragon elf. After reaching the level of Heavenly King, the strength is stronger. The chip starts up and monitors changes on the Tanabata Bluebird in real time. Oka's elves currently have the highest level of Dull Kings. They are still 2 levels away to enter the Uranus level. But how will they enter the Uranus level and what will change after entering? Oki has no clue. Why is it so troublesome to break into the Uranus level? It is because not all elves can enter the Uranus level. www.mplnovel.com. Uranus level elves have certain qualification requirements. For example, a light blue qualification elf is qualified to impact the championship level. Only qualified elves have the qualification to attack the king level. This is one of the main reasons why the elves are divided into qualifications. Of course, qualification is not the only criterion, just theoretically. There are several other green-legible elves who can also enter the Heavenly King level, and cyan-legible elves can also enter the champion level. This is all possible. It's just relatively few, so it's ignored by most people. Kixie Bluebird's qualifications have reached a teal color. In theory, there should be no problem in entering the Uranus level, but I don't know why she stayed at the peak of the Quasar for so long. At this point, the Star Festival Bluebird has arrived at a critical moment, and Oki just caught up. 10th more explosion is over. Adding more rewards to the Fantasy 233 boss under the starry sky. This 10 is more likely to involve the connection of some plots, that is, the development of ordinary elves, without much climax. However, after all, it is not always an orgasm, and training elves is also a focus of this book. Then thank you for the 11 million rewards of the Fragrant Cold Ink boss, becoming another leader of this book. Thank you for the great rewards from the gangsters who are from Hongyan, Bithuang Huangquan, and Joker 7Z. And all the friends who are giving rewards, thank you guys. Even if the book is over in September, it has received more than 4,400 monthly tickets, maintaining the 8th place in the light novel list. Thank you for your monthly ticket support. National Day. I wish you a happy National Day. Then finally ask for a guaranteed monthly pass in the hands of everyone. We burst from time to time. Chapter 816 Analysis of Breakthrough. Oki looked serious. The chip turned on in real time, and slowly walked to the side of Kixie Bluebird. At this moment, the Kixie Bluebird closed her eyes, and a strong energy of dragon and flight escaped from her. I took out the prepared medicine from the storage space, and maybe I can provide some medicine to help when Kixie Bluebird is out. Feeling someone approaching, Kixie Jadebird opened his eyes fiercely, and his eyes flickered with ferocious magpies. As an elf who has lived in the wild to the present, that is, he has only followed Oki for some time recently, his beast nature has not completely dissipated. At this critical moment, the subconscious reaction was very fierce, but after seeing Oki approaching, his eyes softened gradually. Oki reached out and stroked the soft feathers of the Tanabata Bluebird, carrying some superpower energy on his hand, which could play a soothing role. At the same time, the medicines were opened one by one and fed into the mouth of the starfish. After the potion fell, the momentum of the Tanabata Jadebird was even stronger. Finally, after 10 minutes, the momentum of Kixie Jadebird stabilized at the apex, and the fluctuation stopped. After so long, Kixie Jadebird spent so long at the summit of Zunchen King, and finally successfully broke through to the level of Uranus. True Uranus. Kixie Bluebird has a joy on his face. First, he stretched out his head and froze on Oki's face. After showing his intimacy, he opened his wings and shouted happily. Two little green birds happily flew to her mother's side, hovering, pleased for her. They also knew that their mother had made great efforts to break through to the Heavenly King level, but could not reach it, and now they finally broke through successfully. They were happy for her. Chip. Has the entire process been recorded? Oki asked about the chip while he was happy for Kixie Jadebird. This was the first time Oki saw an elf break through the Heavenly King class. The momentum is not great. The Crimson Cyan qualification of Tanabata has never been able to break through. But that is the key to the problem. The whole process has been recorded. The chip's voice sounded. Analyze the reason why Kixie Jadebird can't break through for a long time, and what is the opportunity for her successful breakthrough this time. At the same time, analyze whether the medicines given to her before have a substantial effect on breaking through the Heavenly King level. Oki once again the chip issues an order. The task is established. Start analysis. Please be patient. After the chip task was established, it went silent. I believe the chips that have been upgraded today should be much faster to analyze. Entering the Heavenly King level of Kixie Festival Birds is still very helpful for Oki. Not only the improvement of strength, but also demonstrated to Oki how to improve it, so that the original confused Oki found a direction. Although I don't know if the direction is right, after all. There are some eyebrows. Oki speculates that the reason why Kixie Bluebird reached the peak of Zuntanwang for a long time cannot be broken may be due to not feeling enough pressure. On Dream Island, the Star Festival Bluebird is the existence of the Overlord level. Even if some of the island level elves on the island do not dare to provoke her at will, because she is able to fly, and is still a dragon elves, the combat power is very close to the Sky King in a short time. It can compete with the ordinary Uranus level for a short time. Then she will live on Neverland without any pressure. With her two little guys, she will be more comfortable and more difficult to break through. But after coming out of Dream Island with Oki, Oki took the Star Festival Bluebird to fight against the powerful ancient sea, and then saw the horrible ridges. At the same time, he felt deep frustration and felt a lot of pressure. So, after calming down and feeling, Kixie Jadebird finally broke through to the Heavenly King level. Oki smiled and walked away slowly. Both time and space are left to the Tanabata Bluebird and two little green cotton birds. Now that Tanabata Jadebird has successfully broken through to the Heavenly King level, Oki has more confidence in his plan. At least the feasibility is much higher. This time the Tanabata Jadebird waited for a breakthrough and saved a total of less than a month. A little more than 3 weeks. It has been more than 3 weeks since Oki returned to the town of Futaba, and the Tanabata Bluebird has accumulated so long. I don't know if it's a special case or every elf needs to save this long. The Uranus level is like a fresh toy. For a time, it is difficult for Oki to completely figure it out, and he can only guess and try constantly. Now there are some brow. After settling the Tanabata Bluebird, Oki began cooking the elves' dinner as usual. Now, there are a lot of elves in Oki's hands, and he wants to cook so many things all at once, not by him alone. Fortunately, Oki still has a lot of helpers here. Like the big milk tank of Oki's best helper, she now lives comfortably in the backyard, and carefree life is what she longs for most. Now she is even fatter. She is the main elves who help Oki make dinner. Of course, there are other elves, such as Mrs. Huiji, Gengui, and the head of a crow, and they are all good helpers. For little guys like Coca-Cola and Yukiira, this time is more about their playing time. For these 3 months and weeks, in the previous week, they were mainly training here. The middle week began to try to learn from the elves. The next week, Oki took them to Haoshan to fight. Kokodora has the highest level, but because the baby dragons have just joined the battle, they can't find overpowered elves at first, so Kokodora's level upgrade is relatively slow. But now the levels of the elves are up. www.mtlnovel.com. That is, it is time for Kokodora to show his skills. At this time, the elves of the second echelon of Oki's main force were all experts in independent operations. Even Mohama was gifted for independent operations. Of course, collective fighting is also what they are now in contact with and learning. The making of dinner is a big project every day. Fortunately, Oki has purchased many high-tech tools and devices. Many ingredients can be processed directly with tools and kitchen utensils. An hour later, a hearty dinner was made. Although making dinner every day is cumbersome and tedious, and it takes a lot of time, Oki still insists on doing this every day, because in his opinion, making food for his elf is also a way to pull in the relationship with the elf. Every time I see the elves eating delicious food or energy cubes, Oki feels very lucky and happy. Suddenly the pressure to survive was much less. These are all gains from the tedious life. Happy National Day. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 817. Call Dad just finished dinner. The Doll King immediately came over and found Oki. Oki saw the expression of the Dumb King and knew what was going on. Immediately a surprise expression appeared, and then one person and one elf disappeared in place. In Oki's room, there was a device on the table containing the elven eggs of Larulas. At this time, the time shown on the incubator has returned to 0, and a large number of superpowers have emerged from the eggs. The Doll King just felt the superpower energy that escaped from the elven egg, so he immediately reminded Oki, Larulas is about to hatch. Oki opened the incubator. Without the obstruction of the incubator, more and more super energy escapes from the elven eggs. And there are some special other energies, which are estimated to be the energy of the fairy system. Click. Click. The eggshell began to crack. Small cracks appeared on the surface of the elven eggs, and then the cracks became larger and larger, and a mist of energy that looked like substantive superpowers and fairy spirits emerged from the cracks. It was just a ray of psi, like a sigh of psi, which disappeared immediately after its appearance. Then the elven egg became more and more severe until a small white hand suddenly got out of the crack in the elven egg. Then the pieces of the elven egg fell off from it. The appearance of the elf inside was revealed. A piece of green hair is like a pot lid, covering most of the head directly, and there are 2 red flat-shaped corners on the top of the head, one behind the other. These 2 horns are said to be the receivers of Larula's use of superpowers and sensing others' emotions. Looking up, you can see the 2 red eyes under the hair, and a small mouth that is not too big. The whole body was white except for hair and horns, so I wore a white coat. Larulas looked up and saw Oki looking directly at him. Lalunuonu called out, with a smile on Oki's face. Larulas hatched much more smoothly than he thought. However, Oki soon discovered the anomaly of Larulas. It cannot be said to be abnormal, but there are some differences in the body. This Larulas was not a flashing elf, but Oki saw a thick blue hair in the thick green hair on her head. This is. Oki was incomprehensible for a moment. Is it because Larulas has changed, or is it because of Akron's blessing? As a blue holy mushroom, Akron's blessing can help little Larulas to improve his willpower, and a strand of blue hair can understand it. I just don't know if this is the reason. Lalula's cried again. From the two flat red horns on her head, a wave of superpower fluctuations suddenly appeared, communicating the spirit of Oki and the Doll King. You can use ECG just after hatching. Hug voice sounded in Oka's mind. I saw her open her two small hands, looking towards Oki, looking as expected. Oki suddenly laughed even more happily. Loras hugged him, and felt the temperature of Lora's body when his palms were in contact with her body. Elves like Larula's are very shy, but if you are happy and excited, the temperature on your body will rise. Hugging Lalura's is not difficult for Oka's physical fitness, and her weight and Yuki-era are simply not a hierarchy. Moreover, Larula's body is very soft, just like holding a hot water bottle that is not very hot, very comfortable. The Idiot King, but I found a genius apprentice for you to teach her well, Oki said to the Idiot King with a smile. Yeah? Do you know what the Dumb King's expression is on his face? This is what it looks like now. Although the Idiot King had known that Oki had found an apprentice for himself, how could he have thought that she was a woman? Lalai! Exclamation mark. Seeing the dull look of Doll King, Oki laughed, and it has been a long time since I saw this expression on Doll King's face. Larula's, the Doll King will be your master in the future. You must learn from him, Oki said with a smile to Larula's in his arms. He knew that Larula's could understand it, because being able to say the word hug meant that she had been sufficiently nurtured in the elven egg. Larula's looked at the Doll King standing next to Oki, a head taller than Oki. The pink Doll King. She still likes it very much. Lalula's smiled and screamed at the Doll King. Suddenly, the Doll King was sprout, and silently accepted the result of one more Lalai apprentice. Seems like feeling pretty good. Mom. Suddenly, Oki stiffened, because Laura's new Oxin's business suddenly appeared in his mind. Calling Mom. This. Oka's arms were stiff, including his entire body. The Idiot King is still connected to Larula's telepathy. Of course, he heard Larula's cry in Oka's brain. Ahem, Mom. Oki almost choked with her own saliva. The Dumb King on one side covered his mouth with both hands, trying to ensure that he did not make any sound, but his body was shaking unconsciously. Now I feel that it doesn't seem so difficult for me to become a master. Oh, Lalula's. Am not your mother, Oki reluctantly said. Paul. Lalula's face wrinkled suddenly, her eyes became redder, and her eyes were full of tears. Seeing this expression of Larula's, Oki was even more helpless and felt a little headache. So, Larula's, at least. How about calling Dad? Oki said. Dad. Daddy? Lalula's stopped his tears and stared at Oki with wide eyes. Yes. Call Dad. If one must choose one of these two, Oki would prefer Larula's to call himself Dad. Although I was not prepared at all, it seems that there is nothing I can do, Dad. Lalula's suddenly rejoiced, although she still doesn't know what the father and mother mean. But it also made her feel happy, inexplicably happy. Oki's face was helpless, holding Lalula's in her arms, and behind him, the stupid king who was still trembling, walked out of the house slowly. Seeing the elves in Oki's arms. www.mentalnovel.com. All the elves who are playing after dinner are surrounded. They knew that Oki had an elven egg that was about to hatch, but they did not expect to hatch today. There is another new companion. Tanabata Bluebird still broke through today. Double happiness is approaching the door. Larula suddenly felt so scared when he saw so many elves, and buried his head in Oka's arms, but quickly got used to it. From Era, they were very enthusiastic, slowly pulling Larula's out of shyness. Larula's, who was still young, couldn't play too much, but running a few steps was fine. Of course, the premise is to drink the milk prepared by the big milk tank first. I haven't eaten anything since birth. As for those eggshells, Laura's was gorgeously ignored. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 818 Improved Elf Strength. Tanabata Bluebird entered the Uranus level, and Lalula's successfully hatched. 2 surprises in one day. However, after the surprise, the intense training life and very regular combat training began. The 5 elves from Kira also learned and grew a lot in these battles. When the elves level up, it is necessary to prepare them with corresponding qualification potions. Fortunately, the qualified potions of Coca-Cola and Ukira have been prepared, but Oki, the potent potion of strong chicken, baby dragon and Mohama, has not been prepared. Fortunately, Oki made a fortune when the fairies came out. I now have enough money to buy materials, but some materials are not so easy to obtain. So Oki gradually slowed down the combat training of the elves and turned to physical, energy, and skill training. 1 month. A whole month passed again. It has been almost 2 months since the end of the Olympic Games in Shenzhen. In the past 2 months, the elf level of Oki's first echelon has not been greatly improved, and the Dull King has remained at 58 without any changes. However, the Crow's Head reached level 53, Gengui reached level 54, Dragon King Scorpion reached level 54, Madara reached level 52, and Madame Huiji also reached level 53. The elves of the first echelon, except for the Dull King, have almost upgraded 2 levels. This is not a level that is improved through combat, but in the usual training and eating, master the absorption of more energy. Over time, the level is naturally increased. The speed of this level of increase is relatively slow, but it is this increase that is the most stable. A month ago, Oki let them digest what they learned from fighting on the island of Annam, and what they learned during the Battle of the Gods, while slowly precipitating themselves. Every step of growth and strengthening needs to be firm on each step, so that they will not collapse when they go to higher steps. Therefore, their level has not improved a lot during this time, but their strength has been steadily increasing, at least for skills, for energy, for the body. There has been a lot of progress. Even the Dull King, who doesn't seem to have any improvement in level, his strength is rising steadily every day. It is because of this that sometimes the level of the elves is obviously the same, but the battle is completely crushed by one side. The trainer is very important for the cultivation and control of the elves. Even if the level is rapidly increased, it requires a degree that leaves a little room to recover. Just like in the past, in order to cope with the Olympic Games, the giant monsters and mosquito coil frog emperor who have been rapidly upgraded in level have to pay some price for the skyrocketing in level and strength at that time. The daily training volume is the most and the heaviest. Fortunately, they did not complain, knowing that they still have a lot of defects, and Oki's tasks have been completed on time and on schedule. Now they do a lot of exercise to fill the pits left before. Therefore, their level chances have not been improved. The giant marsh monster is still at level 45, and the mosquito coil frog emperor is slightly better. He rushed as less stuffy than the giant marsh monster before. Under the high pressure exercise, the mosquito repellent frog emperor has involuntarily improved his level, upgraded to a level of 40, and is considered to have officially entered the elite level. Of course, the pit he left before still needs time to digest, but the pit is much smaller than the giant monster and the rest of the elves of the second echelon. In the past 2 months, the speed of strength improvement is very fast. After all, Oki puts more resources on them than the elves of the first echelon, and similarly, they have higher expectations. But they did not disappoint Oki. Coca-Cola successfully reached level 30. According to normal development, when it reaches level 32, Coca-Cola will evolve into Codola, and its body and strength will attract a surge. Then it was Kira. This little guy was the most aggressive when fighting. Oki consciously controlled his level improvement, but even so, at this time he also reached level 26. And there was not much time for evolution. Lizuang chicken usually has a lot of training. Now, whether it is on the arms or legs, it has all muscles. In terms of physical quality, Lizuang chicken is the strongest of all the elves in the second echelon of Oki. And the mosquito coil frog emperor is not counted. Now the strong chicken has also reached level 30. Oki will not let him fully sprint until his qualification potions are made. The last is Baby Dragon and Mohair. As 2 new members, they are constantly exploring. However, because they did not have a strong foundation at the beginning like Iratham, Aoki let the two elves separate from Iratham after the level was increased to 20. For a long time after that, it was their time to lay the foundation for the body, hoping that they would be the same as Ira and Kodola. Give the body a very solid foundation first, so that it will not affect the upper limit in the future due to the rapid increase in strength. Like Ira and Kokodora, their levels are increasing rapidly, and Aoki is not very worried, because they used to lay a solid foundation. Even if they improve a lot, they will not have a big impact. Of course, it's not okay to think of the giant marsh monster and the mosquito coil frog emperor like them. It is best to intersect each other on the basis of level promotion and solid foundation. Just as they are now Ira, they exercise each morning, learn skills and energy control, and fight in the afternoon under the leadership of Aoki. This way, even if they are promoted to the elite level and the Quasiski level, there will not be too many problems. www.mentalnovel.com. But it's better not to do this, otherwise it will be just an ordinary elf in the end, and it can't be outstanding in the same level of elf. In addition to these main elves, there are the flying mounts of Aoki, and the desert dragonflies of the Ground and Dragon series. With the help of Aoki, they finally broke through to the Heavenly King class. In fact, the potential and strength of this desert dragonfly is still good, but it was abandoned by his previous owner. If the previous foundation can be replaced, there is no room for improvement in the future. At least, a Quasiking dragon elf as a mount is still very domineering for Aoki now. And the youngest La rulers, under the guidance of the Idiot King and the care of the Big Milk Tank, it will take another period of time to officially end the juvenile period and enter the growth stage, when she will be able to participate in training. But I have to say that this born Lalulas, who was born with a light blue qualification, is really talented, and sometimes the dull king doesn't know what to teach her. A sentence daddy can shout Aoki can't find north, dash. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 819. Return to the old profession. However, after all, such a comfortable life cannot belong to Aoki for a long time. The month-long entanglement between the Sky Team and the Void organization has become increasingly apparent. In the beginning, Void wanted to put more people in the back mountain, and then slowly penetrated into it. It was best to win the Sky Team without any blood. But after Aoki discovered the first group of Void personnel, Sky began to search these people consciously. Sure enough, Aoki didn't expect that, 1 month after another, there were empty teams entering the back mountain. But these people were dealt with by Sky. It wasn't until the Void organization received a reply from the dispatched person that the anomaly was felt, and all subsequent dispatched persons could not return, which only attracted their attention. Then the strength of the dispatched people became more and more powerful. Sky began to do it themselves. Just yesterday, Void sent a team of all elite members, entered the back mountain, and even approached the Sky Team headquarters. After all, the Sky Team had a lot of people, and Sky and the 4 of them were also present. In the final battle of the 5, only 2 were seriously injured and the remaining 3 were left. However, because of this, the Sky Team still suffered a lot of damage. After all, they are 5 elite members. Sky has only 4 of them, and 1 is given to a large number of ordinary members. There are not many injured. When 2 people ran back, they would definitely give back to the people above them. This time, in their impressions, it was the bottom of the Sky Team. The 4 elite members are better than the previous Black Snake Gang, but a bit worse than the Void. After all, there is no master of Quasiking level. Sky told Aoki the first time. From Aoki's point of view, in the Void, there will be a card with the strength of the Quasiking King in person, and he will finally be able to act on the Void. If their group of carders has been crouching in Zijing City, Aoki will have a lot of trouble trying to solve them. But it is not the same now. They shot first and Aoki has a chance. And even if it is an underground force, it pays more attention to a well-known division than the Alliance on the bright side. Even if the 2 forces want to fight, They will first pour dirty water on the other side and find a suitable reason before they shoot. Now they just gave Oki a good reason. Oki took the elves and settled into the Sky Team headquarters, waiting for the void to come. After the 4 sky shot in Oki, a big rock in his heart fell. During this time, they were a little worried, knowing that the void is not a small force, and the only advantage of the current Sky Team is Oki. If Oki doesn't make a shot, a Kada with the strength of a Quasi King level will not be able to stop them. The void was more careful than Oki imagined. On the first day, waiting in the Sky Team, they still did not wait for them. It wasn't until the next night that the dumb king felt the movement. Without telling others to take the shot, Oki put on a black coat with a white crying face mask, and disappeared into the Sky Team base with the momentary movement of the Doll King. The void is approaching, and has not yet reached the alert range of the Sky Team, but the Idiot King's superpowers are perceived. Oki didn't mean to let Sky take the shot, and there weren't as many people coming as fast as himself. With the momentary movement of the Doll King, Oki appeared behind a group of people wearing dark purple clothes. The specialized clothing of the void is very recognizable. A cold smile appeared on Oki's face. I haven't done such a thing for a long time, but in the previous life, I have already integrated it into my consciousness and should not regress. And now the strength is much stronger than the previous life. Oki put away the Doll King, and what he did next was not suitable for the elves like Doll King. Then threw 3 elven balls, and the crow's head, Matara and Gengui appeared beside Oki. They are the main force of this operation, and the elves most suitable for this operation. Oki merged into the darkness with the 3 elves, a black crow's head, a sturdy Madara, and a Geng who can blend into the shadows. These 3 elves combined are simply the strongest killer in the night. Oki has superpowers attached to his feet and completely wipes out footsteps made when he moves. As for the crow heads, they don't need to worry about Oki at all. Originally acting in the dark forest, Oki was limited by sight, but now Oki can use superpower perception, which is much stronger than previous lives. A flashing body followed closely. The Void Team is somewhat divided, and everyone is on their own way. It can be seen that this group of people is not under the leadership of a Kada, and there are still some fears among each other. Just added more operating space to Oki. Suddenly approached behind the last person, the elf around him was subdued by Geng Ghost at once. The Quasi King level elf dealt with an elf that even the elite did not reach. How much resistance the opponent can have. Oki also covered the man's mouth, a white light flashed in the dark, and a dark shadow jumped from the tree, and Mra's sharp claws cut the man's throat directly. Then Oki waved in the air, opened a small alien space channel, and threw all the elves into it. To accomplish this, Oki and the elves worked closely together, not taking a second. After finishing, Oki left again. After confirming that no one found it, according to this cooperation, Madara and the Crow's Head were able to launch an attack at any time, and Gengui mainly carried out containment. Even if they deal with the two at once, Oki has a lot of confidence to solve it directly when the other party has not responded, and silently. Doing my job again. I feel pretty good. The first 2 times may be a bit rusty because I haven't done it for a long time. www.mentalnovel.com. Later, I became more and more proficient. None of the people in the void responded, hoping to reach the base of the Sky Team as soon as possible, and maybe launch a sneak attack. The leading Kadas were also complacent. They thought that this time was a light-hearted job. The other party did not have a Quasi King level elf. Couldn't he just let him pinch? This time, none of the men took a lot of action together. They casually brought a confidant and a group of members. Less than 30 people crossed the town of Fuai and came to the back mountain to find the Sky Team. It is now 10 minutes away from where the Sky Team base is located, but they did not expect that they were discovered long ago. The Vanity Kada who walked in front of him suddenly waved his hands and raised his fists, which meant to stop the others behind. It is close to the patrol range of the Sky Team and ready to fight. Hearing that there was no movement behind him, The Carder nodded with satisfaction and was somewhat contented. The person behind the team is obedient to discipline, and now stop not even making a certain noise, which is really forbidden. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 820 Rotten Tomatoes The Rise of the Darkness of the Elves Chapter 820 Rotten Tomatoes Smelly Bird Egg. Take notice of me. Fighting is about to begin. Summon all of your main elves, so as not to be hindered, said the leading Carder. In the face of the patrolling Sky team, of course, do not have to do it yourself, or else to do so many people is not just to deal with those people. I didn't hear a response from behind. The Carder was a little unhappy at once, just wanting to question. I heard the sound of his own hands behind him, and his face looked a lot better. Jill. Master Gibson, it seems like. Suddenly, half of the voice stopped suddenly. The vanity organization Carder named Gibson was finally angry. Looking back with a face, you can see that his subordinates are disappearing into their vision, disappearing into a crack in space. I also saw a man wearing a black robe with a white crying mask on his face, staring at himself, with 3 elves beside him. All his men were gone. 5 minutes ago, he had just confirmed that no one was left behind, so there was only one possibility for these people to disappear, just like his own uncles, and disappeared in that strange space crack. Just 5 minutes. All this is done by the mysterious man in front of him. Gibson's face was gloomy, but as an underground force Carder, even if he had lived a long and comfortable life, he would not forget what to do when facing the enemy. 3 smaller elves were slid out of the cuffs. After appearing in the hands, they suddenly returned to normal size, and then threw the elven balls, together with a devouring beast that was next to him. Then there are 4 elves in total. The chip was activated the first time, and Aoki got the data of the 4 elves in front of him. Not surprisingly, all 4 are Quasar King level elves. There are always 3 or more Quasar Sinnoh strength elves who can call themselves Quasar Sinnoh. But these people are usually weaker because they do not all enter the Quasar Sinnoh level. And now the vacant Carder named Gibson in front of Aoki should be such a person, because Aoki found that although his elves had reached the level of Quasar King, but the level was not very high. The highest one was only level 52, the devouring beast that was always with him. The remaining 3 elves, 1 at level 51 and 2 at level 50, did not pose much threat. And the chip was upgraded, and some more detailed data of the elves could also be scanned out. Aoki found that these elves did not train very well. After entering the Quasar King level, the speed of improving the strength would be much slower. This also explains the main reason why the Void Carder's elf rank is so low. This is why Aoki likes to follow a gradual basis when cultivating elves. But he does not want the same situation as the person in front of him. Lest the Dull Kings reach the level of Uranus, they will not be able to effectively improve their strength. It is not like the giant marsh monster, they can make up later. The Gibson's writing of these elves in front of me is too long to finalize, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to improve how much. If this Gibson doesn't change the elves anymore, it will be like that for a lifetime. But it will take a lot of cost and determination to replace the elves. The other party should keep this state for a long time. If you want to replace them, you have already replaced them. It's not bad now, it's been easy to relax. But apparently, facing Aoki now, he has no chance to change the elves in the future. This is his peak. Who are you? After Gibson summoned the elf, he had a lot of energy and shouted sharply at Aoki. Aoki wore an exaggerated crying mask on his face, and couldn't see the sneer under his mouth. If the remaining Carders in the void are all such rotten tomatoes and rotten eggs, then they really don't have much need to exist, and they rot into the bones. Oh? Didn't you come to me? The question now asked who I am. Aoki's voice sounded, without any concealment. Anyway, the other party will definitely disappear tonight. Gibson's face froze. Which Sky Team leader are you? Aoki didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He didn't summon other elves, even if the Crowheads were 3 or 4. It was a crushing ending. Too long a comfortable life, so that Gibson in front of him has a quasi-heavenly name, but has no corresponding strength. If you face a group of weak elite opponents, you may be able to bully them, but in the face of Aoki, which is still good among the Quasi Kings, it can reflect the gap. ECG is activated. This is the head of the Crow. After nearly 2 months of high-intensity training, their first head-to-head battle, and the opponent is still 4 Quasi King level elves, and the blood flow rate is much faster. Excited. It's been too long to fight. I was a little hungry today. The crow's head fluttered its wings across the sky, and Madara disappeared into the woods. Geng's face slowly sinking into the ground with a bad smile. All 3 elves disappeared at once, but on the opposite Gibson's forehead, but a lot of sweat appeared. Although he has been deserted for a long time, his vision is still there. Suddenly I saw that the 3 elves of Aoki were Quasi King level elves, and the speed alone was not comparable to his elves. Even if the opponent is only 3 elves, Gibson feels that his 4 elves are not necessarily opponents. Looking at Aoki, who is not far away, Gibson gritted his teeth and wanted to win. The devouring beast and the other elf rushed towards Aoki under Gibson's orders, while the other 2 remained to protect themselves from being attacked. The 3 elves on the other side were all agile elves for a long time, and their sneak attack ability was definitely very strong. I have a team of 30 people, and now I might have 1 left. I haven't found out how the other party did it. Whenever I think about it, Gibson feels a little hairy, a creepy feeling. But in fact the outcome has not changed much. The 2 elves that Gibson rushed towards Aoki were stopped before they approached Aoki. The crow's head bird slammed and Madara's frozen fist flew the 2 elves directly. www.untlenovel.com. Gibson wanted to send another elven to help, but Geng Ghost appeared from time to time around him. He was afraid to act lightly. The end result was that the 2 elves lost their fighting ability under the attack of the crow's head and Magdalene, and Gibson tried to run away with the remaining 2 elves, but did not run away. The route track stopped them. Came down. Gibson stepped into the footsteps of his men, and was thrown into a different space by Aoki. He got 4 elven inner space equipment from him. These things have some value. Aoki did not return to the Sky Team, but took advantage of the night to rush towards Zijing City. Now that war has begun, Aoki will no longer show mercy. Void such an organization, after waiting so long, should also be cleared up. You can still earn a certain amount of resources. If you can maintain the qualifications for the battlefield, it would be better. A message was sent to Sky, asking them to lead someone towards the city of Zijing. Tonight is to eradicate the void. Fifth, more. Add more. For the rewards of the Xiaobixi Big Brother, ask for a monthly pass. Today National Day. I originally wanted to take a break, but think of everyone's crowd-funded Silver League. Hibiscus can't rest at ease, so code well. However, during the National Day, everyone is resting, so everyone in the family is back for dinner today. The 2 table people, Hibiscus as one of the hosts, can't keep hiding in the study room. So there are only 5 more today. Yes, I rushed out at night. I hope everyone understands. Thank you, everyone, for the Silver League. Finally, thanks to the supporters of Giant Country and the favorite Rainy Day 101 bosses for their support. Thank you for your support. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 821. Today the Sky is to replace the Void with the superpower coordinates left by the Dull King in Zijing City. Aoki flew a long distance in the Desert Dragonfly, and then came within the transmission range of the Dumb King. The Desert Dragonfly was stowed directly in the air, and then disappeared into the night sky with the Dull King while falling. When it reappeared, it was already in a remote little corner of the city. The last time Aoki came to Iris City, I was only trying to scan some small branches of the Nether Carders, earn some money, and then use it to buy the qualification medicines of Marsh Leap and Mosquito King. This time, it was to clear the void. I have to say that in less than 4 months, There have been so many growths that will surprise many people. This time there is no need to use any league as a gimmick. Aoki can use the name of the Sky Team to replace the Void. At this time, those carders in the Void should all be waiting for the good news of Gibson in the Void headquarters. Of course, even if Oka's strength is now strong, even if the strength of the other side is garbage, in the face of such a group of Quasar-King-level carders, it is impossible to win them by one person. Even if it is only a quantitative advantage, the combined strength should not be underestimated. Fortunately, there was not much unity in the Void. Head straight to the stronghold of a carder that Aoki once patronized. This place was swept up by Aoki before, but it is now somewhat restored. It is a pity that the Void was originally crowded out by other forces in Zijing City. Even if such a small base was restored, it cost the carder a lot of money. So there are quite a lot of guards this time. But sometimes there are not many people with this kind of strength. Aoki didn't spend much effort to wipe out this stronghold when he came last time, let alone now. In the innermost office of the stronghold, Aoki reached out and held the strongest person here, the only member who reached the elite level, holding his neck in the air. Even the tonnage Aoki of Kiira can hold it, and it is very easy to lift a person. Of course, there are superpowers to assist. Now, call your boss. Whatever your reason is, call him over. Oka's voice came from under the mask. Of course, the person in charge did not dare to rebel against Aoki, but now Xiameng is pinched in his hands. After Aoki dropped him, he immediately took out the communication device, and then found a reason to call the carder above him. The other party was originally waiting for the result in the conference room, but now he was called over for an inexplicable reason. Of course, he was very angry. His screams were still heard from the communication device from time to time. The person in charge sneered, shut down the communication device, and became a dogleg in the office. He felt that his boss was definitely not his opponent, and now that he wanted to survive, there was only one way to go. Serve the tea and deliver water, then squat quietly in the corner without any extra movement. Aoki did not laugh at this person's behavior. A person who is fairly visionary and knows his situation well is a smart person. Soon, the carder arrived eagerly, but Aoki attacked him violently. If there is no question to ask him, Aoki will solve him directly. Like Gibson before, he didn't have much resistance and was directly dressed in green wooden. But the Crow's Head and Magdalene pulled them, and the battle was very happy. It's been a long time since I fought with Aoki. In addition, Aoki will not take it lightly because the opponent's strength is not good. He has always used ECG as a command to solve the opponent with all his strength. Originally, the power of the elves was weaker than Aoki. Aoki did not have any intention to release water. Of course, there was no accidental cleaning up of all his elves. The interrogation process is still very simple. If the other party does not answer honestly, then let the dull king hypnotize. Aoki got the result he wanted, and threw it into a different space. There are still a total of 8 carders left in the Void, all of which are of the Quasar-King level. Among them, Gibson was sent to the Sky Team's station, and one person was deceived by Aoki to deal with it. Then there are still a total of 6 Voids a Quasar-King carder. There are also some gaps in strength between these carders. Among them, Kennen Aoki always remembers belongs to the middle ranks, and the strongest is a man named Robert. Of course, choosing the tallest among the shorts will not be as strong as the strongest. Now their only advantage is the number advantage. The person in charge who was arrested before can be used. Let him take him to another carder station. If he performs well, maybe he can save him a way of life. The other party was of course grateful, and said that they must play for Aoki. Then Aoki took this person and smashed the ground in Zijing City. If the carders could be called one by one, it would be best. Finally, in the same way, 3 carders were successively won, all of which were resolved by Aoki. Just harvesting their elves, Aoki made a lot of money, as well as the space equipment on them. As underground forces, they generally like to bring their entire net worth on their bodies. After all, they can get their space equipment from them. They must be dead. Everyone was dead, and what were these resources to do? so Oki got all their possessions. Of course, during the battle, the South will drop heavy hands, so most of the elves are directly solved by the crow heads. Those who are left are of good physical fitness. www.mentalnovel.com. These elves are almost stereotyped as a tool wizard, or to work for the workers. It is still good. If you don't want to follow their footsteps, then it is best not to receive it completely. After solving these three people, it is already midnight, and Oki has a lot of time left. But at this step, the last three people must have found something, and it was absolutely impossible to be drawn out so casually. Oki needs to come in person. Compared to the other people who were thrown into a different space after being solved by Oki, they really have a great honor. It was still the Vanity who led the way before Oki swayed, and went to the headquarters of the Vanity without any concealment. Although the fighting tonight was not much, Oki didn't hide much. Other organizations in Zijing City also found abnormalities, and gradually people with information about the investigation gathered. Oki ignored them, and today the Sky Team is to replace the Void and become a big force in Zijing City. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves. https. Chapter 822. Running away looks handsome in 10 minutes soon. Oki arrived at the Void headquarters, a modern building. There was a block at the door, but Oki was followed by three major protections: the Crow's Head, Matara, and Gengui. No one dared to approach. Even those members of the Void are afraid to approach under the orders of their cadres. Knowing that you can't beat, there is a big gap in strength. Why should you rush to fight? Send it to death. Moreover, the other party has defeated several cadres, and now dares to go straight to the headquarter of the Void. Is it not sure? Oki walked calmly into the Void building. It was midnight, but because of Oka's attack, the entire Void building was brightly lit. Those spies sent by other forces would not dare to come in brightly. This is a big force in Zijing City, the empty headquarters. Usually they dare not approach. That is, today, someone rushed in alone, so that they risked to follow the building outside. The slender camel is larger than a horse. Even if the Void is rejected and crowded out by the major forces in Zijing City, it is still the major force in Zijing City. And it is not that these kittens and puppies can provoke at will. Oki walked in, and those members of the Void stepped back. The Crow's Head, Madara, and Gengui who followed Oki were arrogant and did not hide their momentum and energy dissipation. It's been a long time since they let go of their fight. They are very excited now. Oki is not worried that Gengui will reveal his alliance status. Needless to say, Oki has never been summoned as an alliance, and Gengui has shown it, but it is just a Geng ghost, and it is impossible to think of Oki. There are not many people who use Gengui, but there are many, and a large part of them are members of underground forces. The three elves at this time matched Oka's identity very well. Anyone who sees Oka's costume and the elves around him will not feel at odds with it, nor will he guess anything. Judging from the way of doing things and methods, it is not a bad stubble. This is exactly a master hidden in the underground forces. That is, I don't know which side the forces are. It's too late to survive now, Oki said lightly, without a trace of emotion in his voice. He came here to clean up the Void, and everyone who stays here will become the enemy of Oki. If he knows his purpose, he will stay here. Then he is an idiot except for the loyalty of the Void. There is no need to live. Hearing Oki's words, there was a brief silence in the entire hall. No one made a sound. They were thinking about what to do now. As the guards of the headquarters, they just arrived, went out a few cadres, and haven't returned yet, which means they don't need to guess more. 3. Oki spoke again, saying a number. The meaning is obvious. For those who are still here within 3 seconds, don't blame him for being ruthless. The last countdown appeared, and there was a sudden noise. A large number of people have panic in their eyes. For a while, they didn't know how to make a choice, and a very small number of people waited for Oki with resentful eyes. Don't think about them. These people are vanity diehards. Let the chip record them all. 2. Invisible pretense. the most deadly. The second time, finally someone couldn't help it. Damn, Lao Tzu came here to earn resources, but he didn't come to die. Lao Tzu was unaccompanied. The words were hard spoken, but it was very anxious to take off the coat of the Void organization, afraid that Aoki would have him in a second. How to say something? It looks ugly to swear, but you look so handsome. One person took the lead, and those hesitant also made up their minds. Correct. Damn, let me go. Pieces of empty team uniforms were severely dropped on the ground. Those people had fierce expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to look at Aoki, and did not dare to approach Aoki. Aoki with a mask could not see the expression, but under the mask, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Seeing that everyone who wants to leave has left, Aoki was too lazy to count the last number, and waved his hands casually to signal that the crow heads could move. There weren't many others left, and their strength wasn't very strong. Under the crow's head, they were defeated one after another without any effective resistance. Just when Aoki was about to resolve all of these people, the vacant cadres who stayed in the building hurriedly rushed downstairs. Looking at the situation in the hall, and the clothes on the ground, people with a little brain, they can understand what happened here. The faces of the three were very ugly. Since Void began to become a major force in Zijing City, it hasn't been attacked like this. At the forefront, a person with a bleak appearance should be the cadre who is the most frontless in the Void at this time, and the most advantageous contender for the original leader, Robert. And the shorter person standing next to him was Kanan, who was always remembered by Aoki, the original owner of Fuai Town. In the end, there was a woman. She looked okay, and her strength was also clear. Aoki was similar to Gibson. The reason why she was able to get to this step seemed to be because the lover who had been the leader of the Void organization got his help. Is what you have now. As long as these three people are resolved, the Void will cease to exist. Who are you? Kenan asked loudly with a somber expression. In fact, asking this at this time is useless. Those cadres who went out should have been resolved by the person in front. Even if the three of them kill this person today, the Vanity's name will no longer exist. Even if it is left in the end, the Vanity will be officially reduced to second-rate and even third-rate forces. They lack the largest source of resources. This is tantamount to cutting off their chances of going further in the future. The two sides are endless. Alas, Aoki sneered. His superpowers were on, and the electrocardiogram was activated. The head of the crow, Madara and Geng rushed up immediately. The face of the Void 3 changed slightly. In such a small space, the strength of the three of them cannot be fully deployed, and their skills are not long when fighting. www.mentalnovel.com. People are likely to be injured by mistake. Awkward. But the masked man on the opposite side didn't hesitate, and started directly. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Of course, Aoki will not hesitate. At this time, he is already in a disadvantaged quantity, and unexpectedly, he starts to be strong. All to describe this moment. The opponent hurried back while throwing the elven ball in a hurry. The positions of the three have gradually dispersed. Aoki seized the best opportunity and rushed to the female trainer. Life and death battle. Don't ignore humans. Immediately close, the 5 black letters on the right hand flickered a little, and Aoki seemed to swing at random. A space crack appeared between the other person's head and body. No chance of bleeding. The neck disappeared out of thin air. Solve 1. Aoki heart secretly said, Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 823. Chicken with a sledgehammer. Then Aoki waved her hand again, widening the space crack, and through her whole body all at once. There are only 2 left, Robert and Kenan. Robert and Kenan also summoned their elves at this time. But looking at the Void cadre who had disappeared into the cracks in the space and did not have any resistance, the faces of the two were very ugly. Just a face-to-face meeting? They lost a person. Although the relationship between several people is usually not good, and it is not harmonious to compete with each other, but now facing an unknown powerful opponent, one more person is one more strength. Aoki clapped her hands, without any feeling. This space cutting is really much better than a dagger. At least there was no blood. Feeling the idea of Oki, the 5 letters on his wrist flickered. Kill the chicken with a bull knife. Now in the entire Void building, there are only 2 cadres of Oki, Kenan and Robert. As long as they are resolved here, everything is resolved. The rest is just a matter of how the Sky Team absorbs everything left in the Void. Oki didn't hide too much, took out 2 Elven again, and summoned the Dull King and Dragon King Scorpion. The opponent has a big advantage in terms of the number of elves, and the Dull Kings need to shoot. Seeing the Dumb King appear, Kenan's face changed, very ugly. He already had some speculation in his mind, but felt it was too shocking. As a follower of Fui Town in recent times, he knows what the Dumb King stands for. On the other hand, Robert, when he saw the Dull King, he just stumbled a little and didn't think about it. After all, the original town of Fui was just an unknown little town, and it was impossible to compare with Zijing. The development speed is too fast. He still stays on the original thought. Recently, Kanan proposed to retreat to Fui Town, and he did some investigations. He didn't know what the Dull King represented in Fui Town. When Oki saw Kanan's expression, the killing intention in his heart was even more serious. Currently, there are 2 elves who can represent the Oki Alliance. One is currently the strongest Dull King in Oki, and the other is Mrs. Huiji. However, those who want to recognize Oki from Mrs. Huiji either know Oki or have special attention to Oki. Therefore, the Idiot King is more representative. Without any words, the Crowheads directly attacked under the command of Oki. Dragon King Scorpion led the charge. Kenan, who once made Oki very frightened, now has the ability to resist and not counterattack even if he is united with another person. Their elves are a lot stronger than that Gibson, but now Oki, except Mrs. Huiji, has sent out some of the strongest elves. The Dull King is still the Zenith King. There is no improvement in the 2-month time level, but the strength has been improving, and the gap is not visible from the level. Except for the Dull King, so are the other elves. This is Oki's purpose, to stabilize the elves to make them more smooth when they hit the king level in the future. These are not what Kenan can understand. The Dull King and the head of the Crow haven't fought together for a long time, but the tacit understanding from the previous training period has always been, and when they are usually training, they are also together, and they have a deep understanding of each other. So under Oki's command, it was not difficult to cooperate. The 5 elves played against the 8 Quasar-strength elves on the opposite side, without much pressure. In fact, it may also be less stressful when living in the wild, because those wild Quasar King level elves, the fierceness is not that these elves who have been neglected and do not know how long can be compared, and their fighting methods are sharpened between life and death. Sometimes fighting will choose to hurt, change injuries. But these 2 people who enjoyed the ease of life, their elves were also raised comfortably. So, sometimes elves have trainers, both good and bad. If you meet someone who is motivated and has been able to maintain the original intention to cultivate elves, then these elves will become more and more powerful. If you meet someone who enjoys comfort after reaching a certain level of strength, then the elves will rust if they do not fight for a long time. Air has the name of strength, but has no corresponding real combat power. Just like Dr. Oki, a well-known early trainer, after they choose to relax, they will not give up the training of the elves. If they cannot fight, they will maintain sufficient training every day, or go out to find a place by themselves. Fighting. Therefore, fast dragons like Dr. Oki are always outside, maintaining the peak state of the body. And thinking that Kenan and Robert are both busy fighting for power, how much attention is devoted to training the elves? It would be okay to have a dedicated breeder team like Sakagi to help manage the elves, but how many people can afford such expenses? Just as when Oki fought Gibson and disdained his elves, Kenan and Robert's elves were much better than Gibson, but they were still deserted. 8 elves, 2 devouring beasts, 2 fighting mushrooms, 1 thunder beast, 1 iron palm fighter, 1 popping monster, and 1 leaf king. There are a total of 8 elves, But what really makes Oki a little daunted is only Robert's Leaf King. Because the elves like the Leaf King are already lazy and do not usually need training. When they lie lazily, they are actually accumulating strength and waiting for an outbreak. A lazy king who has been so lazy for so long, the outbreak ability is quite scary. It's just www.mtlnovel.com. This Leaf Wang's qualification is not very high, only green, and the level is only 51. Even if it breaks out, it will not exceed the affordability of Oki. It doesn't matter that Kenan and Robert have 8 elves, but they have never cooperated with each other, so they can't add 1 + 1 = 2. King of Idiots, containment of superpowers, unlimited mental attack. Dragon King Scorpion, find the opponent to get the weakness, triple attack. Head of the Crow, slamming of the bird. Gengui, Shadow Fist attacks in succession. Mara, Frozen Fist. Since the opponent's strength is obviously not as good as his own strength, there is no need for too many fighting skills, and it is enough to crush the past. A few of them seem to have reached the level of 55 or 6, but they can't see their desire to fight from the outside. Such elves have long lost their vitality, no longer suitable for battle. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 824. Should Lord C be a dog? The dumb king's superpowers escape in the air, and the space around him is full of superpowers that escape from him. These dissipated superpowers are also under the control of the dull king, which can make his explosive power stronger. The lacquered black superpower energy condensed by each of the strong mental thoughts appeared beside the dumb king. Without stagnation for a second, they shot directly towards the opposite elves. The Dragon King Scorpion rushed forward. The 2 fighting oyster mushrooms wanted to use their own power to stop the impact of the Dragon King Scorpion. Seeing the elves blocking, the Dragon King Scorpion became more excited, and a faint flame appeared on the double pliers, and then wrapped the whole pliers. Flame Tooth skill. Dragon King Scorpion skill can be skillfully used on double pliers. After a brief contact, the 2 oyster mushrooms showed a horrified look, because instead of being able to stop the Dragon King Scorpion, they were all grasped by him in one hand, pressing them against the wall with impulse. The feet left the ground. The Dragon King Scorpion's eyes flickered, and a flame appeared on the mouth. At the same time, a long tail bent sharply, condensed with strong venomous energy, and a drop of venom seemed to hang on the tail hook. Another flame tooth and poisonous tail attacked one of the mushrooms. The restraint of the attributes made him stunned. The arrogance of power plus the control of energy burst, and the weakness of the oyster mushroom was pinpointed. With multiple stacks, the oyster mushroom was instantly killed. The crow's head flew to the top of the hall, suddenly yelling. She was covered with a thin layer of pale blue flame, and a bird-shaped shell appeared around the head of the crow. The iron palms who came to rescue mushrooms were directly struck by the crow's head bird, without disturbing the Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion turned back fiercely, and saw the iron palm Luxi being bombarded by the crow's head. At the same time, the iron palm Luxi should be followed by a popping monster. When he grows up, he will make a noise toward the Dragon King Scorpion. Just before he launched his attack, a black light flashed, and before the crackling monster had time to make a noise, his mouth was frozen. The Dragon King Scorpion laughed, and the pliers released one of the remaining oyster mushrooms, but before he landed, his tail shot again and nailed it directly to the wall. Deadly Needling. This skill is a skill learned by the Dragon King Scorpion during the God Olympiad. If you use this skill to attack the opponent to the end, the power will be doubled. But in fact, you don't really need to knock it down. Even if you nail it on the wall, it has the same effect. This is the result of the characteristics of the Dragon King Scorpion. The tail controlled the oyster mushroom and hit his key at the same time, and the pair of forceps and mouth were released. No one looked back at the oyster mushroom. The pliers waved backwards, and the venom shock sent out again, ending the oyster mushroom's combat mission. When the crow's head attacked the iron palms, The thunder beast on the side originally wanted to attack the crow's head. However, a ghost appeared suddenly in the shadow, and Ghost appeared in front of him, smirking with a black fist getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. The last punch hit him. But this is the beginning of Genghis' battle. He appeared in front of Liu Oli Beast again and again, with strange light in his eyes, forcing Liu Oli Beast to subconsciously stare at him, and he was directly hypnotized. The combination of dream eating and hypnosis allowed Gengui to start slowly tasting the dream of Liu Oli Beast, and those two seemingly devouring beasts of the trump card were restrained long before they started to act. The main attack target of the spirit of the Dumb King is the two elves. If the poison of the pure poison system is released, it is still very troublesome, but they were severely restrained by the stupid king's superpowers. Consecutive spiritual thoughts make them resist only with all their strength. A long period of non-training and non-combat caused their willpower to be a little weak, and their ability to withstand attacks was very ordinary. Therefore, it was enough for them to eat just one pot if they only withstood the attack of the Dumb King. The only one who asked for leave was lying lazily at this time, yawning, and tears were coming out of his eyes. This Leave King really played his laziness to the extreme, glanced at Robert, who ordered him, still refused to move. Finally, he reluctantly stood up, watching the elves and opponents, but the Dragon King Scorpion who had just solved the two fighting mushrooms was still there. His eyes suddenly sharpened and he had accumulated so much energy that it was time to burst out. With a strong foot, the floor tiles on the ground suddenly broke, and the Leave King rushed towards the Dragon King Scorpion at a very fast speed. The Dragon King Scorpion felt the Leave King's gaze, and then saw his speed and strength. His interest increased suddenly. His eyes narrowed, and his whole body showed a standing posture. To see how powerful the Leave King is, ha ha. There was a muffled noise when the arm collided with the pliers. Boom! Exclamation mark. All their feet were cracked, and even a large pit appeared on the concrete floor below. Two elves were fighting for strength in the pit. Comparable. Robert was a little embarrassed to know that in order to allow the Leave King to burst into the strongest strength, he has been eating and drinking continuously after he entered the Quasar King, supplying him, waiting for an explosion. The expectation for the Leave King is higher than his other self. Although the Leave King's qualifications are average, when I can train such a lazy elf to the Quasar King, I don't know how troublesome it is. Oki also saw the power contest between the Leave King and the Dragon King Scorpion. No one knows the power of the Dragon King Scorpion better than Oki. I never expected that such a Leave King could actually compete with the Dragon King Scorpion. It seems the elves like the Leave King are quite interesting. Oki became a little interested in the Lazy Weng ethnic group on the back mountain. The fighting continues. However, the Leave King is the Leave King after all. Even if it is short-lived and has a strong burst of abilities, there are always lazy times, and their characteristics limit their growth. When the Dragon King Scorpion was about to break out www.untlenovel.com, the Leave King was lazy. The Dragon King Scorpion grabbed his hands and threw a fierce one over his shoulder and threw it against the wall, which knocked the wall down. The Leave King was pressed underneath, but didn't come out again. He's too lazy to throw away the stone. Of course, the remaining elves did not have much resistance, and they were solved by the Crowhead one by one. It has to be said that in such a large number of elven battles, the overconfidence characteristic of the Crow's Head is still very good. Gengui directly played the characteristics of the Crow's Head, and then shuttled through the battlefield to harvest, and the cricket became the last. Human head dog. No other elf could complain. No way, Gengui has an advantage. What is the advantage of taking the head? Shouldn't the head give Master C? Kingdom? Master C? Dragon King Scorpion? I? Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. There is also a question. Does Master C really want to be a dog? Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https Chapter 825 Uranus Strength Division. All the elves of Kenan and Robert were resolved by Oki. The two were dumbfounded and some were unacceptable. Sometimes it is possible to foresee an event, but when it really comes, it will always be at a loss. That's what Kenan and Robert are now. In fact, not after the appearance of Oki, but after the vanishing of the real leader of the Void, they had foreseen such a situation. However, I always hold my luck, and at the same time, I think that after I have truly mastered the Void, I will rectify and develop well, and the Void will go to a higher level in the future. The final result is that no one is convinced, and in the end, they only remember the struggle for power and forgot how to fight and how to train the elves, forgetting what is the most essential and most needed thing as a member of a terrain: strength. That's the essence of speaking. If after the vanity leader disappears, a person works hard to train the elves, devotes all the collected resources to the cultivation of the elves, and does not blindly covet and enjoy a so-called boss in the face of absolute strength, it is all a fart. It is a pity that no one sees through this point, or that someone sees through it, but is unwilling to do it. Dense footsteps appeared outside the Void building. 4 people came in from the gate. After receiving the message from Oki, the 4 Sky who led the team overnight and all the current members of the Sky team. This is obviously a preparation for a full-scale war. But the last 4 people who walked in did not respond. It's just one person that adults can sweep such a powerful force in the Void. Even if the leader of the other party disappears, there are still several masters of the Quasiking King. Seeing Kanan and Robert standing not far away, and those elves lying on the messy ground, some were still angry, some were out of breath. These elves are all real quasi-perpetual king elves, and no matter how weak they are there. Grab that, and then the short one is solved. Oki saw the 4 men coming in, but he didn't take off the mask or the body. But when they heard Oki's voice, the 4 were still familiar. Yes, Alec responded respectfully. Kenan guessed that some of Oki's identities should be resolved directly and save trouble. It was only Robert who could ask something, especially about the vanishing leader of the Void. As for what he was going to do, it wasn't Oki to consider. Sky and Miyamoto, the 2 of you are responsible for receiving all of the Void and then stationed, Oki said to both Sky and Miyamoto. Yes, the 2 were still very respectful. By the way, you can recruit people, but the criteria for recruiting people are the same as before, rather than wanting to go, Oki reminded. Yes. Having said that, Oki took out a bunch of elven from his pockets. These are the elves who are still fighting when he is moving today. And some of them are the elves of the Kardas, a Quasiking level elf. Although it lacks the spirit of spirit, it's okay to cultivate it a little to show its basic combat power. The Sky team wanted to swallow such a large area of the sky at once, and Sky's strength was still a bit worse. With these elves, at least they have the ability to defend. In the end, the brigade was left, and Oki did not arrange for her to do anything. It was a little overwhelming to the brigade. Let's go with me to see the leaders of other forces in Zijing City, Oki said lightly, and then walked towards the door. The brigade followed behind. When Oki went out, he collected the Dull King and the Dragon King Scorpion, leaving only the Crow's Head, Matara and Geng Ghost. The 3 elves did not reveal their identities. Outside the Void building, a lot of people from the other forces were already waiting. After Oki entered it, those detectives could no longer follow up, but they also expected what would happen. Therefore, the people above them were notified at the first time, and finally returned to the heads of various forces. Void is also one of the 6 forces in Zijing City. At this time, 5 other leaders of strength appeared. A total of 5 people should be 5 masters who have barely reached the level of the King of the Heavens. As a large city in the Feniyuan area, Zijing City has one of the 4 heavenly kings, Taixuan, and it can actually survive 6 underground forces. The leaders of these forces have reached the level of the King of Heaven. The 4 heavenly kings failed quite well. It's no wonder that the 4 heavenly kings that Adams wanted to replace first were Taixuan. The 4 heavenly kings is just a title, which does not mean that these people are the strength of the heavenly king level. After a group of elves broke through to level 60, Even if they officially entered the Uranus level, this can only be regarded as the first entry into Uranus. If the popular point is the junior Uranus, before the level of the elves reaches 65, they can only be regarded as the first time to enter the Heavenly King. So are the dream monsters of Oki and the blue bird of the Star Festival, and after the level reaches the level of 65, they are even real elves of the Heavenly King. Only at this time can the true strength of the Heavenly King elves be truly demonstrated. And when the level of the elves breaks to level 70, it is considered to be the senior Heavenly King level, and it can also be said to be the old-fashioned Heavenly King level, just like Oka's teacher Liu Shengen is at this stage, which is popularly known as the Senior Heavenly King. When the elf breaks through to reach level 75, then even if this elf has entered the semi-championship level, there is only one step away from the championship, but at this time the gap between each level is very big. www.untlenovel.com. I want to reach this level. Elf qualifications, training methods for trainers, and massive resources invested are all indispensable. At this time, the leaders of the other 5 major forces in Zijing City can only be regarded as first-time Heavenly Kings, that is, junior Heavenly Kings. Oki does not fool them. With 5 men behind them, the 5 stood outside the Void building, silently waiting for the winner. They have been planning the Void for a long time. The first reason is that they didn't do it. The first reason was because they didn't know whether the Void leader had really disappeared or was hidden. This person was still very strong. Let them 5, they are a little daunting. Another more important reason is that because their 5 forces guard against each other and cause stumbling blocks to each other, no one can eat the first bite of cake. Because the strengths of the 5 parties are similar, as long as any party eats the Void organization, it will become the largest force in Zijing City, which other forces do not want to see. It's better not to eat anyone, and it's not cheap. In the end, the peach was picked by Oki. Therefore, the expressions of the 5 people are still ugly at this time. Anyone who has waited for this long peach to be picked will not have a good look. Oki wore a black robe, with a white hard mask on his face, followed the brigade behind him, and walked to the 5. The first sentence to say was, "From today, everything in the Void will be received by the Sky Team, including their seats on the battle ring." In the face of 5 heavenly masters, Oki didn't bother at all. Fifth more. Add 15 to the 5 million rewards for the cultivating man in the sky. Ask for a monthly pass. Recently, it's actually quite easy if a Kavan Hibiscus has to sort out the outline and prepare for the outbreak. Thank you for your support and reward. Chapter 826. Show strength. Hearing Oka's words, the 5 people across the line suddenly stood still. As soon as they opened their mouths, they would eat the entire Void they had planned for a long time, and let an outsider get involved in Zijing City. One meat originally had 6 beasts. Although it would not starve to death, who wouldn't want to eat more and eat more? Isn't it good to turn 6 beasts into 5? The dead one can also be used as food. But now, instead of being divided up by the beast that died, some people swallowed the beast, and said that they would share meat with them. This is no longer as simple as a face. The other 5 forces looked at the crow's head, Madara, and Gengui beside Oki. The momentum is very strong, and the combat effectiveness is not weak. But no matter how strong, after all, it is only at Quasar level. You know that they are real Uranus, even if they are just entering the Uranus. They are also Uranus, not a Quasar who can provoke at will. And those who can reach the level of Heavenly King are all talented people. They also have their own pursuits, and they will not waste training and fighting like Ken and Robert. The eyes of the 5 people exchanged briefly in the air and unified the policy. That is not to allow others to step in. Solve the people who are in the way, and then the 5 parties will decide how to distribute. They took out the elf ball from their pockets and summoned it. A total of 5 elves appear at the same time. The integration of the 5 king-level elves is not weak. Oki glanced over these people, as well as their elves, using a chip to record them. On the far left, A man with golden-framed eyes and a swan-looking look summoned a song Dream Cactus Camonere with cyan qualification and level 62. The second one on the left, a woman wearing a red robe with heavy makeup painted on her face, summoned a rice spoon snake of cyan qualification, level 62. The middle one has a strong body, with fleshy meat everywhere, a strong man, but the expression on his face is not a muscular and simple person. The 5 are vaguely centered on him, from the elves. In terms of strength, it is also slightly better, a cyan qualification, level 63 Flying Leg Langsha Warang. The second one on the right, with a big belly, is wearing all kinds of rings on his 10 fingers. It looks like an upstart, with a big cigar on his mouth. He is also calling with a cyan qualification, level 62. Elf, a diamond-horned rhinoceros cyan Tyrannosaurus. The person on the far right, like Aoki, also wore a black robe, and could vaguely see the cold eyes of his black hood, summoning a cyan qualification, the level 62 Night Creeper. There are a total of 5 people and 5 Heavenly King elves. These elves should be their trump cards. All of them are blue. And Aoki feels normal, because only when the light cyan qualification wizard is reached, can there really be a chance to impact the Heavenly King level, and the cyan qualification is much more successful than the light cyan qualification. It would be strange if a powerful leader did not even have a cyan legible elf. The intention is obvious. They want to crush Aoki directly with hard power, so that the so-called Sky Team can also become their food. But of course Aoki was well prepared, since he wants to work on the Void, and wants to retain the seat of the Zijing City Battle Ring. It is necessary to show his strength. Aoki also took an elven ball from his pocket and dropped it directly into the air. Star Festival Bluebird appears. Fluttering high, a crisp, loud bird sound appeared mid-air in the area. The whole body actually emanate without reservation. It was the Tanabata Bluebird who broke into the Heavenly King class not long ago. As dragon and flying spirits, the level of Kixie Bluebird is not much weaker than the opposite spirits. Even the Kixie Jade Bird's qualifications are even better than those elves. Seeing the appearance of Kixie Bluebird, she felt the unreserved momentum on her, and the faces of the 5 were a little ugly. Utopia elves. After the Tanabata Bluebird appeared, they found that this Tanabata Bluebird belongs to the Heavenly King elf. Do you think summoning a star-studded bluebird that has just entered the Uranus level will allow you to swallow the entire Void organization? You will also have to intervene in the battle ring of Zijing City. Hearing his mouth, the other 4's faces gradually calmed down. That's right. Just being an elf entering the ranks of Heavenly Kings is not enough for them to cast Tragit, and completely abandon the huge piece of cake of the Void organization. The middle-aged man standing in the middle of the eyes flashed with some strange looks. He was looking for the characteristics of Aoki. A guy who hides is always more scary than the exposed one. Not afraid of powerful enemies standing in the bright place, afraid of killers peeping in the dark. That was the first feeling Aoki gave him. Seeing that the 5 had not given up, Aoki shook his head slowly. He chuckled softly. Oh, is that enough with this elf? After speaking, a dark shadow emerged from Oka's shadow, slowly drifted to Oka's side, and finally appeared in front of 5 people. A dream demon. A heavenly dream monster. Since the dream demon began to receive Oka's training, the spirit of the King-level elves gradually recovered. Now it may end up being almost the same as Kixie Jade Bird, but the momentum is much stronger than Kixie Jade Bird. It's enough to scare people, that's enough. 5 people saw their dreams appear, and their faces froze. The elves around them were also agitated. When the Tanabata Bluebird appeared, they felt the pressure, but after all, the Tanabata Bluebird has just entered the Heavenly King level, and its strength may not be fully exerted, and they are not afraid. But the emergence of the Dream Demon made them feel a little nervous. The level of the Dream Monsters is higher than all their elves, and their long, steady energy that seems to have entered the Uranus level for a long time makes them have a creepy feeling. The most obvious thing is the one on the far right who is hiding under the black robe. His stress is greatest, because he can clearly feel that the Dream Demon is ancient and stronger than him. That's right. Dream Monster and Kixie Bluebird are Oki's biggest hole cards for this action. Although Oki may not be able to show their full strength, sometimes they just need to come out and stand. Do the 5 people across the board really dare to do it? If Oki identified one crazy attack, would the other 4 help him end? It is estimated that it will fall into ruin. If the city of Zijing could have less power, then such a large piece of meat would be enough for the remaining people to eat. Originally they only had the intention to do something when they saw the Star Festival Bluebird, but when they saw the Dream Demon, their thoughts changed. They are already thinking about how to maximize their own benefits when the Sky Team enters Zijing City this time. The strong man standing in the middle saw what the others looked like, and knew what they thought. Silently sighed www.mentalnovel.com, seeing that they did not speak anymore, acquiesced in the strength they showed. Oki moved a position and exposed the burglary behind him. For the time being, she will be responsible for all matters related to the Battle of the Sky Team in Zijing City. First, ask for a monthly pass. Then there is something to say. Some people think that there are too many 6 kings in a city. In fact, do a good job of calculation. As the second largest city in Fenyuan, it is normal for several underground kings to appear in the underground force. The difference is just the strength of these heavenly kings. If there are only 3 heavenly kings in a large city, then these 3 heavenly kings must be very strong, because the total resources are there. But what if it is 6? Should it be more than double weak? In fact, these people are small supporting actors. Don't pay much attention to them. Oki's main energy is not on the Sky Team. It is his key to cultivate elves and improve their strength. Now Hibiscus is refining a large copy. After thinking about it in the middle, I still don't think about skipping a word, but now it's okay. It's over. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 827. It's overhearing Oki's arrangements. The leaders of the remaining forces did not react. Now that Oki has shown enough strength, he can receive what is left of the Void organization, as one of the controlling party of Zijing City, is now replaced by the Sky Team, so there must be a person responsible for managing the daily battle of the battle platform. Sending someone can't be more normal. As for men and women, as underground forces, do you care about gender? Just look at strength. The Sky Team's strength is Oki. As for how much strength his men have, this is not the point. With 5 leaders alone, and the presence of their forces, the brigade was pushed up. Oki is also helpless, because now he can imagine only a total of 4 under his control. Sky will be responsible for the management of the Futaba Museum, Miyamoto and Alec will be responsible for the management of the Sky Team. Although the brigade is the main person in charge of the hunting team, but recently, it should be no hunting team. Absorption and digestion of the entire void is beneficial to maximize. After the Sky Team has established a foothold in Zijing City, Oki will find someone to replace the burglar brigade and let her do what she likes. Anyway, it's only a temporary management of the battlefield. They don't know how to steal the brigade. It will be a short time to see how the other 5 parties manage it. As for Futaba, Oki changed his mind. The current development of Fuai Town is very good, and Liu Shengen is still in town. Oki is not very interested in leaving underground forces in Fuai Town. Sky Team staying in Futaba will increase the possibility of Oki exposure. And there is no black market in Fuai Town. And the Sky Team is missing a large part of its financial resources. As for why the black market is not established in Fuai Town, it is also because the German company has established a large commercial street at the gate of Fuai Road Museum, and it is also gradually expanding, which is also a major source of income for Oki. Oki is also reluctant to establish a black market to disrupt the market. Let the entire town of Fuai become a clean city of the Alliance. After learning about the situation in Fuai Town, the Alliance will definitely increase its investment. After all, even Kanaza, the largest city in the Fenyuan area, has many underground forces that are intertwined. If you can build a clean city that belongs to the Alliance, the Fenyuan Alliance will be very happy. Of course, at that time, Aoki was still in charge of Fuai Town, then the underground forces are not so important. It happens that the Sky Team can now stay in the City of Violet, becoming one of the 6 major forces of Violet. With the current size of the Sky Team, the remaining parts of the Void can be eaten, and there are already signs of a bit of support. The Sky Team is enough to develop in a short time. Aoki also made a fortune. In the future, after Sky Team completely took over the Void, after the battle was divided, Aoki added another stable, far-reaching source of income. The pressure to train the elves is a little less. After giving them a tour of the brigade, Aoki took the 4 Sky who finished the work, and some important members of the Sky Team at this time, those who came out of the trial island with Aoki, and those who joined later, absolutely loyal, had a meeting in the conference room of the Void building. It mainly talked about how to receive the Void, and how the Sky Team will develop in the next period of time. The elves that Aoki snatched from the cadres of the Void have been assigned to the 4 Sky, and some of them are weaker and can be assigned to the rest. As long as they can conquer, the strength will skyrocket. Of course, if you want to go further, you still have to look at your own spirit training. But for now, it's enough to deal with it temporarily. At the same time, Aoki was granted the Sky Foreman Sky Team cadre status, and the rest also raised a rank, from Squadron Captain to Large Captain, Small Captain to Squadron Captain and so on. Although it may be a bit weaker now, after digesting the Void, it should be almost the same. In addition, the large amount of resources that Aoki made from the fairies last time also improved the strength of the Sky Team. I believe that it is only a matter of time to catch up with the scale of the original Void. The point is that in the eyes of other leaders, Aoki is a master of the Heavenly King class. Compared to the Void without the Uranus level, there are now Uranus level Sky Teams. The deterrence is stronger and greater. In the end, the Sky Team can recruit new members again. As for the specific details, let the 4 Sky discuss. Looking at the people at the conference table, Aoki couldn't help thinking, it's also time to promote a few more people or recruit a few to become cadres. Otherwise, if the stall grows larger in the future, the 4 Sky people will not be enough. Finished things. Aoki once again started the shopkeeper, opened the high-rise windows of the Void building, and jumped from above. Then he disappeared into the night sky on a desert dragonfly. After no one was around, Aoki summoned the Dull King to use the instant movement to return to the backyard of Fuai Town. Today, Tanabata Bluebird and Dream Demon have made great contributions, and next time they eat, they add chicken legs. The Crow's Head, Madara, and Gengui fought very well. It has been a long time since they fought. After Aoki released them, she went straight to the room to sleep. There were a lot of torments this evening, and Aoki needed a good rest. After tonight, Aoki's affairs here are almost resolved, and you can go out for a trip with peace of mind. The goal this time is Aoki, a long-planned, mysterious island between the Feniyuan area and the Kanto area. The small island that Aoki couldn't fully explore because of insufficient strength. However, it is also an island that Aoki plans to use as its secret base. www.untilnovel.com. The harvest of the last fairy incident has been used to purchase various equipment and has been stored in space equipment. Used. But before going to that island, Aoki had one more thing to do, and that was to prepare the elf that was about to evolve, their qualification potions. At that time, a sudden situation occurred in the province, which caused the elf's level to suddenly increase. By then, it had evolved suddenly without the aid of qualified potions, but that affected the ultimate development of the elves and their upper limit. Now the Sky Team has completely replaced the Void organization. I believe that with the size of the market in Viola and the black market in Viola, it is much easier to find those things. And Aoki is also getting rid of Ogo and Mikli. They helped inquire about those materials in the League. As now Aoki, if the Alliance and the underground forces are searching together, they will soon be found. After finding it, making the potion was the easiest thing. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https Chapter 828 Earth Mask and Crimson Rock. Aoki repaired Infutable again for half a month, waiting for the Sky Team to collect everything he needed. Half a month is definitely not enough for the original Sky Team. But now it has become a major force in Zijing City, and the group it faces is different. Although it will take a long time for the Sky Team to fully receive the things from Zijing City, what Aoki needs is still first. In addition, some people in the league also helped Aoki collect these materials, so their results were very fast. Coca-Cola, Mohair, and Baby Dragon's qualification potions have been made from aquamarine in this half month. Although the materials are complicated, he now has a larger network of relationships. The most difficult material to find in Coca-Cola's qualification potion was Inigo's house, and Aoki bought it directly from him. Mohama's most difficult material to find is with the help of Mikli. Their Ulida Museum also has a long history in Feniyuan area. Some precious water-based materials are easier to find than Aoki. A material for the Baby Dragon qualification medicine is even more precious, but Aoki obtained it through Genji Heavenly King, and now it has been produced. The precious part of these qualification potions was obtained through the hands of friends, and the relatively common materials among them were vigorously sought by the Sky Team, and it was not difficult to find them. At present, only two of the main ingredients of Kira's and Lizuang Chicken's qualification potions are relatively precious. The Sky Team searched for more than half a month and could not find them. They just heard that it was more difficult to find it all at once. You need a material called the Earth's Membrane for Color's qualified medicament, and a material called Crimson Rock for the powerful chicken. These two things are relatively rare, and some people have not even heard of them. Think of the last time when the medicine for the preparation of new Miwai's qualifications was made, a material that Aoki had found for a long time. It turned out to be the Tears of Mina's. It's not difficult to get things, but sometimes the names are a bit ridiculous, so it's troublesome to find. Fortunately, Aoki's chip has now been upgraded. At this time, there are still many multilateral animals collecting information on the network, and the database of the chip is constantly being improved. And the qualification medicine originally originated from Liu Shengen's computer database, but also from the Breeders' Guild. The chip finally analyzed what the two materials might be, and where to find him. The first target of the chip is the volcano. The most central and highest chimney mountain in Feniyuan area may have the material he is looking for. Before Aoki and Dogo went on an adventure to Chimney Hill, they only visited a small part of it. Because of the emergence of the lava team, it was quickly interrupted. Finally, a captain-level figure of the lava team was arrested, which was regarded as a contribution. According to the chip analysis, if you want to find those two things, you may really need to touch the top of the mountain, so this time Aoki may spend a long time on it. Since the chip analyzes that the largest place to find those two things is on Chimney Hill, then Aoki can only find one. Also take the elves to fight and experience. As long as the level improvement of the elves can be controlled, it doesn't matter if they are summoned by Kira to fight. Aoki had already sorted things out half a month ago. For the last one, the material of the Baby Dragon qualification medicine was sent by Yuanzai. Although it just arrived today, it took Aoki 3 hours to make it. Without too much hesitation and waiting, the time spent in Fuai Town this time is really long enough. Aoki summoned the desert dragonfly directly, jumped onto his back and flew towards Chimney Hill. This time Aoki brought all his own elves, because he was going to go directly to the mysterious island at sea after finding the two materials, and build his secret elven cultivation base first. Now, this matter it can't be dragged anymore. That is to say, this time stayed in the town of Futaba. Aoki himself could take care of all the elves, so he did not rush. Otherwise, things are already ready. Quietly left without attracting Anon's attention. Of course, the closest place to Chimney Hill on Fuai Town is to go to Luoyang Town. But if you walk in Luoyang Town, there will be too many people. Aoki doesn't like so many people. Even after going up the mountain, people will decrease a lot. Aoki doesn't like it very much. And this time he is not going to start up the mountain from the foot of the mountain, at least starting from the mountainside, to suit Oki's current level of elves. After entering the Quasiski class, the desert dragonfly flew a lot faster, flying from Fui Town to the mountainside of Chimney Mountain in just a few hours. When landing from the air, the elves on the mountain felt the momentum of the desert dragonfly and fled immediately. Now the desert dragonfly's self-confidence is back, and there is no longer the miserable look that was so violent before, and finally it has been restored to the appearance of the dragon spirit. Even the Tanabata bluebird, who recently broke through to the Heavenly King class, no longer satirizes him when he saw the desert dragonfly, and expressed his joy at his progress. After entering the Heavenly King class, the Star Festival not only did not show any arrogance and look down on Oki and his elves, and even a better attitude towards Oki. Now it has been able to execute the combat orders commanded by Oki to a certain extent, which is a very good progress. There is a Dream Demon. At this point, the Dream Demon has been training for several months. www.untilnovel.com Oka's tailored training method has gradually developed the Dream Demon's elf's ability and fighting method. And because the Dream Demon has been wearing a soothing bell, the intimacy with Oki has already reached its peak, and he will not violate the order of Oki. The only drawback may be that it is not an elf that Oki grew up with, but in fact, there is not much difference, because the original dream of the demon is very simple, not much different from the newborn elf, and there is no original way of fighting, not even knowing what the fight is. Both Oki trained and directed it a little bit. Therefore, as long as the Dream Demon is fully familiar with the way of fighting from Oki and establishes a sufficient understanding with Oki, she is an elf of Oki. A king-level elf. Counting the Tanabata jade birds, there are 2 celestial elves. Although it may be nothing in the Uranus level, at least Oki now faces some people who are new to the Uranus level and not without any resistance. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 829 K9 Cage. After entering the mountainside woods of Chimney Hill, the desert dragonfly was put away. The wild elf levels here are pretty good, and they are more suitable for fighting by Kira. Oki summoned Kira and Coca-Cola. It has only 4 levels to evolve from Kira. Coca-Cola's qualified potion is ready, so don't worry. The wild elves around level 30 are just right for these 2 little guys. Yuki. In close, Kira and Coca-Cola were very excited when they came out. During this time, they felt the improvement of their strength, and now they can see that they have come out again to experience the surrounding environment, so they are very happy. From Kira and Coca-Cola, fight well and perform well. If you don't obey, I will call Lizuangjai out. Oki saw 2 living treasure-like elves and said with a smile, Yuki. Kira heard Oki's words and stood up immediately, putting you on top of her head and making a salutation, but because her hands were too short, she could only put them on her nose. Coca-Cola looked at Eucla, and then looked at how she walked on 4 feet. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. What can I do if my legs are short and my posture cannot be achieved? Waiting online. It's urgent. Ha 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 ha. Oki laughed a little when she saw Coca-Cola anxiously. After the final evolution, the 2 will become very fiercely captured elf, but after hours, they are so cute now, it is always unbearable. As the quasi-god elf, Kira's ultimate evolutionary bandler is still very aggressive, with a Godzilla feel. The ultimate evolution of Coca-Cola, Boscadora, is not inferior to the existence of Bongila. Now the only one in Oki's hands, the known super evolutionary stone, is the super evolutionary stone of Boscadora. In addition, Coca-Cola's qualifications are quite outstanding. I don't know to what extent after the final evolution into Boscadola, and what changes can eventually occur in the super evolution. But at this time, they were all just Kira and Coca-Cola, when they were learning how to fight and how to grow. Let's go up the mountain and see if we can find what we want. Oki said, walking towards the mountain with 2 elves. The 2 little guys, Kira and Coca-Cola, are still relatively small, and they are not very conspicuous when they follow Oki. As a human being, Oka's threat to the wild elves is also very small, So soon those elves driven away by desert dragonflies returned to their original place of residence, and some elves began to launch sneak attacks on Oki. This first person who tried to eat crabs had two results. One was to find the right way to taste the delicious crab meat, and the other was to receive the crab's tough tongues and hard shell blow. The first elf to try was not the elf registered in Feniyun area, but the elf registered in Sinnoh area, a canine cage. A 32 grade, light green qualified canine cage. Straight down from the tree, opened his mouth and rushed towards Oki. The huge head took up 1/3 of the body. This kind of elves only have one characteristic, that is, floating, so they often live on the tree, sometimes silently waiting for the prey to come on the tree, and sometimes they will rush down directly from the tree and attack the prey. By virtue of their dense roots, as long as their prey is entangled, they cannot escape their entanglement. But today he is clearly not on the right target. Yukira, smash him down with a rock fall. Kokodora, use a head hammer. Oki stared straight at the cuspid rushing, without any tension. It is not the first time that Ira and Kokodola have fought. Now their combat experience has been cultivated in the daily battles some time ago, and their rapport with Oki has been successfully established. Yuki. When Ira looked up, her two small hands waved, and suddenly rocks of different sizes appeared in the sky, which appeared on the trajectory of the canine cage. All hit him directly. The canine cage was caught off guard, and there was no way to avoid it in the air, and it could only withstand the damage caused by a rock fall. Before he landed, Kokodola was waiting for him. The timing was right, and it was not the first time that Kokodora and Yukira cooperated. There was some white light on the smooth head. Before the canine cage contacted the ground, a fierce ejection hit his face. A muffled noise appeared. The effect of metal in contact with plants is obvious. The canine cage was directly hit by a fly. Kokodola's head is not as hard as it is today. Knowing that Kokodola has a double-edged hammer in her genetic skills, and his characteristics are originally a hard head, coupled with such a long supply of diamonds, it can be said that the hardest part of Kokodola's whole body is the head. Kokodola, rock blockade. Bagheera, block him with sand. After seeing the information of this canine cage, Oki was not ready to defeat it directly. He was still a bit useful. In close, Kokodola whispered softly. Around the cavities fell to the ground, all the rocks on the ground rushed towards him, and suddenly they turned into a thick chain and tied it together. Then Ira fell on the ground with both hands, eyes looking at the place where the canine cage was located. The underground energy flowed, and a pile of sand like a snake appeared around the canine cage, and then slowly climbed up his body, buried it a little bit. Only one head was left outside in the end. This coordination is done by Ira and Kokodola every day during training, and is now very skilled. The cuspid cage wanted to resist, but there was no way. In the end, he turned into a small sand pile, except that a green head was added to the sand pile. The two very small eyes were panicked at this time. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki, with a smile on his face, slowly approached the canine cage, followed by Ira and Kokodola. Around. At this point, the identity of the two sides has been changed, and the canine cage has become a weaker party. The cuspid cage panicked and wanted to see if there was anything he could do to help, and in the end there was no trace. In the end, he opened a mouth and spit out a pink mist from his mouth, with a sweet smell. Sweet aroma. When in the wild, attract nearby wild elves. The reason why Oki did not solve him directly was for his skills. In this way, the surrounding elves will be trapped on their own, much simpler than looking for them a little bit. From Ira to Kokodola, get ready to fight. Oki nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Yuki. In close, dash. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves. https. Chapter 830. Found a fire rock rat. When Oki left contentedly with Ira and Kokodola, the canine cage collapsed to the ground, and there were no rocks or sand blocking his movement. But the cuspid cage couldn't move at this moment, his eyes were awkward, and he looked like he was unlovable, lying softly on the ground as if his body had been hollowed out. I also twitched from time to time, and it seemed that it was too fast. I almost foamed. But Kira and Coca-Cola had a contented smile on their faces, and even saw a hint of redness on their faces. Comfortable. Pax. The battle was so cool. Sometimes, intermittent fighting is not as comfortable as a long-lasting battle. It is more comfortable and more rewarding. Kira and Coca-Cola had diamonds in their mouths at the moment, and they all jumped and walked, and they hummed a little. How do you say that? After the diamond, after the living fairy? Keek. Oki left the forest with the elves. Because of the sweet aroma of the canine cage, almost all the elves in this forest have been attracted. If you want to fight next, you need to keep going up. Fortunately, there are no people in this movie. Otherwise, riots will almost be caused, and it is estimated that many people will be injured. The analysis of Earth film may actually be the essence of a mountain. The more ancient the mountain and the higher the mountain, the better its internal essence will be. The effect is even better. The crimson rock may be a product of magma after chip analysis. It is impossible to guess what it is, but if the chip is scanned, it will be analyzed and compared based on the data. The results obtained will generally not be wrong. That's why Oki chose Chimney Hill. As the largest active volcano in Feniyun area, its mountain can be seen in most places in Feniyun area, and if you want to find things in magma, you can also find it in the magma inside Chimney Mountain. The probability is greatest. Although Chimney Hill may also be the most dangerous, it is not insurmountable. Along the way to the mountain, came to the cave that was discovered with Ogo, and Oki found a quiet place outside the cave for a night. I didn't decide to go in until the next day. Last time they did not reach the deepest part of the cave, because a large group of lava snails blocked their way forward, and their strength was lacking at that time, so they had to choose to quit. But this time Oki wanted to find everything inside the mountain, either climbing to the top of the mountain and entering from the top of the mountain, and there was another way to find a passage that could go straight to the inside of the mountain. Now that you have arrived here, Oki would like to try it out and explore what is the innermost part of this cave. You know, at this time, the pieces of Guldor's armor carried by Kira's back were obtained here. I just don't know, was the member of the lava team at that time found it in the cave here, or did they find it before entering the cave? If it was found here in the cave, does it mean that the same thing may exist in this cave? It was just a small piece of armor that gave Kira a lot of benefits. Originally, Kira had a strong ability to control ground system energy and rock system energy. With the help of this piece of Gulado armor, the control of ground system energy has begun to lead the control of rock system energy. Although the attributes will eventually change to rock and evil when eventually evolved into Bangala, his ground skills will not be forgotten, and his ability to control the energy of the ground will not disappear. By then the attack will not weaken. With a little curiosity, Oki walked into the cave with the two elves. The elves in the cave were cleared by the lava team, so they were very smooth when they entered. But it's been so long now, apparently, that the wild elves once again occupied this place. The elf level here is relatively high, and other elves are needed to help fight together. Oki summoned strong chickens, and the three elves were relatively capable of fighting together. After all, they had cooperated for so long. Although if Oki summons the dull kings, they can enter them at will, and it is very easy. But at this time, it is better to train the elves of the second gradient, otherwise they have not experienced any particularly difficult ordeals and will encounter them later. When things are difficult, I will think about them, and rely on the crowhead to head them. This training, although the strength of the elves will not be weak in the future, but the ability to face difficulties is too poor. The heart will not be strong enough, and the ability to resist pressure is also weak. In the face of a strong opponent, there is no hard work. After yesterday's battle, Kokidala's level increased to 1 level, reaching level 31, only 1 step away from evolution. Kira has also been promoted, reaching level 27, and is about to reach the time of evolution. Now add a 30 strong chicken. The battle is not bad. At least now 1 plus 1 plus 1 has achieved a degree greater than 3. Their cooperation with each other and tacit understanding with Oki can make the battle easier. Directly into the mountain. All the way to the mountain encountered many fire-based elves, mainly lava insects and bonfire camels, and occasionally encountered a fire-breathing camel or coal tortoise. These two elves are relatively strong. Coca-Cola, as a steel spirit, was severely restrained here, but after continuous fighting, she gradually got used to it. Do not let an elf not be allowed to fight because he is not suitable to fight in a field. Otherwise, what to do if he encounters a fire elf in the future? Spend more energy during training and less suffering during battle. But halfway through, reading www.uukanzu.com, Oki saw a voice that surprised him. An elf crippled on the ground with flames on his head and tail. Fire rock rat. The fire-type elves in the Uzunjia in Chengdu area, the evolution type of the fireball mouse. The final evolutionary state is a hot beast, and it is also a Uzunjia elves with good strength and potential. The ultimate potential of all the elves who can become Uzunjia will not be weak. Of course, under the premise of sufficient qualifications. Before Oki had time to scan the fire rock rat's data, he flew past the cave. Does there still be a group of fireball rats inside this cave? Oki thought secretly. All the elves of Uzunjia are often controlled by the Alliance, and they rarely encounter wild Uzunjia elves. But if you do, then congratulations. The market value of this kind of elves is still very high. If you encounter good qualifications, you can use them directly. If you invest resources, you will get a corresponding return. If the qualifications are ordinary or more ordinary, you can get selling on the black market can still get an unbeatable price. Oki, as a breeder, has a better choice, that is, to catch a nest and go back to cultivate, whether it is high or not. After professional training and selection, you can always get a qualified elf. Those that have been eliminated can also be sold in the black market without any loss of value. From Kira, Coco-Dora, and strong chickens, to speed up the fighting rhythm, we have to look deeper. Oki said, Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 25 to the 5 million rewards for the big man who is suffering from evil. Hibiscus spent 2 hours today finishing a large section of the fine outline. If the code is smooth and nothing happens, it will break out in a few days. Chapter 831 Disoriented. Disoriented after seeing Fire Rock Rat in Oki, he gave full command and used the telepathy to direct the 3 elves to fight. Soon the spirits in the cave were cleared away. Speed is fast, but Oki is a bit tired. After all, he is only an intermediate superpower now, and he can't achieve long-term continuous CCG induction command. But in order to find the Fire Rock Rat just flashed, it is worth it. Back to the place where he once fought with members of the lava team, Oki still felt a little bit emotional. At that time, facing the lava team, an elf who had just entered the strength of Zun Tanwang, let Oki and Dogo waste a lot of energy to defeat. It was also because of defeating that elf that Door's giant gold monster was able to evolve. When I came here again at this time, Oki was already a true Quasitano class trainer, and not an ordinary Quasitano. Already come into contact with some heavenly things. The wild elves here are now suitable for the elves of the second echelon of Oki to fight. Carefully inspected the footprints of the elves on the ground, many, and disorganized. However, Oka's previous capabilities were to detect and counter-investigate. There are still some capabilities to find the footprints of the elves. Coupled with the scanning and analysis of the chip, the Fire Rock Rat's footprints were quickly found from a pile of footprints. Because it is new, it is not erased by other elves, and it is relatively easy to find. The Fire Rock Rat's footprints pointed all the way to the cave. In line with Oka's goal, there was no hesitation, and he was ready to continue to go inside. Coco-Dora, Kira and strong chickens form the basic combat power. However, unlike Oka's idea, The caves that were originally densely packed with lava snails are now only 2 or 3 kittens, and they are not lava snails but lava worms. The difficulty is suddenly reduced a lot. Aoki frowned. Did anyone still come here in advance? But the number of elves in the cave in the first half was correct, and their imprints of life were not abnormal. With a little doubt, he started to walk inside. As soon as I entered the second half of the cave, I felt that the temperature had increased a lot. The hot air rushed towards my face, and the shoes on the ground were already covered with sweat, and sweat beads appeared on my forehead. Almost a little while, Aoki felt severe thirst. Instead of going deeper, I retreated first and changed a set of equipment. Fortunately, before choosing to come to Chimney Hill, Aoki had prepared a special set of equipment, which was similar to the coat of the lava team last time, but much better. The thermal insulation effect is better, and at the same time, it can maintain a good ventilation effect. After wearing it, the dry feeling disappears suddenly. Then Aoki continued to walk inside with the 3 elves. Here, Kira didn't feel that much. His armor outside was originally very thick, and because of the long time consumption of diamonds, both the physical fitness and the green armor on the outside were very strong. The strong chicken here is more like coming to his paradise. Aoki feels that a small amount of feathers on his head are about to turn into a real flame. From the beginning of summoning the strong chicken, you can feel that he is a bit excited. The fire system in the cave is very rich. The strong recovery and adjustment ability of the strong chicken has been significantly improved. The battle here is their main battlefield. Cocodolo is different. At this time, the temperature of his whole body is very high. Although it does not affect his battle, it must be said that the high temperature makes Cocodolo's reaction ability slightly lower. But Aoki didn't mean to take it back. Yes, here is not very comfortable for Cocodolo, and the impact on Aoki is not great. But sometimes the difficulty is to overcome, isn't it? If you encounter difficulties and choose to run away, what if the enemy you encounter in the future lives in such a place? Don't you fight anymore? Hiss. Aoki took out water and gave Cocodolo a sip. When the water was in contact with his metal case, he made a hissing sound, and the temperature of the water suddenly became tall. However, Cocodolo drank a whole bottle in one sip, and here he consumed a lot of water. Aoki endured the temperature from the palm of his hand, touched Cocodolo's head, smiled and encouraged. Cocodolo, persistence is victory. You can't choose to escape because of the restraint of the fire energy. In closing, Cocodolo shook her head again, and her 2 front paws swung in front, indicating that she was okay. Yukira also came over, trying to comfort Cocodolo. After learning Aoki's appearance, he put his hand on Cocodolo's back and wanted to touch it gently. After all, he was a good brother. But Kira's palm is his weakest part. After all, his palm makes up for the sensitive tactile nerves. Yukira cried suddenly. At first it was placed on Cocodolo's back, but Kira didn't feel anything. But after a little while, she found that there was actually pain on the palm. Take a look at the palm. The palm is completely red. Kira blew her palm, very distressed, feeling hot. Ha 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 ha. Aoki laughed when she saw Yukira's cute look. Covering Cocodolo also laughed together. As for the strong chicken on the side, he had already rolled his stomach on the ground, holding his stomach. Yuklu is not only the heaviest elves in Aoki's hands, but also the most naughty one among Aoki's elves. But he has a good relationship with everyone, so other elves will treat him as a big brother. Kira scratched her head, embarrassed. Disoriented. This is an episode of Aoki and the Elves. www.mentalnovel.com. The lava bugs in this cave did not initiate an attack after seeing Aoki. As long as you avoid the magma that accidentally slipped from the lava bug in time, there is no problem. And there doesn't seem to be any other elves here. Most of them are lava bugs. After passing through the second half of the cave, what appeared in front of Aoki was a huge, lake-like place. But the water in this lake was all magma. The surrounding rocks are fiery red, and you can see that there are bubbles in the magma. As the bubbles gradually grow, they finally break, and an airstream with high temperature will rush upward. Above is the top of the entire chimney hill, which is also a volcanic eruption. Is this the very center of Chimney Hill? Oki said secretly. However, as he was thinking, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the magma, and then it seemed as if he had found a target and rushed towards Oki. Frightened Mo, the most responsive Lizuang chicken, rushed to Oki in front of him, and put on a defensive posture. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 832 Platypus Oki reacted, calling his own superpowers directly, coupled with his strong body, avoiding the magma that the opponent rushed up. Yuki, Enclosed, Ira and Coca-Cola also responded, and took a few steps back to stand with Oki. At the same time the energy began to condense. Li Zhuang Chicken crossed his hands in front of him. His eyes stared at the shadow that rushed up, and directly bombarded Li Zhuang Chicken. Boom! Hiss! Li Zhuang Chicken's posture remained unchanged. His feet's claws firmly grasped on the ground, but he was unable to stop the impact of the opponent, and was directly bombarded and slid back 3 or 4 meters. The light yellow feathers at the crossing of the strong chicken actually turned brown. This is the favorite scorched brown feel of the Michelin restaurant chef. No. This is not grilling chicken wings. Keek. As a strong spirit chicken of the fire spirit, the feathers on his body have special energy, and the general flame cannot burn or even affect the hair of the strong chicken. However, I did not expect that it was just an attack, and the feathers on Li Zhuang Chicken were burned. And the strong chicken is still a fighting elf, even if he is not very good at strength. What he is best at is speed. And he should not just slip 1 or 3 meters down. Knowing that he looked like this elf, Oki showed a look of sudden realization, followed by a little surprise. It's really surprising that you can meet this kind of elves here. Being able to live in magma can also be regarded as a fire spirit. It's just that this elf looks a little ugly. Platypus Beast. I saw an elf who looked a little fat, with one fist straight up. It was that punch that struck the strong chicken, with a sign of disdainful smile on his face, and it was exactly sloppy. The mouth is large and the lips are thick, but not at all. The chip showed the data of this duckbill beast in front of Oki. Elf, duckbill beast light cyan. Gender, male. Level, 38. Attribute, fire. Characteristics, flame body. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, million tons of heavy punches, burst punches, flash charge, gas gathering. Basic skills, lightning fist, cloudy fog, stare, spark, smoke screen, surprising strike, flame vortex, clear smoke, flame sputtering, strange light, flame fist, smoke spit. Teaching skills, hot air, iron tail, kick down, chi boxing. Skill learner, none. This platypus beast is exactly the elf who threw the powerful chicken back. Duckbill beasts live in volcanic magma, and Oki can understand it, but some do not understand why there are duckbill beasts here. Because the platypus beast is an elf that the platypus fire dragon needs to wear a magma drive before it can evolve. Of course, at this time, the person who later discovered the evolution of the platypus beast, the results announced by the Alliance were also admitted to be written in the wizard book, but Oki did not really know. Sometimes the evolution of elves requires special conditions, but sometimes these special conditions are not irreplaceable. Just like the ugly fish evolved into Minas, there are 2 ways. One is to use props, and the other is to increase its beauty. It is possible that there are 2 ways for the duckbill fire dragon to evolve into a duckbill beast. The duckbill beast found in nature has evolved in this way. Oki feels that this is the only way to explain why duckbeak inflammation beasts appear here. But one thing that surprised Oki was the level of this platypus beast. It is not very high. Only 38. According to the level of the lava snails that Dou and Dou saw in the second half of the cave when they came last time, they should be much higher than this duck-billed beast. But now it seems that this platypus beast may be the highest level elf here. It should be something happened here, Oki thought secretly. At the same time, a hint of bad hunch appeared in my heart. Maybe it was the first to be boarded. But now I still beat this duckbill beast before talking. An elf of the flame body, even if it is not strong and of average qualifications, it is still very valuable, especially for a person like Oki who has a good ability to cultivate a family. This flaming beak of the flame body may become a good assistant when Oki breeds and screens the elves. The characteristics of the flame body in the battle is to make the opponents who are in contact with them become burning, and the strong feather of the chicken is also due to this characteristic. It's just that the fire spirits will not enter the burning state, so the strong chicken is not burned. The characteristics of the flame body are not only effective in combat. In normal times, if an elf with this characteristic is brought into contact with the elven egg, the incubation speed of the elven egg will be greatly accelerated, and it is estimated that the speed of improvement may be nearly doubled. Oki wants to establish his own elf base on the backyard or a mysterious island on the sea. Among them, the cultivation of high-quality elves is an essential part. With the help of the flame body elf, the incubation speed of the elf eggs can be faster, can save a lot of time in Oki. At least it can let the elf eggs hatch quickly, so the deployment and cultivation of qualifications will be faster. But the 38-level duckbill beast is obviously not a strong chicken. The three of them can deal with it. Oki took an elf ball from his waist and threw it directly. A mosquito coil frog emperor appeared. Oh, the mosquito coil frog emperor sang. Inside this volcano, the rainfall characteristics don't have to be thought of to be effective. Enclosed, scared Yuki. However, Oki summoned the mosquito repellent frog emperor, but it made the three little guys a little bit unhappy, and they thought that Oki did not trust them. Although the mosquito repellent frog emperor is a water-based elf, it has a great advantage in facing platypus beasts, but originally they were at the same starting line. Now the mosquito coil frog emperor is far ahead of them, and there are even giant marsh monsters that are stronger than the mosquito coil frog emperor. The three little guys didn't say anything, but in fact, they can see from their hard training that they are not very willing. Now it's hard to see a powerful opponent. They are unwilling to be snatched by the mosquito coil frog emperor. This is not because it has a bad relationship with the mosquito repellent frog emperor. www.mentalnovel.com. It is just pure desire to fight. Hearing the screams of three little guys, not only Oki stunned, but also the mosquito coil frog emperor. Immediately a helpless expression appeared. In this case, let the three of you take the lead, Oki said. At the same time, the ECG induction also connected the mosquito repellent frog king. The mosquito repellent frog king controls the power of the rainwater and tries to kill away the fire energy in the air here, or to dissipate the fire energy around the three little guys. The mosquito coil frog emperor nodded silently, closed his eyes, and a complete tentacle on his head still gave off a light blue light. It is quite difficult to use the energy of rainwater in such a place. The three little guys who are already at a disadvantage in the ranks, if they are still fighting at the place where the platypus beast is at home, the odds of winning are hard to say. But with the mosquito repellent frog emperor assisting in secret, at least the winning rate will be much higher. After seeing the mosquito king frog emperor starting to act, Oki disconnected from him and connected three little guys. Fighting. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. https. Chapter 833. So embarrassed the body of the mosquito repellent frog emperor has begun to emit water vapor, which slowly diffuses into the air, reducing the hot air in the surrounding air. Although the level and strength of the mosquito repellent frog king is not as high as that of the giant marsh, on the control of the water system energy, the mosquito repellent frog king should be the strongest among the spirits of Oki. Even the dull king is at most equivalent to the mosquito repellent frog emperor. This is a step-by-step exercise in his training plan in accordance with Oki. Part of the reason is that the mosquito coil frog emperor itself has a good water energy control ability, and the mosquito coil frog emperor of Oki is rainy and has better control of water vapor. As compared to the daddy king, it is also because the daddy king is a dual attribute elf, and is mainly strong in superpower talents, while he is a single water system elf, and is more specialized in training and combat. So his advantage now is inevitable. However, the Mosquito King Frog Emperor secretly carried out, and Coca-Cola, who was preparing to fight, did not know it. Unexpectedly, before they started attacking Bagheera, the platypus beasts on the opposite side took the lead. The flame that had been held up by the arm that had been held up dissipated, revealing a dark hole, like a cannon pole. There was a little yellow light on this arm cannon, a cannonball with a blazing flame ejected directly from the inside, and the target pointed at the strong chicken that had blocked his attack before. The mocking smile on his face did not disappear. However, the strong chicken did not show a panic. Aoki had already given a command to him through the heart inductor. Both legs kicked on the ground and bounced directly, avoiding the flaming flame of the duckbill beast. But the moment the flame ball contacted the ground, it broke and opened directly, and a large number of Mars sputtered, among which part of it hit the bouncing chicken. It's just that these fire attacks are not very serious for the strong chicken that is the fire department. Coca-Cola and Bagheera were not idle beside. With Bagheera holding his hands for a while, the green scream on his head showed some earth-colored light. Rocks appeared in the cave suddenly, but they disappeared invisible directly after the rocks appeared for a long time. Coca-Cola lay on her limbs, and suddenly two slender rock chains sprang out of the ground, and flung them towards the duckbill beast. The platypus beast with red eyes watching the emergence of invisible rocks, still standing still, facing the rock chains that rushed over like water snakes. Sparks appeared on both fists in an instant. One fist hit the two rock chains directly, without letting them restrict their movement. It was only when he just wanted to show his proud look that a black shadow appeared on the top of his head. It was the strong chicken who had just escaped his flames. At this moment a strong chicken foot with sharp claws kicked straight at it. The platypus beast subconsciously crossed his arms in front of him, just as the strong chicken had withstood his attack before. And he had the strong chicken in the same way, kicked at the intersection of his arms. The powerful leg strength, coupled with the acceleration of gravity carried by the fall, made this attack powerful. But the platypus beast still crossed it completely. The scornful smile on the face of the platypus beast, the expression "you hit me." But the strong chicken didn't want to rely on the first leg to cause damage. The purpose of the first leg was only to destroy the platypus beast's defense, followed by the other leg, which ejected directly. The spring-like muscle let this time. The power of the attack was not inferior to the previous one. A fierce slap in the face of the duckbill beast. He was kicked directly on the ground, and it was more unbearable than the strong chicken withstanding his attack before. The duckbill inflammation flickered in the eyes of the beak-flamed beast, and the flame of the body boomed suddenly, but I did not know why. When it rose to the highest level, it suddenly shrank a bit. But this is not a concern of the platypus beast. He is very angry now. Just before he stood up, attacks followed. The disadvantage of an elf facing 3 elves is that as long as the opponent can control the rhythm of the attack, or you always have the upper hand, otherwise one will fall into the lower wind. 3 huge rocks suddenly appeared above him. Only after Kira released the invisible rock, it was condensed under the command of Aoki to the present product. Drop directly, boom, 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 severely smashed into the face of duckbill beast. The expression is so awkward. At this time, Coca-Cola released the rock blockade again. This time, 3 rock chains appeared all at once, which is the maximum number that Coca-Cola can control at present. Just like an iron chain, it is directly tied to the gravel. The strong chicken landed, but did not stop, and continued to move back and forth in the cave at high speed. Several attacks were not enough to make the platypus beasts incompetent. Sure enough, a cracking sound appeared on the rock piles, and then cracks appeared, and a number of flames emerged from the cracks. The flames became larger and larger until, boom, the rock pile and the rock block all exploded, revealing the duckbill beast inside. But at this time his expression was not as arrogant as before, and Lizuang Giant Kira's attack went to his head. It's too much to beat people, not face. The platypus beast eyes seemed to be on fire, rubbing one's cheek with one hand, and holding the other up. There was a kind of meaning to stop running and hit 300 rounds. It was just that he did not have the advantage at first, but the elves of Elki gradually gained the upper hand. With the acceleration characteristics of the strong chicken and the blessing of high-speed movement skills, at this time his speed has not been able to be blocked by the duckbill beast. A flame appeared on the body of Lizuang chicken, and it burst quickly towards the duckbill beast. The platypus beast's face changed again, and his hands were raised forward. www.mtlnovel.com. A hot wind blasted out of his hands, just like the two jets of a jet plane. But it did not cause much impact on the strong chicken. At this time Coca-Cola and Yukira looked at each other, and Coca-Cola ran to Yukira. Yukira pressed her hands on Coca-Cola's body, like a catapult, and ejected Coca-Cola directly. This is how the two little guys cooperated. By controlling the energy of the ground system by Yukira, coupled with its own power, it became a spring, and Coca-Cola became a bullet. Coca-Cola uses electromagnetic levitation skills to minimize its weight. Immediately after the strong chicken, a thin blue flame appeared outside Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola's genetic skills, Dragon God Dive. Use it for the first time in actual combat. The goal is to restrain his fire spirits, in this fire energy-rich home of the fire spirits. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. In fact, the expression of the duckbill beast is really arrogant. You can go and see. I almost didn't hold back, crying and laughing. Dark Rise of the Elves. https Chapter 834 Evolution. Coca-Cola the strong chicken who was not afraid of the fire opened his way in the front, and was followed by Coco, which was helped by Yukira and combined with the electromagnetic suspension. It's like a silver cannonball. The platypus beast saw the powerful chicken that rushed over, and the hot air sprayed from both hands was stronger. It's just that the speed has reached the extreme strength and the chicken does not mean to shrink back in the slightest. Hit him fiercely with duckbill beast. The energy storage fire strike skill hit directly on the duck's mouth beast. Although it did not cause much damage, it interrupted his hot air skills and blasted his double fists. The platypus beast now opens the door. The strong chicken took advantage of the resistance of the platypus beast to retreat, and the ingenious wall of the body opened Coca-Cola rushing from the back. The dragon god's coat was attached to Coca-Cola's body. His body collapsed, and it hit the face of the duckbill beast straight. The platypus beast has withstood the dragon god's dive ability without defense, and staggered backwards, and is about to fall to the ground. Coca-Cola also regressed because of the rebound force, and the dragon coat on her body was eliminated, but there was a trace of fiery red on her body. The characteristics of the duckbill beast burned Coca-Cola. But this is not all Coca-Cola's attack. Coca-Cola, who flew upside down, still maintained the electromagnetic suspension, and flew down to the strong chicken. The strong chicken grabbed Coca-Cola's hind foot directly. Then the muscles on the arm suddenly swell, and even through the feathers, the muscle lines can be seen. Directly with Coca-Cola, treat it as a burden, and throw it away towards the duckbill beast again. It turned into a cannonball again and was blessed by the powerful chicken, faster than when it was blessed by Yukira. Coca-Cola's head appears with two horns made like rocks, and the sharp corners gather the energy of the formed rock system. Double-edged hammer skills. This is a skill that Coca-Cola has learned in heredity, but it has not been used in combat so far, and this is also the first time. 150 points of powerful rock-based skills, if hit, will cause great damage to platypus beasts. After all, platypus beasts are doubly restrained by rock-based abilities. At this time, the platypus beast is still shivering, and it cannot form effective protection at all. Boom! He slammed the platypus beast directly and fixed it on the stone wall in the cave behind. The double-headed hammer skills are powerful, but will rebound damage. But Coca-Cola's characteristic is hard head, so it will not be counter-attack damage. This is a real rock hitting the flesh. The platypus beast's tongue almost spit out. His eyes rolled over, and he slid off the rock wall directly, losing his combat ability. Aoki threw an elf ball in time to conquer the platypus beast of this flame body. Not to mention, it is definitely good to form an any combination with a big milk tank. There was a redness on Coca-Cola again, and the body of the fire burned his body. Aoki immediately took out a spray from the storage space and immediately treated the burn on Coca-Cola's body. It was just that Aoki had just finished using the spray, and after the red mark on Coca-Cola's body disappeared, a white light directly covered Coca-Cola. Aoki was surprised. Coca-Cola's level had reached level 31 before, so there was not much surprise about its evolution. Aoki was just surprised that after defeating this duckbill beast, Coca-Cola began to evolve. Before the battle, Aoki wanted to let the mosquito-repellent frog emperor participate in the battle, so it would be easier to fight, but Coca-Cola stopped Aoki, saying that his 3 elves could do it. From this point on, Coca-Cola probably had a hunch of himself at that time. Knowing this battle may be important to yourself. It was also very active during the battle. It can be said that Coca-Cola took half of the credit for defeating this duckbill beast. Whether it is the Dragon God Dive or the double-edged hammer, it has played a good effect. At the same time, even if the platypus beast is a characteristic of the flame, Coca-Cola has no fear at all and rises to the challenge, reducing his inherent fear of flames. Being able to overcome its own difficulties should be one of the reasons for Coca-Cola's evolution. Ira and Lizuang chicken trot over. I saw a deep envy in Yula's 2 small eyes. Is really envious. The elves of the second echelon, once formed by Aoki, have all evolved. Only Ira himself has not evolved. Fortunately, there was a baby dragon and Mohai horse, and Ira gave a little emotion, but accepted it, and then blessed Coca-Cola more. However, it seems that Lalula's is the youngest now. That little guy has just ended her growth period now. Her growth period is much longer than that of ordinary elves. Not too far from Kira's ideas, Aoki took out Coca-Cola's qualified potion and fed it to him orally. Fortunately, the site is ready, otherwise this time Aoki would not dare to summon Coca-Cola to fight. The mosquito-repellent frog emperor also came over, and his upright hands opened downward, and the water system energy poured out from him. It is impossible for him to change the whole environment, but if he just makes some adjustments to the environment around Coca-Cola's body, he can still do it. Evolving in such an environment with so much fire system energy is still not very friendly to Coca-Cola of the steel system, but if there is some water system energy to neutralize, at least it will not affect him much. In close, Coca-Cola said thankfully, immediately closed his eyes and focused on evolution. For Coca-Cola, she was also a little excited. After waiting for so long, it is finally time to evolve. Looking at the elves who are weaker than him, they have advanced, and it is impossible to say that Coca-Cola is not in a hurry. As Coca-Cola's voice fell, the white light on his body became even worse, and he was completely enveloped. You can see that in white light, Coca-Cola's body is getting bigger, and it has doubled more than once. There seemed to be a strong layer of armor. The limbs also became stiffer, sharp metal claws appeared on the limbs, and the original round blue eyes were cute, and the test became fierce. The appearance of the big monsters is rampant. This evolution is fast and smooth. The white light gradually dissipated, revealing what it looked like after evolution. Coca-Cola include. After the evolution, Coca-Cola's mouth became obvious, and he growled and shouted at last, spreading his momentum completely. The whole body is metallic, but some places are bright metal and some places are dark metal. Even the teeth were silver-white metal steel teeth, which enabled him to chew some hard-to-bite ore. The speed of eating diamonds will be much faster in the future. Coca-Cola has evolved successfully. Coca-Cola is alive. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 835 Crimson Rock. Find it. Pokemon, Coca-Cola Quasar Blue. Gender, male. Level, 32. Attribute, Steel Series plus Rock Series. Characteristics, Hard Head. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Dragon God Dive, Double-edged Hammer, Invisible Rock, Harsh Sound, Tarzan Top. Basic skills, Impact, Harden, mud throw, head hammer, metal claw, rock block, hold, roar, iron head, rock fall, slam, metal tone. Teaching skills: iron head, earth power, iron tail, hiccup, electromagnetic suspension. Skill learner: hold on. After the evolution of Kodola, with the help of the qualification potion, the qualification successfully reached the Quasar Blue, and officially entered the blue class. Like the strong chicken, it is in a special class between light blue and teal. However, with the vigorous cultivation of Oki during this time, and the assistance of energy blocks made of various precious materials, the Quasar Blue period is about to end, and it has officially entered the light blue qualification. It is believed that with the help of Oki, Kodola can smoothly enter the light blue qualification, and it may not be possible to impact the higher qualification in the future. Kokodola's evolution was successful, but he was envied by Kira. Around Kokodora, I made a lot of laps, touched it east and knocked it west, just to see how much change there has been. Suddenly, from a cute fan to a fierce beast, Kira began to imagine what she would look like after evolution. Kodola yelled at Kira. Kira, who was still watching the changes, stopped suddenly. He stepped in front of Kodola and turned around in the little red school bag behind him. Because Kodola said he was hungry and wanted to eat. How could you be a good brother, Kira? After a little searching, I took out a diamond. Kodola opened his mouth directly, motioning to Kira to throw something into his mouth. But Kira looked at the diamond on her hand, and then compared Kodola's mouth after evolution. How do you think it seems a bit small? Not able to satisfy Kodola's mouth. There was no way. Kira could only dig 2 more out of the school bag behind her, took out 3 more diamonds, and threw them into Kodola's mouth with a total of 4. Gow. Kodor chewed up happily, and only Kira felt the pain of the weight of the small school bag behind her. It's so good. It's better than me. Oki smiled and patted Kira on the back of his head, took out a handful of diamonds, and shoved it all into Kira's small school bag. Suddenly, Kira's eyes became crescent-shaped. Kodola also recovered slightly due to eating some diamonds. However, the side effects of qualified medicines are still there. Later, Kodola needs to take a good rest. Oki took out the elf ball and took Kodola back, then left the mosquito coil frog emperor outside. The presence of the mosquito repellent frog emperor can still alleviate this kind of fire-based energy. Yuki just weighed his little school bag and looked up to see a shadow running across the magma. Looking in the direction pointed by Kira, Oki also saw the elf. It was the fire rock rat that had been chasing before. At this point he stood upright in a small hole, glanced at the opposite Oki, and then fell down into the cave directly. Oka's eyes narrowed slightly. After a little hesitation, I still don't want to give up. Since I have already come here, it is not only to find materials for making qualified medicines, but also to explore here is a very interesting thing. Oki threw an elven ball and summoned a desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly just appeared. The wind that flapped its wings suddenly relieved the hot breath a lot. Oki jumped from Kira directly to the back of the desert dragonfly, and the strong chicken jumped up. As for the mosquito repellent frog emperor, it was enough to call it after the magma. Directing the desert dragonfly, he flew towards the opposite side of the magma. The desert dragonfly, as an elf living in the desert, has never seen any hot environment, but the magma here is the hottest place he has ever seen. Fly your wings and fly away. As soon as it flew over the magma, the rushing heat was like an oven, and Oki became a barbecue in the oven. The temperature of the magma is at least thousands of degrees. It is really rare that platypus can live in this environment. However, the elves that can live in the magma are not just duckbill beasts. Oki saw that there are still many lava bugs and lava snails in the magma. The temperature in their body is higher than the magma, so the magma is equivalent to their pool and doesn't feel much. The magma bubbles are broken one by one, and the temperature of the hot gas emitted from them is quite high. If the human body touches them, they may blister and burn directly. Fortunately, Oki was wearing protective clothing, and he was isolated with superpowers. But even so, Aoki felt his inner clothes were completely wet. Stop. Aoki suddenly stopped when the desert dragonfly flew halfway to the center of the magma, because the chip suddenly made a sound. Crimson rock, found. After entering here, the chip has been activated, always looking for the materials needed by Aoki. I did not expect that in this magma, I found one of the main materials for Lizuang chicken qualification medicine. Crimson rock. When the chip was initially analyzed, it was guessed that it might be a product in magma. Now it has been scanned and prompted. It must be that the chip has undergone comparative analysis. It has a 90% probability that it is what Aoki needs. Something. That's why Aoki ordered it to stop immediately. Just that thing is now under the magma. www.mtlnovel.com. Aoki didn't know how to get it for a while. There are not only magma below, but also many lava snails. The lava snails that were originally trapped in the cave now seem to be in the magma. Among them, there are also several lava snails that have reached the level of the King. Chip, get ready. Aoki was sweating on his face, but his look remained the same, and it would not cause his irritability due to the heat of the environment. Following Aoki's order, the chip showed a three-dimensional view in front of Aoki's eyes, showing exactly where the so-called red rock was in the magma. Not too far from the magma surface. It seems that the platypus beast that has just been conquered can now go down. Aoki was going to stop by the shore first and think about how to get this thing. Scared. But before Aoki ordered, the strong chicken standing beside him screamed. He knew that Aoki was helping him find a piece of material, and now staying above the magma, it must be something under the magma. You said, you want to try it? Aoki looked at Lizuang chicken in surprise. You must know that he is not a platypus beast. He is born between the volcano and the magma, and can withstand the temperature of the magma. Scared. Lizuang Jai nodded solemnly. Aoki stared at Lizuang chicken and fell into a short silence. I see. In this case, the Dull King, you can come out and help out together. Aoki threw the elf ball, summoned the Dull King, suspended in midair. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 55 to the 5 million rewards for the big man who is suffering from evil. Recently, I am preparing to make a change before the end of National Day. So happy days. Let's explode again, and ask for your small monthly ticket. Chapter 836 Disappearing Props. The Dull King created a protective film on the surface of Lizuang chicken with superpower energy and water energy to fight for a certain thermal insulation effect. King was said to the Dull King. The Dull King heard Aoki's words and understood the meaning. Superpowers emerged in his eyes, and then circles of water flowed around him. In this kind of environment, the power of the Dumb King can still freely control the flow of water. First a layer of superpower film, and then a layer of water film. Just trap the strong chicken. Lizuang chicken, wait to follow my instructions. You do not know where things are. Listen to my command. Aoki looked at Lizuang chicken with a serious expression. The reason why Lizuang chicken made this suggestion was that Aoki didn't stop because he saw Lizuang chicken's firm eyes. As the only fire elf in Aoki's hands, it is the most suitable, and the strength of the strong chicken is not very strong. At the same time, entering the magma as a fire elf will not make the magma snails look provocative. They will be blind. Entry of strong chickens. It may be easy to directly let the Dumb King use superpowers for fishing, but it is more likely that the magma snails will treat it as a provocation and launch a counterattack. Agitating the magma at that time may cause the hard-to-find things to disappear. As for the film covering the strong chicken body, after covering him, he has cut off his contact with the foolish king and will not make the lava snails feel any threat. Scared. Lizuang chicken nodded towards Aoki, then jumped forward and jumped directly into the magma. Aoki uses ECG to connect the strong chicken, and the chip scans the 3D image to show the location of the strong chicken. Directed him closer to the thing. Once the strong chicken can't hold it, Aoki will feel it for the first time, and let the Dull King directly take it out, and then he won't care about that thing anymore. Life safety is the most important. This is also a test of strong chicken. Fortunately, The strong chicken is not timid. Both arms and legs are very advantageous. They move very fast in the magma. The lava bugs and snails in the magma did not block the action of the strong chickens, because the strong chickens did not make them feel threatened. It's just an ordinary fire spirit. The outermost thin film of water flow is the fastest disappearing, and it evaporates completely within seconds of entering the magma. It's true that the Dumb King's carefully prepared superpower film has a good persistence time, but after the strong chicken grabbed that thing, it also disappeared because there was no superpower to supplement the superpower film. The next time is to really test the strong chicken. Instantly, the hot magma touched his body. The fur on his body showed signs of yellowing almost instantly. Lizuang chicken felt the hot temperature in the magma, but his movement did not stop. He just rolled and rushed upward. One hand is holding the soft hot stuff, the other hand is shaking vigorously, and the feet are not fluttering. It is like swimming. Lizuang chicken, if you can't keep it, use it, Aoki said to Lizuang chicken in the electrocardiogram. Once the strong chicken has used the holding skills, at this time the devoted king who is dedicated to perception will pick it up at the first time. There is not much danger. But the strong chicken first rejected Aoki's proposal in his head. Moving on, not a long distance, if it is surrounded by water, magma feels different. The hair on Lizuang chicken is all curled up, and at the same time, he feels that rich fire energy is drilling into his body from every pore in the body. The body seems to be expanding, and I don't know if it is my own illusion. At the same time, the thing grasping on the hand was actually beating, as if it were a heart. At the same time, from the invisible perspective, there was a thin stream of light flowing through the palm of the strong chicken. The superficial skin penetrated into his body. Suddenly a burning sensation appeared. But soon this feeling disappeared. Lizuang chicken even felt that the temperature of this magma was getting lower and lower. It had reached the range he could bear, and the hair on his body was no longer curled. When the magma was about to emerge, the strong chicken jumped hard and rushed to the top, and the dull king immediately caught it with superpowers. You can still see the magma fluid flowing down from him, but the strong chicken did not show any signs of burning. Aoki looked at Lizuang chicken in surprise. Before contacting the magma, Aoki obviously felt the burning sensation in Lizuang chicken's brain, but now it doesn't seem to feel much. Lizuang chicken spread his hand with a smile, revealing what was in his hand. But when Lizuang chicken saw it by himself, he was also a bit surprised. He was still a fist in size and squeezed up into a soft round ball. At this time, it was reduced by more than 10 times, and it was no longer soft and became a blood-red stones. Crimson rocks. Aoki nodded, and the chip scan showed that this was the thing. But the strong chicken was a little overwhelmed. After explaining to Aoki through electrocardiogram, Aoki also felt a little abnormal. The fist-sized ball, which was originally soft, is now a hard stone, and much smaller. Calling the chip again to scan the body and data of the strong chicken, some changes have indeed taken place, just some good changes. Pokemon, strong chicken light blue, gender, male, level, 32, attribute, fire plus fighting. Features, acceleration, carrying props, none. Genetic skills, flame splatter, high speed movement, treasure, falcon. Basic skills, 2 consecutive kicks, scratching, screaming, sparks, sand splashing, becking, energy storage, flame strike, flash of light, bodybuilding. Teaching skills, hot air. Skill learner, hold on. The original Quasi-Blue qualification has now become light blue. Although it was found in the analysis of the chip that the strong chicken can reach light blue after a period of time, but this time has been shortened indefinitely, directly into the light blue qualification. And the level has also been upgraded by 1 level. After winning the duckbill beast, the strength of the strong chicken was only 31, but now it has become 32. www.mplnovel.com and the various values of the body. There is a certain improvement, whether it is the fire energy in the body or the muscles in the body. There are some improvements. Generally speaking, it is developing in a good direction. However, Aoki suddenly saw that the original moth of the Vulcan moth, that is, The brilliance of the sun messenger named by Oki actually disappeared in the column of the strong chicken carrying props. Is it integrated into the strong chicken's body? The result will definitely not be just that, Oki thought to himself. The chip monitors the physical changes of the strong chicken in real time and pays attention to the occurrence of abnormalities. Oki ordered to the chip. The strong chicken body will certainly not only have these changes, just do not know whether the next development will be better or worse. Put away the crimson rock and direct the desert dragonfly to fly opposite. I can only look at the results later, and now all the data of Lizuang chicken show that it is well beyond dash. Celebrating National Day. Let's do it again and again. This is the first change. Is there a monthly pass for the outbreak? Exclamation mark. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 837 Desert Space finally arrived at the opposite side of the magma and came to the cave mouth. The cave is a little smaller than Oki imagined. It's just enough for a fire rock rat to pass, but if Oki wants to pass, it will be more troublesome. Just when Oki wanted to reach out to find out what was inside the cave, the 5 letters on his right hand suddenly flashed. A line of words emerged in Oki's brain. There is a strange space here, Oki said to himself, seeing the line. That being said, the place where the fire rock rat drilled in before was actually not a cave that appeared on the surface, but entered a strange space. A strange space inside Chimney Hill. And from the meaning of the unknown totems, this should be either a different space or an independent space, which is somewhat similar to the inner area of Sendai Mountain. Generally not accessible and accessible. Oki stretched out her right hand again, and touched the wall in front of her. As the letters on her wrists lighted up, she didn't feel any obstruction, and went straight through. With the left hand, without any energy mobilization, it feels like a hard rock. There is really a bit of strange space in this elf world. You can come across one everywhere. Without much hesitation, Oki decided to take the elf in and take a look. If it was only a small place, just walk around and go out. Maybe what he was looking for was in it. But if it's a big place, you might find something else. Maybe there are many precious resources inside. Now that he has decided, he will put it into action. Even if he just goes in and catches a few fire rock rats, Oki feels that he has made money. As for how the fire rock rat passed through this film, Oki didn't know. Maybe because he was the elf inside, he could go back after he came out. Because the small cave that Oki saw before, you can see your head at a glance. Obviously it is not a real cave. Today, I caught a platypus beast with a flame body and a good hand to cultivate elven eggs. If Oki wants to mate an excellent Royal Sanjiu elves, this fire rock rat is also a good target. Although the final evolution of the fire rock rat is not very conspicuous among all the Uzanjiu elves, and the Uzanjiu elves in the area do not have many characteristics, but after all, the Uzanjiu elves are not. Don't look down on him too much. With the elves, under the control of the unknown totems, Oki went straight into this strange space. It was like walking through a layer of waterless film. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the endless desert and some rocky mountains. There is no sign of any green plants. The whole is a desert space. Either this space is originally a barren look, or this space is actually intact, but it has not been in contact with the outside world for a long time, resulting in this space becoming like this. In fact, Oki tends to second. Otherwise, no elves will build a place specifically for the desert. Even the elves living in the desert need water. Oki estimates that the most lacking in this space is water. Let the Dull King leave superpower coordinates in this place, then lift his foot and walk towards the desert. When I stand here, I feel that this is actually a world, because I don't see any boundaries at first glance. Even if he just came in, Oki didn't see anything substantial. The help is probably not going back. There are deserts all around. Only when you look in front can you see some rock piles of different sizes, including some sand piles. I don't know exactly how wide this space is, and Oki didn't want to explore too much. If I caught a few fire rock rats, it would be enough. Footprints of the fire rock rat can be seen on the sand, and the elf ran out from here. But when Oki looked at the fire rock rat's footprints, he found some other footprints. Human footprints. Oki froze when he saw these somewhat fuzzy footprints. There are human footprints here, and judging from the number of these footprints and the size of the footprints, it can be discerned that the number is still quite large. Has anyone come in here? And it's not very long. There is no wind in it, not even the sun, and the sand will not float randomly. The footprints left here can be maintained for a period of time. However, after all, it is a sandy area. It is possible to feel these footprints with a little movement around. It is like when the fire rock rat runs. Many of these footprints are erased. The texture of human shoes can be easily recognized, and because of this, they are a little fuzzy and can be recognized. If it had been a weird space where no one had been here for a long time, Oki would not be much interested, because it was all sand. But now there are still other people's footprints, and there are still a lot of people, then there must be something in this place. Gradually raised interest. Chip. Scan these footprints, record them, and analyze the specific situation. Oki ordered the chip. The analysis is completed. According to the existing well-preserved footprints, it is about 10 or more people. The chip quickly obtained the results. Hearing the analysis of the chip, Oka's eyes narrowed slightly. More than 10 people can appear in this place and have the ability to enter this strange space. Only lava can be associated with Oki. The headquarters of the lava team is not far from Chimney Hill. The Alliance does not know it, but Oki still knows it. But it is not yet time to force the lava team to be born. But they seem to be unable to hold back their loneliness. They always want to do something to show their existence. This strange space has something to do with Gulado. Oki thought of it subconsciously. If the lava team can send so many people, if it is not as idiot as the last time they met, then it may really have something to do with Guladuo. Oki has to admit www.mentalnovel.com his interest is gradually aroused. In the past, there was insufficient strength, and some things were afraid to touch, but with the improvement of strength, Oki also began to be bold, and for the lava team, he did not have the awe of the rockets. Because the leader of the lava team Chien Matsu is not as arrogant as Sakagi. Although it is too powerful for Oki, there is no such irresistible idea. Sakagi's strength is somewhat deep into Oka's bone marrow. The person who can compete with the super dream of positive state for a period of time is definitely the world's top power. And Chien Matsu is at most the level of the 4 heavenly kings. Even if it is stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, it will not be much stronger. The most important thing is that the current Red Flame Pine is not yet the future leader of the lava team. The current lava team is only in the accumulation of power and dare not appear. It's a bit interesting, but let's find out if there is a lair of the fire rock rat here. Oki said to himself, squinting his eyes. 10 more second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Expect to get a monthly pass. Everyone support it. Thank you. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 838. They will thank me. What made Oka's heart miss is the fire rock rat. The reason why I came here at the beginning was just to catch a few fire rock rats and see if I could cultivate more excellent elves. As for discovering this mysterious space, it was purely accidental. Oki walked through the cave of the fire rock rat, and slowly walked into the desert. As he walked around, Oki let Kyra completely wipe his footprints, so as not to be discovered by his arrival. Now that someone has learned the lesson, Oki certainly wanted to avoid this. Walking around, I found that this place is bigger than expected, and there are no elves here. At least some elves who could survive in the desert. Oki saw a few. For example, a sand hippo hiding under the sand to avoid the heat, and a few traces of screw hamsters and trekking rodeos crawling through. We can see that there are still many elves here. The elves here are probably used to life here. As for where to find the water source, they must have their own way. Being able to live means a stable source of drinking water. Along the footprints of fire rock rat, slowly came to a dark rock pile. From a distance, it is a small rock pile, But it is only when you get close that the size of this small rock pile is still different. These black rocks don't have the dry feeling of sand. Instead, they are on the backlight side, and they can still see some wet marks. This is the source of water. Not all sand is under the rocks, and some moist soil. It is estimated that there is a large amount of food in these soils, but these foods need to be found by the elves, and ordinary people cannot find them. The fire rock rat's footprints disappeared here. Aoki looked at the Yura and Lizuang chicken around him, and saw that they looked quite spirited, and did not show a tired look because they walked in the desert. Even Kira had an inexplicable excitement that made Aoki feel. It can only be said that it is indeed a sandstorm giant in the future. Is it like going back to your home in the desert? Kira, can you feel the presence of the elves inside? Aoki asked with a smile, trying to test some Kira. Hearing Aoki's words, Kira was also stunned, but she was at a loss, but closed her eyes silently, and slipped a thin snake made of sand from his feet, slowly toward the stone. A cave under the pile was not drilled enough to enter. Originally, Aoki was only joking, but when she saw Yira's behavior, she made Aoki stunned. Unexpectedly, this little guy can really control the sand here. Is this the talent of Quasar-God? No one saw that from the Kira red backpack. Since the acquisition, there have been few movements of the pieces of Gulado's armor that emit a slight red light at this time. It was just covered by the red backpack and some diamonds, and it was not revealed. But from this piece, there are some thin energy lines that are smaller than the hair, and slowly penetrate into Kira's body. In this regard, Kira did not feel much. After a while, Kira nodded to Aoki, and he felt that there was an elf inside. I don't know why. Since I came to this desert, I feel there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity here, and the sand here also makes you Kira feel kind. Really found by Kira? Then see if you can drive them out, Aoki asked. Kira nodded and closed her eyes again. After another moment, Kira's eyes opened sharply, and from the cave, a pillar of fire appeared. Scared, Lizuang chicken rushed to the front, and banged directly on the flames, spraying towards his own side, dispersing them. The current Lizuang chicken can withstand the temperature of the magma. Although these flames have a good impact, they have not caused him much damage. Fire resistance has been significantly improved. Aoki took 2 elves back, waiting for the elves inside. Aoki did not wait too long, and when they stepped back a little distance, they drilled out a few elves from the inside. One of them is the fire rock rat that Aoki has been following, but it seems that he is not the owner of this place, because the hot beast is standing in front. Pokemon, hot beast green. Gender, female. Level 39. Attribute, fire. Characteristics, fierce fire. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, flash charge, flame splash. Basic skills, Spitfire, body collision, gyro ball, impact, stare, smoke screen, spark, flash of electric light, flame wheel, round, high speed star, energy storage, teaching skills, oath of fire, spike of hell, fire fist. Skill learner, none. A green flavored hot beast has average qualifications, but a female hot-flavored beast is relatively rare in this group. Because the hot elves are typical of yang and yin, the proportion of male elves is much larger than that of female elves. The fire rock rat that Aoki has been following is a male elf. From the current scene, this fire rock rat may be the companion of this hot beast, because behind them were 3 fireball mice that looked a lot younger. It should be their child. The day 2 of these 5 elves were scanned out of Aoki, and they were not particularly good. The best fireball mouse concentrated all the advantages of the parents, and only had the dark green qualifications. For the former Aoki, it is very good, but for the current Aoki, it is still not enough. However, there was no meaning of disappointment. What I originally wanted was to catch it and raise it in captivity. You seem to have some difficulties living here. Otherwise this fire rock rat does not have to run outside to find food. It should be found by accident when looking for food. It is better to go out with me and have delicious food. Unlimited supply. Aoki showed a harmless smile on humans, and the voice was not loud. I didn't know if it was for myself or for them. He was greeted by a blazing flame spouting from the mouth of a hot beast, spit out without saying a word. Excessive www.mtlnovel.com. Aoki took a step back again, threw an elf ball, summoned the mosquito-repellent frog emperor. The mosquito coil frog emperor who just came out saw a flame approaching him, and immediately spit out a stream of water from his mouth. Let her see what is really spit. Nonsense. Now the mosquito-repellent frog emperor can well control its rainfall characteristics, and it will not let the world rain as soon as it appears, unless the mosquito-repellent frog emperor controls rain. The moment the water flow comes in contact with the flames is when the battle begins. Aoki has commanded the strong chicken and Kira has launched an attack on the hot beast and the fire rock rat. As for whether a group of children will feel guilty when they face their parents, now I am helping them out of the sea of suffering. They will understand their difficulties later. Will thank me. 10 more and third more. Ask for a monthly pass. La la la. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 839 Garado. Half an hour later, Aoki added 5 more elven balls. It was the hot beast and her spouse Fire Rock Rat, as well as their children, 3 little fireball rats. Although they have suffered a little today, they will definitely have a good life in the future and they will thank themselves. Aoki nodded contentedly, so that the harvest is good, as long as it goes well. There may be a continuous supply of Uzangia. And with the help of the elf of the flame body, the elf's output speed is much faster. However, it may take a long time to develop with 5 elves. Better than nothing. Aoki comforted himself. Yuki. Suddenly, Kira pulled Aoki's trousers, pointed to a direction in the distance, and saw God. Aoki looked in the direction from Kira. He could vaguely pass through some hazy air to see a very high mountain in the distance. I just don't know if it's a rocky mountain or if there are some plants on it. But what Kira points to is that mountain. You mean, what do you feel on the mountain calling you? Aoki asked Yukiara what he meant by telepathy. Yuki Miller nodded firmly. He didn't feel this way when he just came in, but after the battle with this hot beast family ended, he felt this induction suddenly, as if someone suddenly reminded him. Aoki frowned slowly. Chimney Hill. Lava Team. Sudden induction by Kira. Sudden induction by Kira. Aoki stood in place to sort out his thoughts, and soon found the key. It has been a while since entering, but Kira didn't have this feeling when she first entered, but it was just this feeling. So, Aoki immediately crouched down and opened the red backpack by Kira, reached in and felt it. Soon, he found what he was looking for. It's just a clear surprise on his face. The slap-shaped pieces of Gulago's armor are now more than doubled in size. You should know that Aoki regularly checks this special fragment in Kira's backpack. The purpose is to prevent Kira from absorbing too quickly, and like those elves, enter a violent state. The previous inspection was not too long ago, when Kodola evolved into Kodola, when the diamonds in Kira's backpack were eaten, and Aoki added them. At that time, the size of this piece was normal. The rate of absorption by Kira is usually very slow. After so long, it has absorbed only a neat tenth, or even less than a neat tenth. But how long has it been here before it has been reduced by almost half? It can't be past. It's only absorbed by Kira. Aoki placed his other hand on Yukira's body, and asked the chip to conduct a detailed, full-body examination of Yukira to see if there were any abnormalities. Kira stared at Aoki strangely. Yukira, do you still feel that mountain? Aoki asked. Yukira shook her head first, but nodded quickly. I still feel a little bit, but it's a little fuzzy, and it seems that things feel different. Aoki's eyes narrowed slowly. Interesting. Garado, or something else? No wonder the lava team is going to come to this place. But I don't know who led the team this time. Red Flame Pine? Although Aoki doesn't think much of Red Fire Pine, but has to say that Red Fire Pine is still much stronger than him. As long as he meets, there is no resistance at all. While Aoki was thinking, the sound of the chip interrupted his thinking. A detailed data graph by Kira appeared in front of Aoki. The body density has increased again. and the thickness and hardness of the armor has also been improved to varying degrees. The most important thing is, the physical energy has been greatly improved. Mainly the energy of the ground system. Has there been a faster upgrade? Signs. Aoki looked silently at the chip given by Kira's data chart. There is no sign of any badness, and any change is moving in a good direction. It's really. This trip to Chimney Hill is only 2 days away. Coca-Cola has successfully evolved into Codola, and the strong chicken has also been upgraded to light blue because it has absorbed some strange things. Now even Kira quickly absorbed the pieces of Gulado's armor, and his physical fitness was greatly improved. I feel that this trip to Chimney Hill is a bit too lucky. I just don't know where to find the earth film from Kira's qualified potion. Gently shook his head, put Gulado's armor fragments into Kira's backpack again, and closed the backpack. From this point of view, it was this place that accelerated the absorption of Gulado's armor fragments by Kira. Naturally, the talent is good. I don't know where it will grow after it is absorbed. But although there is no change in the sky here, it is indeed lunchtime according to time. Looking for a quieter and more remote place, Aoki summoned the elves and prepared a simple lunch for them. The existence of elves is the foundation for Aoki to survive in this world. Even if it is urgent, it is necessary to settle the elves first, and it is not urgent now. The lava team has been in for so long and there is no sign of leaving, indicating that what they want has not been found. In the past, it may still collide with the lava team, and it will not be so easy to handle. In case of encountering a senior cadre, it is not what Aoki can face now. Need to discuss long term. At lunch, Aoki was planning how to deal with it, so as not to attract the attention of the lava team, but also to get what they want. www.untlenovel.com. After solving the lunch, I had some ideas in my mind. Aoki put away the elves, leaving only Kyla, Lizuang Chicken, and Mosquito Killer Frog King. At present, these 3 elves are more in need of training. The grade of Kira is a bit low, but it feels that Kira's home is here, so Aoki put it outside. If you encounter any opponent, it is estimated that Kira does not need to participate in the battle. Now that he has reached level 28, if he is upgraded to level 29, it is possible to evolve at any time, which is troublesome. If you do not use qualified medicine, you will lose a transformation, and the future potential will be reduced. Aoki didn't want to ruin Yara's future potential because of the temporary benefits. Walking towards the unclear mountain in the distance, some human footprints were occasionally seen on the way, and some disappeared, presumably because some of the footprints here disappeared. Of course, the battle on the way is also essential, but Kira will not participate in it for the time being. 10 more and 4th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 840. After 3 days, Aoki and the elves formally approached the mountain. It is really a dead horse in Wangshan. Aoki did not dare to summon a relatively large target such as the desert dragonfly. Although it is normal for the desert dragonfly to appear in anything, the individual standing above it is excessive. It can be used when it is a little far from the mountains, but now it is closer, it is even more concealed. Even the wild elf Aoki chose to avoid, lest the movements caused by the battle be noticed by the lava team. When I reached the foot of the mountain, I knew how high the mountain was. However, it is different from the hills that were all made of rocks before. If such a mountain is all rock, it is estimated that it cannot be piled so high. Knowing that this mountain and the range here are so large, Aoki need not be so careful. Before going to bed these few nights, Aoki took the time to make the potent chicken potion. The bloodred stone he had obtained before was really the crimson rock, and the qualification medicine produced by him was not abnormal under the analysis of the chip. I just don't know what the strong chicken said, before the soft liquid disappeared before it became a stone. After these 3 days of fighting, Kira was deliberately controlled by Aoki. The level has not been improved, or level 28. But it feels that it should soon break through to level 29. The energy in the body is a bit full, and the chip is estimated to take no more than 10 days. and the pieces of Gulado armor in Kira's backpack are smaller again. Although not as fast as when they just came in, they are also much faster than usual. Aoki was thinking about whether to take it out and isolate it for a while. There is no restriction on Lizuang chicken Aoki. Now that the qualification medicine has been made, Lizuang chicken can evolve. At this time, the strength of the strong chicken reached level 34, and the mosquito repellent frog emperor, as a water spirit, had a greater advantage in fighting here, reaching level 42, and the gap with the giant marsh monster was narrowed. Seeing the rapid improvement of other spirits, Kira was still very anxious, but there was no way. He also knew that what Aoki was going to prepare for him was not ready. If it is missed, it may cause regret for a lifetime and can only endure in silence. Big deal, eat more diamonds. What's more, after 2 days of rest, Kodola has recovered from the side effects of qualified medicines. The next day followed Aoki. This environment can also be regarded as Kodola's home field, but Aoki converged a little on the frequency of battle on the last day, so Kodola's level did not improve. After the evolution, Kodola was mainly familiar with the body at this time. Although the strength of the body has improved in all aspects, it has also declined in some aspects. For example, Kodola's speed and flexibility. Kodola at this time was more like a heavy tank. To Eula's relief, some elves finally surpassed him in weight. What makes Kira sad is that Kodola's meal is much higher than that in Kodora's period. Now Kira is a little bit afraid to take out the food stored in her backpack to Kodola. Not enough to eat. Every time I saw Kodola's mouth, Kira had an inexplicable feeling of distress. The only good thing is that now Aoki has defaulted on this little quirk of Kira Tibetan food, and after he finishes eating, he will help him add some. After all, these diamonds were intended for him and Kodola. Since they can eat, of course, they should eat more. The effect is still obvious. Aoki was also exposed to Ago's Kodola. When I first saw it, Ago's Kodola level was higher than the current Aoki Kodola level, but just in terms of physical fitness and the hardness of the metal armor outside, Kogora of Ogo is not as good as Kotora of Aoki. This is the long-term advantage of eating diamonds. Aoki is still satisfied with this, but this resource consumption rate is a bit fast. Fortunately, I have made a lot of money recently and can handle it. However, the diamonds collected by the little crushed diamonds collected on Neverland have been eaten by the 2 little guys by almost half. I have to say, Aoki still underestimated the appetite of these 2 little guys. Called horror, helping the little shredders to expand their ethnic group also needs to be put on the agenda, otherwise Kira and Kodola may run out of food. Kira, does it feel any better now? Aoki asked Kira. Kira's response was fast, and he didn't feel too obvious at this time. It is in the mountain in front of him that he has what he needs, and seems to be more than one. Aoki gathered the elves, then summoned the Crow's Head and the Dull King. Facing the situation of the lava team, it is more appropriate to summon powerful elves. Crow's Head, you go over to check the situation. If you find traces of humans, remember to avoid, Aoki said to the Crow's Head. Then he said to the Dull King next to him, the Dull King, wherever you go, you leave superpower coordinates, and then try to use superpowers to wrap us up and reduce the possibility of being found. Gather Crow nodded his head and flew towards the sky. The Dull King nodded, and the ruby on his head lighted up, and a small superpower film appeared, covering him and Aoki. This can avoid making unnecessary noises. www.untlenovel.com and also prevents the elves from smelling the smell on them. Now the lava team is in the bright and Aoki is dark. There is still room for operation. If the lava team is in the dark and Aoki is bright, then he can only escape. So it must not be found by the lava team, otherwise it will be troublesome. Walk a little bit up the hill. There is no shelter from the woods, and it is easy to be found. However, there are benefits, that is, the field of vision is relatively wide, and the enemy's tracks can also be found. The premise is that there are no large rocks blocking the view. Aoki was still thinking while walking, what exactly made the lava team come in to look for, and it has been so many days past, But there is no sign of leaving. There are only two possibilities for this situation. Either they haven't gotten things and they can't leave, or they are. The whole army is gone and no one can leave. In either case, Aoki needs to be careful now. After walking up the mountain, Aoki found something. On a rock with some moss, a special symbol Ohms was engraved. From the engraved symbol, it should have been carved in recent days. And this symbol is the exclusive symbol of the lava team, which is engraved on their uniforms. Because the original form of Gyarados has the symbol Ohms, Omega, a special definition. What the lava team is pursuing is not an ordinary Gyarados, but a Gyarados in its original form. The legendary elves with dual attributes of the ground system and the fire system exist only at the top level. Genie, 10 more and 5th more. The symbol Ohms is pronounced Omega. Add 55 for the 5 million rewards for the digging up the evil man. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 841 Ancient Ruins. Aoki glanced at the Ohms symbol carved on the stone and shook his head unconsciously. He laughed at himself. It's really everything has something to do with Gyarados. For those who can use this symbol, it seems that this time the lava team is at least a cadre level person leading the team, otherwise even the captain is not qualified to use this symbol. At the cadre level, it's more troublesome. Aoki felt a headache. No matter how ridiculous the lava team is, those who can achieve this kind of influence at the cadre level are at least the existence of the Heavenly King level. And it is estimated that they are not the garbage kings in Zijing City. Yeah, the Dull King standing beside Aoki screamed. The sound of the Dull King sounded in Aoki's brain. Are there any imprints of superpower coordinates here? Alas, but fortunately, it is not a superpower of Heavenly King level. Otherwise you don't have to play. Aoki couldn't help but sigh when he heard the voice of the dumb king. At this time, the head of the crow that flew into the sky also flew down to this side. Aoki stretched out his arm and caught the head of the crow. After the exercise, the crow's head is also able to bear a little with the arm. Gakro called. Aoki's eyes narrowed slightly, and she had a little plan in her heart. Through the observation of the head of the crow, I did see the existence of some people. Not only that, but the crow's head also saw a strange relic-like building on the mountain, but he was afraid to get too close because the door was guarded. There are very few elves flying in the sky, and the sudden appearance of a crow's head is still easy to attract their attention. An ancient building. That means that this place may have traces of human existence before, and maybe humans in the ancient civilization. Aoki originally wanted to keep the crow's head alert at high altitudes, but suddenly thought about it. In such a place, the appearance of the crow's head is still abnormal, but having an elf is more appropriate. Thrown the elven ball, and recently entered the desert dragonfly that appeared in the Quasar King class. He was sent out by Aoki to stay alert at high altitudes and warn him if any abnormalities are found. In the desert, even if the desert dragonfly is found, most people will be surprised and not particularly concerned. After all, it is normal for a desert dragonfly in a desert, as long as it is not manned. Aoki continued to walk up the mountain with the Dull King and Crowhead. Since the Crow's Head only saw the presence of people on the top of the mountain, and there were only 2 people standing outside the ancient building, then you don't need to be so careful now, at least for a short time. The people of the lava team cannot appear. But it is certainly impossible to rush up so rashly. While thinking, an elf suddenly appeared to attract Aoki's attention. A melting ant beast suddenly appeared in a rock pile looking for food. It was no accident to encounter a molten ant beast in this kind of place. The molten ant beast originally lived in this environment. They feed on the minerals and metals in the stones, which is a pure fire system. Elf. Although the registration location of the elves is in the Hezhong area, it turns out that other high-temperature areas such as volcanoes or magmas have traces of their lives. What surprised Aoki was the direction in which the molten ant beast escaped after seeing them. In a humble rock. If it wasn't for the molten beasts to move away from the rock pile, why would Aoki not think that there is still a passage under the rock pile? Although this passage is not large, it is estimated that it just meets the height of 1 meter 4 of the anteater. But after entering, The anteater consciously put on stones to seal the channel. The molten ant may have developed this habit, even if he is in front of Oki. But this gave Oki a hint of curiosity. If the molten ant penetrates into a cave, it doesn't feel much, but after entering it, it blocks the opening with its backhand. Throw 3 elven directly. If you are digging holes, they are more suitable. Dragon King Scorpion. Little expert. There are Kodola and Yukiira who have just evolved. Directly at the entrance of the molten ant beast, Oki let the Dragon King Scorpion remove the stone and dug down the channel. Kodola and Ira control the ground system energy and strengthen the excavated caves. At the same time, Oki recruited the desert dragonflies just ready to go to heaven. No matter what the lava team is looking for, the current Oki cannot take the initiative to contact. Since molten ants also have some heritage here, it's good to start here. What surprised Oki was that the cave of the molten ant was not facing up, but facing down. Go underground. I thought I was thinking wrong, but as the Dragon King Scorpion digs faster and faster, the tunnel that the molten ant crawls is getting larger and larger, and the Dragon King Scorpion will not even be needed to dig in the back because this natural cave it's big enough. It's like a tunnel that disappeared because of the collapse, and it was connected here with the excavation of the molten ant. This tunnel has existed for a certain time, and from the marks on the tunnel wall, it is obvious that the elves cannot do it. Some mud bricks were piled up, which allowed the tunnel to walk safely. www.untlenovel.com. With deep curiosity, Oki and the elves walked along the tunnel. Yuki. At halfway, Ira pulled Oki's trouser legs and pointed her finger straight ahead, indicating that something was inside. Seeing the action of Ira, Oki motioned to the dull king. The dumb king's superpower perception extends. After a while, he nodded to Oki. It was confirmed that the tunnel was temporarily safe. It didn't take long, and soon came out of the dim tunnel. A thick, decaying breath blew on his face, like smelling a piece of rotten wood due to years of disrepair, which was mixed with some sour smell, not very strong, but it was obvious and very pungent. There was no light in the tunnel, all relying on the torches in Oki's hands, but after exiting the tunnel, light appeared. Looking at this scene in shock, Oki had to admire the creative ability and practical ability of ancient humans. A huge hollow cave is the end of this tunnel, but the point is not this, but a huge building in the cave. The entire building fits tightly with the top of the cave, without any gaps. From the height of this building, even with the German building, it doesn't give up much. Even the lack of modern high-tech makes this building even more shocking. What surprised Oki the most was that the gate of this ancient building was engraved with a huge Ohm's symbol, covering the entire gate. An ancient civilization that worshipped Gerudo and believe in the original Gurato. 10 more and 6th more. 10 more for monthly tickets. Plus 55 for the 5 million rewards for the cultivating man in the sky. Pay off the debt of a big guy again. Sprinkle flowers. Chapter 842. Creation Elf. Muddy giant. No wonder the lava team is here. This is simply the sacred place of the lava team. In ancient times, a group of people worshipped Gerudo, and perhaps even served Gerudo. Such a group of humans in ancient times are the predecessors of the lava team. I believe that will leave a lot of useful things to the lava team. However, from the smell of the air, it has been sealed here for a while, and the entire building may have decayed. If you enter, you need to be careful. Oki let the Dull King leave a superpower coordinate here, which can be evacuated at any time, then slowly walked towards the ruins. Yeah? The idiot king suddenly covered Oki with his superpowers, and then retreated madly. As for the Dragon King Scorpion, they showed a defensive look. Oki's face was surprised. He was also a superpower and felt something, but it was not as fast as the Dull King's screaming. Boom. The ground underneath his feet suddenly shattered, and gravel spattered. The Dragon King Scorpion crushed all the large rubbles one by one, and Ira and Kodola also controlled their own energy to crush the rocks close to themselves. Some smaller stones hit Kodola and Yukiira, and they did not affect them too much. leaving no trace on them. Just a few muffled sounds. Dragon King Scorpion. They backed up to Oki and saw what it was. A giant stood up and made of stones. Is this a mud puppet giant? Oki called the elf's name after seeing the culprit responsible for the damage. Mud giants and mud puppets can be said to have been created by humans, the first kind of elves. It is a human being created by ancient humans who combined all their wisdom. It can be seen that, in fact, humans in ancient times were not inferior to humans today, and may even be smarter. With just some stones and a strange special symbol, it is possible to create a self-conscious elf. There is even the ability to self-evolve. At first, humans only created the clay puppet, but when the strength of the clay puppet gradually became stronger, his body could no longer withstand the changes brought about by the increase in his strength, so he evolved and became a clay puppet giant. The clay puppet is an elf created by ancient humans imitating the rock column. It may be an accident, or it may be the crystallization of their wisdom. Such an elf appears anyway. They will be true to the command of the master, just like the three gods pillar. The appearance of this mud puppet giant may be because Oki rushed into the place he was guarding, triggering the alarm he had set. Pokemon, Muddy Giant Light Cyan. Gender, no gender. Level, 55. Attribute, Ground plus Ghost. Characteristics, Tekken. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, Heavy Collision, 100,000 horsepower, Slapping, Scaring, Rounding, Mud Throwing, Rolling, Shadow Fist, Iron Wall, Lame, Million Tons of Boxing, Magnitude, Burst Fist, Night Shadow, Curse. Earthquake. Teaching skills, Fire Fist, Thunder Fist, Frozen Fist, Force of the Earth, Drain Fist. Skill learner, none. A clay puppet giant with Quasiski strength, a housekeeping artifact. Seeing the data of this mud puppet giant, Oki couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As long as this kind of elves can be tamed, it is simply the most perfect housekeeping artifact. Without the three gods' housekeeping, it's nice to have a simplified version of the housekeeping. But now the symbol of the eye on his head has turned red, and he needs to be defeated before he can subdue him. Oki summoned Kodola and Yukira to the side. The Dragon King Scorpion, the Crowhead and the Dull King participated in the battle. Elves such as the Muddy Giant are actually capable of flying, and the speed of flying is not low. It's a bit like a transformer. When flying, both legs can be taken into the body, and the waist will become an entire ejector. In flight, both hands can move, but if you want to speed up, your hands can also become two small jets. Device. Have to admire the magical capabilities of ancient humans. Ha ha ha. The mud puppet giant stepped on the ground and made a muffled sound, and the sound was getting faster and faster, rushing directly towards them. Intruder. The Dragon King Scorpion rushed straight towards the muddy giant without any hesitation. The Tomaterate Clay Doll Giant is taller than the Dragon King Scorpion. Suddenly there were 6 black energy around the Dumb King, and then the shape of these fist-sized black superpower energy changed, and turned into a sharp arrow, shooting at the muddy giant. The wings of the crow's head gave. I don't know how long there were 2 small airflows in the cave without air circulation, and then these airflows enveloped themselves and the running Dragon King Scorpion, making the 2 elves feel the speed light, rush straight up, wing up, straight to the top. When the muddy giant was running, flames appeared on his fists, and the Dragon King Scorpion showed no sign of weakness. The double clamps wrapped around his teeth and also brought flames. Collision of flame teeth and flame fist. Boom. The moment the fists and pliers met fiercely, a loud noise came out. The dust on the ground was blown up. In the center where the Dragon King Scorpion fought with the muddy giant, some cracks appeared on the ground. www.mtlnovel.com. The power of the 2 elves is comparable. But before the mud puppet giant launched another attack, the mutant spirit of the Dumb King arrived. Directly hit the mud puppet giant's head. The strange rune that made the mud puppet giant glowed with yellow light flashed, as if there was some stutter. Seizing the opportunity, the strength of the double pliers of the Dragon King Scorpion suddenly increased, and the mud puppet giant was lifted directly. A huge target appeared, and the crow's head, which had begun to accumulate power, rushed towards the mud puppet giant, wearing a blue flame coat on his body. Fly directly. The mud puppet giant rolled on the ground a few times and lay on the ground, looking as though it had lost its ability to move. However, Aoki did not stop the elves from attacking. The spirit of the idiot king, the evil wave of the crow head, and the shadow ball of the Dragon King Scorpion all blasted towards the mud puppet giant. After attacking for a minute, the elves stopped moving. At this time, the mud puppet giants really lost their fighting ability. Otherwise, just the attack of the previous round is not enough to defeat the muddy giant. The elves, such as the mud puppet giants, are the spirits of the ground system and the ghost system. In the face of some special spirits, the resistance is still good. There are 3 properties that can be immune: general, fighting and electric, 4 times more resistant to poisonous, and twice more resistant to rock and insects. But it is also twice restrained by the ghost, water, grass, ice, and evil. The mud puppet giant fell to the ground, and the yellow rune on his body gradually dimmed, losing his fighting ability. 10 more and 7th more. 10 more for monthly tickets. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, I will add 18. The second alliance reward is 8 million rewards, and Hibiscus should remember correctly. Chapter 843 Resurgence. After seeing the runes on the muddy giant completely dark, Aoki brought the elf closer to him. Just halfway through, Ira suddenly fell into place. Aoki was surprised, looking at Ira standing in place. In Oka's line of sight, the chip shown by Ira suddenly flashed. Upgraded. Aoki was speechless. You have been suppressing the rank of Ira, but did not expect to actually upgrade at this time. You should know that Ira did not participate in the battle this time. Now Ira has reached level 29, and may rise to level 30 at any time and evolve into Shake Ira. Suddenly, when thinking of something, Oka's face changed, and he walked behind Ira and opened his backpack. After a careful search, it was found that the fragment of Gulado's armor inside had completely disappeared. Completely absorbed by Ira. This may be the main reason for his sudden upgrade. When entering this space, it suddenly absorbed nearly half, and then gradually absorbed some in a few days. I did not expect that after entering this mysterious cave, Ira completely absorbed it. And he didn't seem to feel anything. Although it was originally intended to be absorbed by Ira, the fragments of this Gildor armor were too fast, and it was startling and scary. Feeling a little helpless, because it takes about 10 days for the chip to start analyzing, and the absorption rate of Ira slows down later, Aoki didn't think much. How do you know? But now Ira has upgraded, and there is no other way. He just upgraded to the next upgrade. It is estimated that it will take some time. Chip, check if there's anything unusual about Ira. Aoki asked for the sake of insurance. Then he walked to the fallen mud puppet giant. Looking closer, it is actually like a magnified version of a ceramic puppet, but the ancient humans infused his soul through some special runes on him and some strange means. Soul? Is this why the muddy giant is a phantom elf? Some shudder. The things that ancient humans did in order to achieve their goals may be even more unscrupulous than modern ones. After all, it was probably the era of kings. In addition to the aristocracy, there were a large number of slaves. Those slaves did not have much human rights. Chip, scan and analyze what makes the muddy giant. Aoki suddenly felt in his heart. If we can master this manufacturing method, will it not be able to mass-produce mud puppet giants in modern society? Although it may be a bit unrealistic, it may not be possible. Putting your hand directly on the clay puppet giant is a kind of rough clay pot texture. The chip began to analyze through the contact of Aoki. Find the setting reminder material. The material name is membrane of the earth. After scanning halfway, the chip suddenly reminded in Oka's brain. This is a reminder set by Aoki. Start scanning at any time. As soon as you find Crimson Rock and Membrane of the Earth, you will be reminded immediately. It was reminded once when it was above the magma, and now the existence of the film of the Earth is scanned, and of course it will also be reminded. The chip was analyzed once before according to the data. The biggest membranous earth is probably the essence of a mountain. It can also be called the essence of a mountain, a high-purity energy compression body. The more energy there is, the more compact the compression, and the better the effect. That's why Aoki came to Chimney Mountain, because Chimney Mountain is the largest mountain in Fenyun area. Hope to be lucky here. Only Crimson Rock was found, but Membrane of the Earth never heard any news. Now the chip suddenly reminded. Aoki was a joy. Chip, where is the Earth film scanned? Aoki asked in his head. Do you need to show? The chip sounded again. Show? Can it be displayed directly? Show it, Aoki said. Then you can see that the contact between the Aoki palm and the mud puppet giant suddenly flashed, and some small human current passed from the palm to the mud puppet giant. I saw the mud puppet giant shudder suddenly, when Aoki thought he was about to restore combat ability. Suddenly the rune on his chest flickered, and then the earthy yellow cover that was like a bandage on the chest opened, exposing the thing. In a dark, empty chest, a small ball of earthy yellow fluorescent light was suspended. This is the membrane of the Earth, the essence of the Earth, the core of the mud puppet giant's energy. Aoki watched the mud puppet giant's chest open and revealed what it showed. It turns out that the muddy giant is a ground-based elf, not because he is made of mud, but because there is such a piece of earth essence in his body as the core of energy. I don't know what the soul of the creature is, and there is an essence of the earth, plus the unique runes on the mud puppet giant. This is the main principle of the ancient people to make the mud puppet villain. It's really unique. Aoki reached into his hand and took out the earthy little ball. The palm can feel the temperature transmitted by this small ball. Chip confirmed the analysis. If such a small thing is the core of a mountain, www.mentalnovel.com, then making a mud puppet or a mud puppet giant requires the energy in a mountain as the price. Of course, it can't be said that there is only one such thing in a mountain, but there will never be more. It has been confirmed that it is the film of the Earth. The chip confirmed. Nodded. The earthy yellow light emitted by the small ball on the palm of the magazine gradually disappeared and restrained, and finally turned into a 2-thumb-sized ball, a bit like a glass ball, but without the texture. There is no meaning of light transmission. Wait until the light on the little ball disappears. The mud giant next to it suddenly shattered into powder. The disappearance of the energy core. All the runes on the body have lost the supply of energy. And of course the soil stored in this way can't keep the original shape, and it becomes grey directly. As soon as Aoki stunned, he understood it. Before he could put away the energy core, the chip sounded again. The basic data analysis of Kira is completed. All the physical conditions are good. The body contains a large amount of unabsorbed energy, which is gradually being absorbed. It is expected that when the absorption is completed, the evolutionary conditions will be met. Got the result. I heard that Aoki's face changed again and again, and at this point it was a bit ugly. I know it's not that simple. Is it because the energy content in the pieces is too large? Aoki thought to himself. It seems that the preparation of Kira's qualified medicine is imminent, but fortunately, everything has been found. It's quite timely, and now it only needs a quiet environment to make it. However, the mutation happened again. 10 more 8th more. 10 more for monthly tickets. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, you can add 28. Chapter 844 Adult. The giant clay doll turned into a powder, from the dust, slowly wandering a dark, smoke-like thing. Through superpower induction, you can find that things have the characteristics of ghost spirits on this day. In other words, this group of things is actually the soul that the muddy giant is injected into the body. It may also be the source of the thinking of the clay puppet giant. Aoki frowned as he looked at the sudden appearance. It stands to reason that after the disappearance of the energy core, this group of things should also disappear. After all, this is not a real elf. Strictly speaking, it may be just an aggregate of thought and some phantom energy. Exclamation mark dash. Suddenly, a shrill scream came out of this dark thing, ringed all over the cave. It is hard to imagine how such a small thing could make such a loud noise. But with this harsh sound, change began. The ground began to shatter, and pieces of rock of various sizes burst out from the ground, and on the walls of caves, they shot around. Aoki, standing on the square inches front of the ruins, became the main target of these rocks. Then I saw these cracked places, and there were sounds one by one. It's all mud puppet giants, and some mud puppets mixed in it. On the surrounding walls, the voices of the muddy giant and muddy man also appeared. Aoki suddenly changed color. No one can imagine that in such a place, there are so many clay puppet giants and clay puppets buried. What is this to guard? The elves around Aoki also acted. The previous rock ejection was not too laborious, but this time it is troublesome. How many? Aoki was surrounded by the elves, and the huge rocks were smashed by the elves. The Dull King created a superpower barrier to exclude these rocks as much as possible. Aoki sometimes also waved his right hand, used space cutting ability, and shred some large stones, otherwise the Dull King's superpower barrier could not stop. Then I saw a large number of mud puppet giants and mud puppets, suspended in midair. The runes on their faces flashed this dangerous red light, and slowly drifted towards the side of Aoki. One by one, the muddy giants are like Iron Man armors, suspended in the air and watching Aoki them without a trace of emotion, and surrounded them. It won't work like this. Dumb King, do you see the gate of the opposite ruin? Take us to move in an instant. The rest of the elves prevent sudden attacks. Aoki ECG connected all the elves. Yeah? The Dumb King received the order, nodded, and his superpowers erupted again. All of the small debris around him was suddenly invigorated. Then the energy shield suddenly shrank and covered all the elves. Fortunately, the distance from the gate of the ruins is relatively short, and the release speed of the instantaneous movement skill is much faster. Before the muddy giant's attack arrived, the Dull King took Aoki and they disappeared in place. Appeared at the gate of the ruins. A gate about 10 meters high with a huge ohms symbol on it. Without any hesitation, I still enter the ruins first. The mud puppet giant is good as a guard, but under normal circumstances, the master is not allowed to enter the place where the master lives. As long as he enters the ruined building, it is basically safe. If that doesn't work, then let the Dull King use instant movement to take them out. They have all found this relic, and of course they cannot go out easily. With the joint efforts of the elves, this huge stone door was pushed open a little. After opening enough gaps, Aoki and the elves entered it, and pushed the door again. The thickness of this stone door is really exaggerated, and it is fatter than the Dull King. Sure enough, after entering the ruins, the mud puppet giants didn't come in again, hovering outside the gate and didn't break in. Aoki was also relieved. At the same time, the lava team entering the ruins on the top of the mountain, at this time under the command of their operation, went down a little bit from the top of the mountain. In fact, the ruins on the top of the mountain are the same building as the ruins entered by Aoki, but because the height of this building is a bit amazing, so the lava team thought that it was the entrance to the ruins when they saw the gate. But they are much more troublesome than Aoki from entering. After all, there are a lot of doors closed, and there are some ancient people's organs, which makes the lava team feel very difficult every step. And more difficult things came. That is, when they were walking, a harsher noise suddenly came from below, although when they arrived here, the sound was already a bit small. But with this voice, they also changed here. The walls began to shatter, and all the originally opened stone doors suddenly closed, leaving the lava team members who were in the two rooms in the passageway apart. And from the broken walls, there are some mud puppet giants and mud puppets. Although there are fewer than the bottom, but because there is no open space below, a Tomaterate strong man suddenly appears in a small space, and the fierce gods attacked everywhere, and the lava team didn't even have the chance to escape. Suddenly the loss was a little big. Fortunately, their leader responded in a timely manner and sent their main battle elves to fight. The mud puppets and the mud puppet giants were settled by removing 2 from 2. But because of this reaction, they lost a lot of people. Report the situation. A middle-aged man wearing a different body than others asked, frowning, www.mentalnovel.com. Lord, the sudden attack that caused 3 deaths and 5 seriously injured. The reporter's man wiped the sweat on his face frantically, looking cautious and frightened. Waste. The man named Lord You couldn't help swearing and turned to look at the passage in front. It's just that after turning around, no one sees it. The Lord, who was originally angry and even a little mad, recovered his eyes instantly. There was no sign of violentness. It can even be said that he was calm and terrible. There were no casualties, cause any waves in his eyes. But the body was shaking again, as if still stuck in the angry expression before. The people in the back saw the anger of the adult in front and caused the shaking body, and they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to talk. The tremor on Master Yi gradually disappeared, but his eyes remained unchanged. It is simply the incarnation of the film Emperor. The corner of the mouth outlines a radian. It's interesting. Looking back at the members of the lava team again, the expression on his face changed again, and he returned to his previous angry look. Go, keep going. There must be something happening below. After speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the bottom. As for those who died, he ignored them at all, and those who were seriously injured were also left here. If they were alive when they passed by, they would be taken away. If you are dead, you can only be sorry. This operation is the first exploration mission. It is similar to death exploration, and there are no injuries to people. Even if all died, Kai Yan Song won't say anything to some of his men. Just gain something. 10 more 9th more. 10 more for monthly tickets. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, we will add 38. Chapter 845, Creation of Gerudo. After entering the ruins, the door was closed, and it was not dark inside, because their entry seemed to trigger something. All torches and lamps on the stone pillars were lit. Of course, there are only a few lights that can maintain brightness after a long time. But at least I can see the situation inside. A layout similar to that of an ancient palace. Behind the door is a hall, a step in the middle, and a chair placed on the step. Because the distance is relatively long, the appearance of the chair cannot be clearly seen. But it may be the ancient people who made this relic, the former conference hall, or the worship room. It may be the owner sitting on the chair, or it may be someone who enters here and worships or sits on the chair. The surrounding stone pillars are engraved with some ancient pictures, including some ancient text. Aoki let the chip scan the text for the first time, and compared the data in the data database to see if it could be translated. After he entered, he found a step and sat down. It is imperative to first make a qualified potion of Era. Otherwise there will be a sudden evolution without a qualified potion, which is troublesome. Although the earth film obtained from the mud puppet giant may not be the best, the quality should also be good. After all, those mud puppet giants that appeared later, after a rough sweep of Aoki, found that the levels did not appear at first. The tall one. The process of making a qualified medicament is cumbersome, far from being comparable to energy blocks. Fortunately, you don't need Aoki to do it yourself. Although I don't want to rely on the chip too much, but making this kind of thing is about the future growth of the elves. Aoki still doesn't want to take risks on his own. However, when making energy blocks, Aoki has already begun to switch to manual mode after some steps. Try to participate in making energy blocks yourself. Of course, most of the time because of his joining, the production of energy blocks will fail, but sometimes it will succeed once or twice. I have to say that one thing, even if I don't do it, I have seen it thousands of times, and after tens of thousands of times, even if it is the first operation, it will look the same. Only at the beginning, for some details, the precise things could not be controlled. But don't forget that Aoki is still a superpower. As long as he calls superpower, this kind of precision control is not very difficult for him. So, Aoki has begun to make energy blocks by himself, now let alone say that he has no problem in making the primary energy block. The intermediate energy block can also succeed 3 or 4 times in 10 times, which is about to meet the normal level. As for the advanced energy block, there may be one successful production in 20 times. Just fine. But this is also an evolution and belongs to Oka's own progress. 3 hours later, Kira's qualified potion was finally made. Looking at the transparent earthy yellow liquid in the test tube, and a fiery red transparent liquid, these 2 qualified medicines are the purpose of Aoki this time, and they are now available. You can let the evolution of Kira and Lizuang chicken at any time without worrying about wasting their talent. Stand up slowly. The next time is the time to really start exploring this ruin. If you solve a major issue in your mind, you can safely handle other things. When Aoki made the qualification medicine, the chip also analyzed the meaning of some words on the wall and on the pillars by comparison. All praise the so-called of the earth, the giant beast of the earth, the giant fiery red, and so on. These titles are all their honorary titles to Gyurato, or to the original Gyurato. From their praise and words, we can see that their enthusiasm for Gulado, and Gulado in ancient times has always been in the original form, not like Gulado that was later forcibly awakened by the lava team. Only semi-finished products with ground system attributes. Aoki walked up the steps, taking a panoramic view of the surroundings. Those texts and pictures were scanned out by the chip, and turned into plain pictures and displayed in front of Oka's eyes. Looking at it this way has more visual impact. In their legend, Gulado created the earth, fighting the giant sea creatures who created the ocean, and finally the 2 elves stopped fighting because of the mysterious blue dragon that appeared in the sky. But also because of their fighting, the continent was broken and the ocean was divided. Gerudo, Goku and cracked empty seats. For these 3 elves, Oka's impression is quite deep. Although there are still a lot of first-level gods in the elf world, only these 3 elves are the ones who often fight with the same level of elves. As for the rest, Diluca has been fighting Palliser all the time. Super Dreams are playing with Fantasy or the Rockets. The Phoenix King and Rochio are even more powerful than dragons. Neither Omen or Emirates Rem have appeared yet. The only one who confirmed the battle and fought more than once was these 3 guys. Although the cracked seat has always been a persuasive identity. Slowly walked to the top of the steps. A chair was placed on a small platform. Looks like I don't know what the material is. A bit like wood and a bit like stone. But it hasn't shown any signs of decay after so long. A stone tablet stands beside the chair. At first glance, I thought it was a stone pillar, but it was actually flat. It had a large number of ancient characters written on it, and some of them were missing or broken. Maybe man-made destruction. Because in this hall, it is not only the stone tablet that is broken. www.mtnovel.com and the wall and various stone pillars. There are some damages. It's not the kind of natural damage caused by long-time differentiation. It's the kind of, through analysis of the chip, Aoki obtained the content of the text on the stone tablet. But when he started reading the first line, he couldn't help but take a breath and his pupils suddenly became smaller. Seems to see something particularly scary. These ancient people. A little, really? Are they praises for madness? It's just Aoki didn't know what words to use to describe them, because the first sentence translated by the chip is written like this. Since the rune combining the soul and the essence of the earth can create a mud puppet god, then use the consciousness of the earth and the energy of the earth to combine the lines on the earth. Can you create another one that can be controlled manually? God of the earth. The essence of the earth should be the earth's film obtained by Aoki in the body of the mud puppet giant. As for the mud puppet god, the ancient people should call the mud puppet giant, and the of the earth should refer to Gerudo. The ancients actually wanted to use the consciousness of Gyurato and the energy on Gyurato, combined with the Ohm's rune on Gyurato to create a new mud puppet giant, or mud Gulado. This kind of forward thinking and thinking is simply the ancient version of the Rockets. right? Could it be that the huge version of the violent Gyarados that was made many times weaker by the lava team was inspired here? 10 more outbreaks are over. 10th more. Here are a few monthly passes. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, we will add 48. Sure enough, the fastest way to pay off the debt is to change it. Chapter 446 Guardian of the Forest. After suppressing the shock, Oki continued to look down. The ancients sometimes really had ideas. The muddy giant who produced the Gulado version, as long as the production is successful, even if it does not have the strength of Gulado, it is not something that ordinary elves can fight. The point is, how did these people get these things from Gyarados? If they were able to get closer to Gulado and collect all these things, wouldn't they be able to create the Guldo version of Muddy Giant without limit? Thinking of this, Oki really has to admit that if it does, the ancient elven civilization may be ruled by the people in this ruin. I just don't know who created the ruins. Is it really created in the end? Oki didn't hold back again when he saw the back. It was really created. And this created Muddy Giant is inside this ruin. The stele also describes some of the heroes involved in making this Gulado version of the Muddy Giant, and some basic methods. Just when you want to look down, the following part has been destroyed, and you can only see some intermittent content. What is vague, broken meeting, destruction, apology, remorse and so on. It seems that although the Gyarados version of the Muddy Giant was made, it turned out to be the same mistake as the rockets. Is it impossible to control? Can the violent Gulado mind be directly controlled? What's more, there is an explosive Gyarados energy core. But what made Oki more curious was what the meaning and function of the runes on the mud puppet giant was. On the Gyarados body, what does the symbol including ohms represent, and what effect does the use of the Gyarados texture have? Unfortunately, the following content can no longer be interpreted. However, Oki got a useful message, that is, the location of the clay puppet giant that produced the Gulado version is inside the building. As long as you go deep inside, you might be able to find those things. And the one who attracted Gira might be the special mud puppet giant. I don't know if it is good or bad. Oki wants to go in and have a look. They have come here and found such an interesting thing. Walk past the chair and the stele, and walk down the steps behind the chair. Maybe the destruction here may have been made by that particular mud puppet giant. Oki thought silently. Also, so many clay puppet giants outside may not be to prevent outsiders from entering, or they may be to prevent internal things from going out. To what extent did their craftsmanship reach them? Even they were so scared. Maybe it was just because of the awe of Gulado. It's a blasphemy to create a spirit like Gulado God. The key point is exactly how they got those raw materials from Gyarados. Step by step down the steps, one by one questions and doubts appeared in Oki's mind. If you want to find the answer, you can only find it. After walking down the steps, there was another door. But this door was not as domineering as the outside door. But the door was still engraved with the symbol ohms. Open the door. It's a little different from the outside. It is a promenade, an open promenade with gardens on both sides. If it was in ancient times, it is estimated that these two gardens will be filled with various plants, flowers and green grass everywhere. But what I see now is a barren field. It can't be said to be barren. There are still plants in it. With a hint of curiosity, Oki walked out of the corridor and walked towards the plants. When you walk on the ground, you feel that you are stepping on a hard concrete floor. There has been a long absence of water here, and ordinary plants cannot survive. Then there are some problems with the plants in front. Sure enough, after getting closer, I found that these trees have some black holes, which are a face and a grimace in the horror forest. The chip started scanning and got the data. Pokemon, Rotten Wood Demon Light Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 56. Attribute, Ghost plus Grass. Features, Natural Reply. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Grudge, Seal, Venom Trap. Basic skills, Shadow Claw, Wooden Horn, Impact, Strange Light, Fright, Growth, Root, Surprising Strike, parasitic seed, curse, ghost fire, forest curse, simultaneous life, subnormal strike, gavel, teaching skills, seed bomb, snoring, worry seed, fraud, blocking the road, sharing pain, mind transfer, ultimate drain, drain fist, skill learner, none. Among the scanned data, the strongest is this turquoise with a light cyan qualification and a level of 56, a ghost and grass elf. No wonder they can survive in such places, because they do not need much water to survive. Although the main environment in this singular space is a desert area, it does not mean that there is no water. I believe that as long as the roots are deep enough, we can reach the innermost water source. Presumably these rotten wood monsters survived by this. Seeing Aoki and his elf stopped halfway, the dead wood monsters waiting in silence opened their eyes at once. On the trunk in the middle, a huge blood-red eye opened so suddenly. If the average person sees the look of the rotten wood monster, it is estimated that they will be startled. People who are less courageous may run away directly, but if they are more courageous and have a bad temper, they may directly attack the rotten monster. In fact, the elves of the rotten wood monster just look more fierce, but they are not fierce elves. Even the spirit of this elf is very gentle. They will only attack the elves or humans who destroy the forest. www.mentalnovel.com. But they are very gentle on the creatures living in the forest. They were rangers among the elves, and Wen Xiaomuling took on this responsibility. So don't look at them as fierce and ugly, but in fact the courage may be smaller than the dull kings. I don't know how long I have lived here. I have never seen other creatures, and their minds are relatively simple, just staring at Aoki with no movement. It was precisely because no danger was sensed from them, that the dull king standing next to Aoki did not immediately launch an attack. The ghost of the ghost system, as the drowsy king of the superpower system, of course, was sensed the first time. The rotten wood demon should be the elves of the Carlos area in common sense, and it was a bit of an accident to appear here. This was Oka's first thought of seeing them. Then with a smile, he took out a bottle of pure water from the storage space and sent it to the rotten monster with superpowers. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 447 Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. The rotten wood monster first stunned, and then looked at it by itself, and then determined that it was really water, and suddenly showed a surprised look. In their anticipation, Aoki tilted the bottle, and a whole bottle of water slowly fell to the ground. Root whiskers appeared in the dry ground, and several root devils' root whiskers absorbed all this water in a moment. There was a look of satisfaction. What is happiness? Happiness is that cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, and Altman beats little monsters. As a special plant, it can have enough water. Seeing them so easily satisfied, Aoki was a little embarrassed. Through telepathy, he passed on his thoughts to several rotten wood monsters. As long as he followed him, he could live in a place full of water and surrounded by various plants. The rotten wood monster is very interested. Without much hesitation, they haven't seen other creatures since birth, and their ancestors have died long ago. Now the strongest rotten monster doesn't know how long he has lived. Since Aoki gave them water, and promised to take them to a place suitable for them to live, they simply chose to believe. Why even hesitate to give such a large bottle of precious water? Aoki was also satisfied to have all these rotten wood monsters into the elven ball. A total of 10 rotten wood monsters plus 8 little wood spirits. It is also a good force. And with such a group of forest guards, the woods on the mysterious island need not be taken care of by Aoki himself. As long as the nutrients are adequate and the care of the rotten wood demon and the small wooden spirit is taken care of, it will grow more and more lush. It was an unexpected gain. That is, the elves, such as rotten wood monsters, are born with a mild temperament. Otherwise, if they encounter a group of fierce spirits, they may launch an attack even if they have not seen them. After conquering these rotten wood monsters and small wooden spirits, there are no plants in the entire garden. Aoki walked up the promenade and continued to walk inside. At the end of the promenade was an open door. Looking into it is a spacious living room, but the wooden furniture inside has rotted, exuding a strong decaying smell. The lights in the room were quite bright. It's just that these lights are not the colors emitted by a pure flame. The lights glowed a dark purple light throughout the room. Although still very bright, it felt inexplicably cold. After entering the room, a chill came from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Aoki frowned. As a superpower, don't be too familiar with the energy entrapped in this environment. The power of the ghost system. The dumb king standing beside Aoki was also vigilant. His superpowers fluctuated, and he could always call them. Looking at the lamps on the wall, there are short milky candles, but the flame of the candle mountain is light purple. There are also some stone pillars hanging from the old-looking lamps, and the lights inside are also light purple. The most conspicuous is the top of the room, with a huge light hanging. A classic old-style chandelier, the flame in the middle is the most vigorous, and it can almost burn to the roof, and there are 4 purple flames that look smaller. The purple lights in the entire room are emitted from these large and small lamps. Adds a chilly atmosphere to the room. After seeing the appearance of these lamps, Aoki was shocked. It was these elves. The candlelight spirit, the light ghost and the biggest chandelier, the crystal light flame. I didn't expect to encounter these elves here. Aoki started the chip and scanned the chandelier in the middle of the roof. Pokemon, crystal lamp fire spirit light cyan. Gender, female. Level 59. Attribute, ghost plus fire. Characteristics, ignition. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, hot air, hold on, dissolve liquid, clear smoke. Basic skills, spark, fright, smaller, mist, flame vortex, strange light, night golem, ghost fire, flame splatter, seal, woefulness, farewell gift, purgatory, curse, sharing pain. Teaching skills, mind transfer, resentment, snoring, exchange of venues. Skill learner, none. Sure enough, it is a crystal lamp fire spirit. A crystal lamp fire spirit at the top of the Quasaking King. I don't know how long it has survived. Judging from the burning of his flames, there should be no shortage of fuel. The fuel required for the burning of the crystal lamp fire spirit is the soul of other life. If there is no soul, then the vitality of other life is also possible. Therefore, if there is a place where the crystal lantern fire spirit exists, it is definitely rare. Not to say that this elf likes to absorb the vitality of other creatures, but if this elf does not absorb the vitality of other life, or if other souls are their own fuel, then the crystal lamp fire spirit it will not be possible to survive. It's like some meat-eating elves. If they don't eat meat, they can't live. This can't be considered cruel. It can only be said that the law of nature is so. Judging from the number and burning conditions of the light ghosts and candlelight spirits in this room, they did not lack much soul, and none of the elves' flames were about to extinguish. So where did their souls come from? This puzzled Aoki. But as they entered, the candlelights began to sway without wind, so that the shadows on the walls also moved around with them. The elves around Aoki made preparations for battle, especially the dull king. He really hated this kind of environment. Noticed that Aoki hadn't moved while standing in place, and the crystal lamp fire spirit hanging from the top couldn't wait. The eyes that had been closed suddenly opened to cover up. So two Huang Tong Tong eyes appeared on the glass in the middle of the chandelier. 5 purple flames swayed sharply. www.mtlnovel.com. A hot wind was blowing towards Aoki. With the action of the crystal lamp fire spirits, the other lamp ghosts and candle fire spirits also opened their eyes. Together with the crystal lantern, they attacked Aoki. Aoki was not nervous. He threw a few elven balls, and summoned the strong chicken, the mosquito-repellent frog emperor and the giant marsh monster. With the dull king, crowhead, dragon king scorpion, and Yukiira, Kodola, who are already outside, the number of elves is all at once. However, it did not stop. In the shadow behind him, an exaggerated fat smiley face appeared, which was Gengui, who had been lingering for a while. Since the other party wants to bully people based on their number advantage, then we can't let them down too much, don't we? There is only one crystal lamp fire spirit at the peak of the Quasaking King, but the number of light ghosts that have reached the Quasar level is still quite large. Maybe there is only one dark stone here, so there is only one crystal lamp fire spirit. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 448 Underground Space Crystal Lights and Fire Spirits are good resistance. The combination of the ghost system and the fire system allows him to be immune to general and fighting skills, and at the same time double resistance to poison, steel, fire, grass, ice and fairy, and 4 times the skills of insects resistance. Although twice restrained by the ground, rock, ghost, water, and evil systems, the attributes are generally good. And the spirit of the crystal lamp fire spirit is very obvious. That is extremely good at special attacks. A total of 520 racial values, of which the special attack racial value actually reached 145. I have to say that this kind of elves is a kind of pure special purpose elves. At present, Aoki knows that the best use of the crystal lamp fire spirit is Wanlong, a representative of the United Nations region encountered in the God Olympics. Her crystal lamp fire spirit is still good. However, even if this kind of elf does not control to actively absorb the vitality of other creatures, he will still absorb it unconsciously, but only slowly. Wanlong should have a way to solve this problem. But Aoki has no way. This elf is strong, but the side effects are too great and not worth using. The Idiot King fights with the Crystal Lantern Spirit alone. The remaining elves, the Dragon King Scorpion, the Ghost and the Crowhead fight with the Quasar King level Lantern Ghosts, and some Lantern Ghosts and Candlelight Spirits are given to the remaining elves. Solve. The whole room suddenly became a battlefield. Don't be too happy Yuki era without Aoki restrictions. The ghosts of the lights and candles are restrained by the skills of the ground system and the rock system. These days, Kira's ability to control the ground system energy has been greatly improved. In fact, the energy of the ground system and the rock system is very close, and even some trainers who have just come into contact with the elf are not clear. After all, there is some commonality between these two energies. It is said that when Kira's ability to control the ground system energy increased, he unconsciously also led to the control of the rock system energy. It's just that this increase is too far away from the improvement of the control power of the ground system energy, so it has not received much attention. But if you compare it with before entering Chimney Hill, you can see its progress. Not only that, but Kira's whole body is improving subtly. The full absorption of Grado's armor fragments does more than that. Many things need to be gradually realized in the future. The biggest movement in the battle is the battle between the Dull King suspended in midair and the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. The main target of Oka's command battle is here. Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit level is a higher level than the Dull King, and she does not know how many years to live, and the control of energy is not weak. But the Dull King is also very strong. Although the rank of the Dull King has not improved for several months, it does not mean that his strength is not improving. On the mysterious island of Annam, there are so many superpowers that are elves, and the biggest gain is the Dull King. He learned a lot about the special use of superpowers, and sometimes he can use them without being limited to fixed skills. Fighting with the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit, the Dull King came up directly and used the trait exchange skill to exchange traits with it. The igniting characteristics of the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit, although not very useful, but if used to deal with fire spirits, the effect is still good. The Idiot King can be directly immune to the fire skill of the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. As long as he is prepared for his ghost energy attack, there is no problem. Later, the Dumb King opened a small space for tricks, covering him and the Crystal Lantern. The speed of the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit is not very fast, but it is still much faster than the Dull King. The trick space can give the Dull King more advantages. Water-based energy is wrapped with superpowered energy, which has become a subconscious way for the Dull King to use water skills every time. Not only can increase the power of water skills, but also make the skills faster, with Oka's command and various advantages. The crystal lantern fire spirit finally began to run out of energy after fighting with the Doll King for a while. The flame on his body had shrunk a lot. On the other side, Oki occasionally commanded the heads of the crows, and through cooperation with each other, they defeated the ghosts of the light and the spirits of the candlelight. Except for some of the more powerful light ghosts still resisting, all the candle flame spirits have fallen to the ground, and many light ghosts have also lost their fighting ability and fell to the ground. However, the crystal lamp fire spirit did not have any meaning to give up resistance. Oki and the Doll King will not underestimate her because of the physical strength of the crystal lamp fire spirit. This elf is not only powerful for her special skills, but also has many curse skills that are tricky as long as she wins. For example, seals, curses, farewell gifts, and pain-sharing skills. The ghost elves are powerful not only for their ability to attack, but also for those special skills that may be overturned at once. If you haven't been preparing for these skills, the Doll King has already exploded all the strength to solve this crystal lamp fire spirit. Just because you have to leave 3 points of force for each attack, otherwise you don't need to spend so long. After all, if you are hit by the ghost system skills, it will be more troublesome for the Doll King of the superpower department. The crystal lamp fire spirit slowly fell to the ground, and the Doll King also slowly fell to the ground under the control of superpowers. The superpowers on his body are not dispelled, but to guard against the sudden upsurge of the crystal lamp fire spirit. The 5 flames of the crystal lantern fire began to extend, and then blended with each other. In front of the Doll King, a layer of shields composed of water-based energy appeared. He is a fire-defying character. Don't worry about it, but there are other elves behind the Oki. It is still a little dangerous if you face a crystal lamp fire spirit. But the crystal lamp fire spirit did not use the final attack on them as Oki imagined, but directly bombarded this huge fireball on the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. The special flame brings a trace of corrosion effect, and more is the huge impact of the flame explosion. The ancient ground was broken. www.mtlnovel.com cracks appeared. Some places even started to collapse. Collapse because the bottom of this room is actually empty. Through some slits you can see the darkness below. But a faint stream of dark smoke appeared in these cracks. Seeing these black smoke, it suddenly felt like an acquaintance. Ghost system energy. Very strong ghost system energy. It is similar to the phantom energy spit out by the black stone pillars in the cave where the ghosts on the trial island are located, except that these energies do not have enough phantom system spit out by the black stone pillars on the trial island, and the energy in the crack just disappeared after just a little spit out. Click, click, boom. There were more and more cracks on the ground, and then the entire floor collapsed directly. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 449 Burial Chamber. The elves returned to Oki. Under the command of Oki, the Doll King broke out the strongest attack and directly defeated this crystal lamp fire spirit. But the collapse cannot be stopped. Fortunately, the superpower of the Dumb King escaped around the body. When the collapse appeared, his superpower instantly formed. The elves did not fall down as the floor collapsed, floating in midair. Li Zhuang Chicken, throw a bit of flame down and see what's below. Oki said to Li Zhuang Chicken, scared. Li Zhuang Jai nodded. Immediately, a spark appeared above both hands, and 2 fireballs condensed in a blink of an eye. Throw directly below. 2 fireballs met in midair and collided. After the fireball collided, it exploded and opened. A little spark was spattered, which illuminated the space below a lot. It can be seen that the space below is also similar to the upper space, except that there is no light in this space. With his superpowers, Oki grabbed a few candlelight spirits that fell to the ground and dropped them. Originally, he had only lost his fighting ability. Although the flame on his head was small, it did not go out. On the contrary, there seems to be a lot of phantom energy below. After the candlelight spirit went down, the flame on the head brightened a bit. Oki nodded and motioned to the Doll King to take them down. Before going down, however, Aoki threw the elf ball and conquered the crystal lantern. Although there is no good way to use this kind of elf, but I like it a lot and can sell it for a good price. A crystal lamp fire spirit at the peak of the Quasar King. It doesn't take much training to become a timely combat force. It is still good. As for the vitality of the trainer, this is not Aoki's concern. Just before landing, the Doll King released his superpowers, and the elves and Aoki landed, taking out a special torch, and the candlelight spirit that was thrown away before. A variety of fire lights combined to barely illuminate the place. After really seeing the situation here, Aoki's face gradually darkened. No wonder the crystal lanterns above are still able to maintain good growth after such a long time. Although it is unknown that they are the first generation of crystal lantern fire spirits, but all their energy sources and soul sources are passed out from here. Underground in the room where they are, here is a burial chamber. He actually built a tomb in the place where he lived. This design, and no one else, don't have nightmares at night. Still, in fact, this tomb was formed after nowhere else. These are unknown. The main reason that made Aoki's face ugly was that at this time they were surrounded by a group of elves again. A group of death coffins and a lot of crying masks. No wonder the crystal lantern fire spirit will finally break the ground. She should have known the following situation for a long time. The ground was only broken in order to pull Aoki into the water together. The death coffin is a ghost-like elf that looks like a coffin. The coffin is made of yellow and blue. Its pupils are red. The beige mask on its head is like a mask carried by its advancing form, and it has teeth that its advancing form has not yet possessed. 4 grey hands stretched out from the slit coffin. Death elves are really ghosts, because they pull humans or elves close to them into the coffin to make a mummy. Generally only in the graveyard of people who have some status, such an elf as the death coffin. Their purpose is to guard the real coffins and prevent the entry of grave robbers. Normal things will stay asleep, and at the same time pretend to be a normal coffin, let people approach. But because the movement caused by the broken ground was relatively large, they all woke up. At this time they surrounded Aoki. The death coffin that took the lead made Aoki feel a strong danger. As a superpower, he is more sensitive to the energy of the ghost system. Just look at the alertness of the Doll King standing next to Aoki. A Heavenly King death coffin. Pokemon, death coffin light cyan. Gender, female. Level, 60. Attribute, ghost. Characteristics, mummy. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, farewell gifts, seals, tricks, poison diamonds. Basic skills, ghost face, scare, immobilization, dark haze, shadow of night, misfortune, ghost fire, bizarre wind, curse, power split, defensive split, shadow ball, resentment, black eyes, homicide. Teaching skills, blocking the way, moving ideas, sharing pain, shooting down. Skill learner, none. Aoki felt a little troubled when he saw the information of this death coffin. An elf who can enter the Uranus level in the wild is usually not an ordinary elf, and the elf character of the death coffin is very troublesome. Mummy characteristics can make all the opponents who touch him become mummy. Like the overconfidence characteristic of the crow's head, if it is a contact attack when defeating the death coffin, then the overconfidence characteristic will not take effect. Codilla's hard-headed trait does not work when the hard-headed trait is triggered during an attack. At the same time, his own hard-headed trait will become a mummy trait for a short time. The rebound effect of skills like double-edged hammers will still be damaged by the rebound. At the same time, it's really a lot of trouble for being a ghost spirit. However, following Aoki's attention was the standing position of the death coffins. Not only intentionally or unintentionally, the number of death coffins where Aoki faces is the largest, while there are few behind them. Most of them are crying masked elves. Vaguely, there is a black man behind the leader of the death coffin, and they seem to have meant to prevent Aoki from seeing the door. Since there are so many death coffins here, they must be guarding something. Although there are still a lot of coffins around, it looks like it's obviously worn out. Even if there is really anything inside, It is estimated that it has already become grey now. Then maybe there is only the stuff in that room. www.mentalnovel.com. It is more critical. Aoki threw the elven ball again, summoning Madara and Madame Hueji. In the face of a Death King coffin of the Uranus level, it is necessary to use full strength, even if it has just reached the 60 level, first entered the Uranus level, but it is still very powerful. In addition, there are many Quasiking death coffins around. This day is really a lot of ghost elves. After a little hesitation, Aoki finally chose to summon the Dream Demon. Since being subdued by Aoki to the present, the Dream Demon has always been the highest level elf, but has never fought. Today, facing this powerful death coffin, it may be the first battle of the Dream Demon today. After the Dream Demon appeared, he floated beside Aoki, and froze intimately. Then he saw the death coffin opposite, without any timidity. The momentum of the body gradually solidified. Although it was the first battle, there were also a lot of training in the usual time. The Dream Demon had gradually become a little excited. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. https. Chapter 450. Dream Demon First Battle. Very strong. Dream Demon, are you ready for the first battle? Aoki asked. The Dream Demon called softly. Although his voice was soft, his eyes were firm. That being the case, Gengui plays the characteristics of the Dragon King Scorpion, and then the Dream Monster and Gengui use the characteristics interchangeable. Gengui, you play again. Already? Gengui nodded, his body's strange energy flickered a bit. His playing skills are now in full swing. Seeing that Gengui played successfully, the Dream Demon also used Gengi straight swapping skills, and turned his floating characteristics into a sniper characteristic. The Dream Demon is also a ghost of the ghost system. It has the same attributes as the Death Coffin and is also restrained. Who can win in the end depends on the hard power. In the most competition, it has the characteristics of a sniper. As long as it is triggered a few times, it will be of great help to the battle. The strongest Death Coffin is commanded by Aoki to fight the Dream Monsters, and those weaker Death Coffins are battled by the Dumb Kings. The remaining Crying Masks can be handed over to Kira. However, Aoki repeatedly emphasized that they should try not to contact each other, otherwise they would become very troublesome. With so many elves, even if Aoki has telepathy, he cannot always command them all. Sometimes you can only rely on the fighting abilities and habits of the elves. As long as the most powerful Death Coffin in front of you is solved, then the problem will be small. It's really impossible Aoki can summon Tanabata Bluebird to join the battle. So the situation is still within the acceptable range. The Death Coffin on the opposite side will not wait for Aoki to arrange everything in battle, and when she sees the Dream Demon, she feels pressure. Four hands condensed to shadow and threw them directly towards Aoki. The wisdom of this Death Coffin is obviously not low, knowing that although Aoki seems to be the weakest existence, being surrounded by elves is definitely the most important existence. Not only did he launch an attack on Aoki himself, he also told all the Death Coffins and Crying Masks and placed the first attack target on Aoki. Dream Demon, the Shadow Ball crushes them. Aoki knew that he had become the target of the attack, but was not panicked at all. Dream Demon is not a little timid, although she is the first real battle, but in normal training, the number of battles is also quite a lot. The 3 red gemstones on the chest flickered a bit, resulting in 3 shadow of different sizes. The larger one in the middle and the smaller ones next to it. 3 shadow come out under the control of the Dream Demon. The 2 small shadow balls are significantly faster, with some radians when attacking, shot from the side to bend, colliding towards the shadow ball of the Death Coffin. This is an attack method trained by the usual training of the Dream Demon. 2 small shadow open the way. The shadow ball in the middle of the difficulty is her real killing move. Boom. Boom. The small shadow ball collided with the shadow ball of the Death Coffin in the air. Although the shadow ball of the Death Coffin is not as powerful, the collision in the middle of the road caused the energy in the 4 shadow to explode. A large shadow ball, because it was slightly slower, passed through the collision zone of energy chaos after the collision. Under the control of the Dream Demon, the speed of the shadow ball has skyrocketed just after passing through the collision zone. Boom. Successful hit. This is the difference between wild elves and trained elves. Although the wild elves also have their own fighting methods, after all, they are not as proficient as humans, and Oki can arrange for her the most suitable fighting method according to the characteristics of the Dream Demon. Dream Demon is a sped-type elf, and it is impossible to stand in place with the Death Coffin to bombard skills. Since the other party is targeting Oki, as long as she can suppress her and let her carelessly care about Oki. The Dream Demon flickered, and quickly approached the Death Coffin. Just before being attacked and hitting some buns, the Death Coffin saw the Dream Demon rushing towards himself. Suddenly a crazy smile appeared. The coffin on the face was slightly opened, revealing the dark inside, while a cold wind with a cold chill blowing out from it, facing the Dream Demon straight. Strange wind. A very good skill. If you have good luck, while this skill is inflicting damage on your opponent, you have a certain probability to improve all your abilities, including the 5 attributes of special attack, special defense, physical attack, physical defense, and speed. Dream Demon, tooth for tooth. Oki chuckled coldly. A thin layer of light brown film emerged from the Dream Demon's body, and the strange wind of the Death Coffin passed through the film and blew on the Dream Demon's body, causing considerable harm. But the luck of the Death Coffin seemed ordinary, and he did not improve his ability. Then we must meet the attack of the Dream Demon. Strange lines flashed on the film, and the gemstones on the chest flickered again. This layer of film curled into a black ball and shot directly towards the Death Coffin. The tooth for tooth skill. If attacked after receiving the opponent's attack, the power of the skill will be doubled. However, this skill is a physical skill, but now it is impossible to touch the Death Coffin, so Oki temporarily changed the use of the skill to a remote attack, which will reduce the power effect of the skill a lot. Not cause huge damage, but enough already. Dream Monster, Strange Light. Oki continued to order. The longest red gem on the chest of the Dream Monster that had been prepared for a long time blinked, and a small ball with colorful and strange light flew along the twisted trajectory and was dropped on the face of the Death Coffin. At such a short distance, the Death Coffin, who is not good at speed, cannot escape. Dream elves, such as elves, are best at controlling elusive dreams and other types of skills. www.mtlnovel.com. Strange Light is by far the most proficient and most effective skills released by all the skills mastered by Dream Demons. Sure enough, after hitting the Death Coffin, the eyes of the Death Coffin were covered with a thin layer of colorful film and fell into chaos. That's what you're waiting for. Dream monsters. Misfortunes don't come alone. Dream. The Dream Demon did not hesitate. Her eyes were covered with fuchsia light, and a dark red eyeball was formed on the top of her head, and then a dark blue halo was shot from the eyeball, all hitting the right spot. Grim Reaper in Chaos. Hazard is not a single skill. One after another releases attacks on the opponent. If the opponent is in an abnormal state, the power of the skill is doubled. Coupled with the characteristics of the sniper, and the long-term chaos effect of the strange light of the Dream Monster failed to persist for a long time, eventually the Death Coffin fell to the ground and lost the fighting ability. After all, double the restraint of the Ghost System attributes, double the power of single-line skills and continuous attacks, and occasional effects triggered by sniper characteristics. The attack on the Death Coffin is not 1-and-1 can be calculated. Dream Demon Battle. The fighting ability is still somewhat arbitrary. The remaining Death Coffin Oki did not have too much management, and the Dull Kings could handle it, which is confident that Oki still has. Take the Dream Demon to the room where the Death Coffin has been blocking the sight. See a dark coffin in the dark room. Fifth more. Add more. For the second leader of Meow 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 Meow, we will add 58. The last day of the double monthly pass. Let S get another monthly pass. O_O. Thanks in the end, Emma reward for a little bitch.